Well, welcome along to Saudi Arabia for the final day of 3 of racing here from King Abdulaziz Racecourse in Riyadh. 12 races to look forward to once again. Our cup races towards the back end of the card. We've got the final 2 races worth 300,000 riyals today and a touch of quality later on today. Tom Collins back alongside me on what, Tom, is the backdrop behind us, a little bit different to what we normally expect here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, well, it's been sunny virtually every time we've been here, as you would expect from being in the Middle East. But today, different atmosphere. It's very bleak and grim outside. There's been lots of rain this morning from 10:30 a.m. local time. And then when we got to the track as well, really bucketed down. The reason why this is interesting is it can affect the track surface. Last time I was here, I promise you the sky doesn't look like that right now. Last time I was here, it rained a lot. The track really suited closers rather than speed horses that day. So if you're watching the racing and selecting horses, maybe looking at the international markets, look for those that come from off the speed.
Let's see how that pans out in our early races. So the rain was forecast this morning, then the forecast looked a bit better. The rains did come, but hopefully, looking at the radar images that we've seen, that the afternoon should hopefully be dry. Highlight for you today, Tom, is...
Oh, probably Takfik in the last, just because I was so impressed with how that horse won last time, and is taking on a horse that I love from Taif called Hala. So that'll be a good match. Takfik is the most likely winner. But there's loads of good cup races, good Arabian horses as well. Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia returning to the track. Very interesting horse, rated in the 110s.
Indeed, and a horse who ran well on Saudi Cup night last year. The entries for the likely fields for the Saudi Cup meeting as well were announced late last night local time. I'll hopefully have a look at those as well during the course of the programme, because 2 weeks today is Saudi Cup Day. But coming up today, some of the highlights to look forward to and some of the key horses on the track today. Well, in race 10, we have Matha Al Khaladia, who's won 5 from 8 so far. This improving Al Khaladia horse has scored on the last couple of starts and looks for the hat-trick today under Adel Al Faradi. In the race that follows, Groom was 5th in the 13.51 turf sprint a couple of weeks ago. A cheeky win here last Thursday. Goes again, dropped down to 1200 in the Prince Fahad bin Jal Awi Cup. And as Tom mentioned, Takfik on the international markets, the shortest priced runner on the card. Goes in race 12, that cup race over 1400 metres. 2 from 2 over the course and distance. Has won by 3.5 last time out and goes for Camila Ospina. So a couple of horses here today in particularly good form. Hopefully one man also in good form is Anthony Ennis, who's got the call on our 12 races today and has full details of our programme here in Riyadh this afternoon. Hello there, Enzo.
Hello to you, Martin, and Tom, and everyone watching with us here. Yeah, as you say, a pretty wet and thundery morning, but we're getting ready for action this afternoon. Racing, all clear to continue, and we're getting ready for our first race, which is not that far away now. Good day in store, as you mentioned, those cup races towards the back end of the card. Looking forward to seeing how Groom gets on again. I called that race that he won so cheekily last time. Right, race number 1 then on the way. We've got 12 all told, as you say, the cup races towards the end of the card. But race number 1 is a maiden for the fillies here. And this race, they're going 1,600 metres, so it's the mile. And the non-runners here are numbers 4, 22 and 23 don't get in. The 21 horse will be a runner. That's Cute Nurse. So I'll go through them. Number 1 is Nawan for Gaith Al Gaith. Adel Al Faradi gets the call. Number 2 is Darnat Basma for Wigberto Ramos. Number 3 is Lazurdi for Louis Morales. Number 4 is out, so scratch Shalfa Satam, which means 5 is Wada Al Shamir for Ahmed Al Shra. 6 is Kawasir, Mohammed Al Daham. 7, Rabab Al Khair for Fahed Al Faradi. Number 8 is Musbahatom for Fawas Wanas. Number 9 is Alara Al Amira for Mohammed Saeed. Number 10 is Anwar Al Jabriya, ridden by Victor Gutierrez. 11 is Jaharat Linda for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 12, Altmar Tariq Al Mansur. 13 is Ayad Doar for Salman Al Rashid. 14, Zarat Watin Mohammed Al Habail. 15, Asil Al Foz Abdullah Al Kradis. 16, Waqay Abdulaziz Al Musa. 17 is Lay Oyun Boshra Naif Adanazi. 18, Farah Al Anaya for Abdullah Al Rashid. And 19 is Tusti for Abdullah Al Odib. 20, Taharua Turkey Alofi. And 21, the reserve that gets in, Cute Nurse, comes out of stall 4. Alex Moreno rides that filly. So locally bred fillies in a maiden, 1,600 metres. This race due off at 3:35. Runners are in the paddock, a rather wet looking paddock. Let's go back to Martin and Tom for their thoughts.
Well, it has dried up, Enzo. Tom, just looking out towards the left-hand side away from the paddock, it does look brighter. The sky looks a little bit less ominous than it does out to the right-hand side. So hopefully the worst of the rain has moved over. But many of the grooms in the paddock sporting their ponchos to keep dry. But let's hope the worst of the weather has moved through. And certainly there's been lots of puddles. I mean, the roads and stuff this morning were crazy.
Yeah, terrible to get in. It took us a long time. And I can see some people right now on the horse walkway sweeping the water off. So, you know, it's some parts of the racetrack are a bit flooded right now, but hopefully the track plays pretty fair. We'll find out after the first few races if there are any biases that have come about due to the weather this morning.
And of course, you can give us your selections and your thoughts on the chat function on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's feed there as well. Do get involved. Mohammed's already said hello to us, and you can do that on the chat section down the right-hand side. So we're underway with the local bred fillies maiden. This is over 1,600 metres. We've gone through a fair few of the horses in shot. We'll have a look at them in a bit more detail with Tom in a second, but let's welcome along to the programme. One person I'm sure is delighted that the rain has finally eased off is Shamila. Good afternoon to you.
I might be out of vision, but you can be assured that I am out in the elements in the parade ring, braving the weather, and it's eased off a little bit now, but and the clouds are starting to clear, actually. I'll stay optimistic that the rain has finished for today. I will give you my first paddock selection of the day, and that is horse number 15, Asil Al Foz, who is partnered with Abdullah Al Khuwaidis, third last time out at meeting 92, trained by Abdullah Al Nasib. Now, when these two team up, it's usually for the better. And this filly just looks really good here in the preliminary stages. A lot of the horses are just very much on toes from the rain and the wind, so hopefully they don't boil over before the start of the race. But my selection for this race is definitely horse number 15. Horse number 3, La Zurdri, partnered with Louis Morales, who had a double yesterday, is also looking really good as well. I had my hopes on horse number 18, but she is just getting very antsy, but seems to have settled down actually since the jockey has been on board. So if you are sticking with her, that's probably good selection as well. Now, really good racing here today, the last meeting before our Saudi Cup weekend. I'm really looking forward to race number 10 and Hamdi Al Khaladia, who is rated a whopping 116 under Naif Al Anazi in the Prince Abdulaziz Cup. So all to look forward to.
Yeah, some of the highlights to look forward to a little bit later on this afternoon. But the runners come out onto the track for our first race of the day. Should we pick out some of the main contenders, Tom, rather than going through the whole field here, because there are plenty of them to go through. Maybe Danat Basmar, number 2, who's well found on the international market, second top rated in here off 63.
Yeah, gets Wigberto Ramos on board today. Consistent in defeat recently. She finished third back at meeting 77. A repeat of that run would see her in the top 3 or 4 in this race.
We've got number 3, La Zurdri, who doesn't have a rating yet, but ran 5th at a couple of races at Taif back in the early part of the season. Not been seen since June, but did make minor late headway over the 1200 last time when seen. Yeah,
the trip should definitely suit. The form figures aren't too bad for a race of this quality either. Good jockey booking. Luis Morales, he had 2 winners yesterday. The only negative for this horse is, as you've already mentioned, the layoff.
OK, number 7 is Rabab Al Kir, rated 56. 12th and 4th at a couple of runs here in Riyadh. The most recent run coming over this 1600.
Much better last time when finishing 4th that day. Farhad Al Faredi takes the ride. I actually prefer the other Gaith Al Gaith horse in this race, not as a main selection, but just out of the 2 horses from the stable. Horse number 1, Narwan, gets Adel Al Faredi first up on first-time starter. So just from that trainer alone, I prefer the 1 to the 7.
OK, just checking it out on the international markets now, one at 33 to 1. So one of the outsiders in the field. Number 15 is Asil Al Foz, rated 57, coming to this after 3 runs this season. The last couple have been over this trip.
Has been solid. All 3 starts, stayed pretty well last time up. And if this track is really suiting the closers, then this horse, Asil Al Foz, could play a major part in the finish.
And just finished in front of Rabab Al Kir last time out. On the figures, number 18, Farah Al Anayas, should take a fair bit of beating. Top rated off 68. We can have a look at this horse in action. Finished second here over the 1400 last time out.
Definitely the horse to beat. You can see Farah Al Anayas looming large on the outside at this stage of the race in the white cheek pieces, yellow and black silks. Makes a beeline for the front here and looks the likely winner. It's just going to get run down late, but this is still a very solid effort for a trainer and an owner in Tariq Anaya that does very well with these young horses by Commend. This filly is basically a winner in waiting. Many will expect her to win today. I am one of them. I presume you are too.
I am indeed. Just done for a little bit of turn of foot, very close home that day over the 1400. But it was the run time at meeting 69 that I thought stood out. Finished third. Sorry, it was the run last time. In fact, they worked out well. The winner's gone on to win a cup race. And the third. No, it was the meeting at run 69. I'll start again. 2 runs back.
Yes.
When finishing in third place, the second has won twice, and the winner's won a cup race.
Yeah, that form is working out nicely. I know that Farah Al-Anaya was just collared there in the footage we saw from last up over the shorter trip, but to me, she looks like she'll stay this extra distance. And actually, with a horse like her, who's, you know, she's got a high cruising speed, but she doesn't have a very good turn of foot. If you stretch her out to a longer distance, you can really utilise that high cruising speed, gain an advantage over these one-pace closers over the mile, the likes of Horse 15, a CLL Foz, and then look to hang on late. So I prefer the 18. I think she'll have track position over some of the other dangers in the international market. But as I say, whether this track now suits the closer, I'm not sure. If it does, that would play against the 18. That would be the only negative I've got.
And on the international market, a bit of money around into, 7.5 to 1 from 9s for the 10. Anwar Al-Jabriya, who's just had the one start so far over 1400.
7th that day. I did note down here extra distance may help, but I didn't think the debut run was good enough to warrant support against some of these with more experience. What price is horse number 11? That's the other one we haven't talked about that's relatively interesting.
14 to 1?
14 to 1, yeah. I think this horse has a bit of an each-way chance as well. Jawarat Linda, another 3-year-old filly in here. Sami Al-Harabi, Ricardo Souza Ferreira, interesting connections. They do well with their horses, young horses as well. So there are 2 interesting first-time starters. The 1, Nawan, who's 33s on the international market, and the 11, Jawarat Linda, who's 14 to 1. Other than that, I think if you're looking at those with experience, it's between the 18 and the 15, and I'm siding the way of Farah Al-Anaya.
I'm with you as well. I think she sets a pretty good standard here. But Samir on the chat on the YouTube goes with 15. Asil Alvsos, who has just been clipped on the international markets as well. But Farah Al-Anaya, just those last 2 runs just a standout. Just picked up late last time out, and the form over the course and distance previously just looks rock solid. Only had the 6 goes as well, so it's not as if she's a really exposed, long-standing mate.
Exactly, and I know that horses with form figures like this do tend to become a little bit frustrating. 4-4, 3-2, like there or thereabouts, but failing to get ahead in front. She's done nothing wrong in defeat. It's nothing to do with her mentality about not wanting to win. It's nothing to do with whether she's lacking certain aspects of her race. She's just been beaten by better horses. This is the perfect opportunity to win. If you look on the figures, she is the horse to beat in the race. And as I say, there's only 2 first-time starters that are complete unknown quantities. If she runs to 68, she'll probably win this race.
And happy with the draw?
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. She was wide on the track in that piece of footage we saw, 5 wide on the turn. I don't mind being wide on the bends, that's absolutely fine. And she has natural early speed, so she's going to be able to get across into a workable position.
And we just saw Wiggy Ramos going through and shot their board to Danat Basma, who was second best on the international market, ran 3rd over the 1600 2 starts back, and a bit like the international favourite was dropped back to the 1400 last about. The form's okay without screaming future winner.
Yeah, exactly that. I think Danat Basma definitely has to improve to beat Farah Al-Anaya, and I don't really see where the improvement is going to come from. I respect the draw, still 2, that's pretty nice, especially when the horse drawn inside is a first-time starter. But saying that, this horse needs to improve maybe 5, 6, 7 pounds, and that's even if Farah Al-Anaya doesn't take another step forward. So, yeah, I find it hard to make a winning case for the 2, though I wouldn't be surprised if Danat Basma featured in the top 3.
And 5 cup races to look forward to later on today. The Al Juf Region Governorate Cup at race 8. We then have as race 9, the Ministry of Culture Cup. That's over the 1600 metres. We then have a race for the Arabians, the Prince Abdulaziz Jalawi Cup. That's over the 1600 metres. Race 11 is another race in the Prince Fahd bin Jalawi name over the 1200 metres. And we round off with the Prince Abdullah bin Jayol Cup as well as race 12. That's all to look forward to a little bit later on. We've got a really good handicap as well sandwiched in amongst them. Our first race though for the local breds. And we then have that, in fact, race 2, the handicap 0 to 80, in which white feathers fall heads of the weights. But down at the start for the opener. So Tom and I very much with the 18 here. Farah Al-Anaya, who is the international favourite. Shamila goes for the 15, Asil Alfos. as they circle down at the start. And just a reminder, Tom, there has been a fair bit of rain this morning. What impact are you expecting that to have on the dirt surface?
Well, it still looks like the surface is going to run fast. No sloppy surface like you would get in America with this kind of weather. Obviously, it's a different kind of material that the track is made up of. However, what it can do is affect how the races are run. Generally, if you go too hard on a wet track like this, the pace could basically stop. So it tends to suit the closers. We know they go pretty fast around here, no matter what the distance. Generally, obviously it doesn't happen in every race, but it happens in the majority. So watch the first 3 or 4 today before we get to the cup races. Watch how the races pan out. If the closers are coming through, then maybe that's an indicator to the later on events. Usually in these early races at Riyadh, we would expect the front runners to really hold up, the pace to hold up, and that may not be the case today.
And where do you expect Farah Al-Anaya, or ideally where do you want Farah Al-Anaya to be through the run?
In the first 4 from this draw, because otherwise you can get really shuffled back or really wide on the turn. So I would like Abdullah Al-Rashid to be a bit aggressive. As I say, that could be contradictory to what I just said about the track, but we don't know whether the track will actually suit the closers today. That's just what's happened in the past. Some kind of aggressive ride, get towards the front, use this horse's speed, and hope that she clings on.
Well, just under 2-1 for the international favourite, Farah Al-Anaya. Given top picks by both Tom and myself, Shamina though goes with a 15. Let's get the final thoughts of Anthony Ellis, who's got the call here on race 1.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yeah, looking forward to this one. I thought Darnat Basmar might give this international favourite a bit of a race here. I think clear second best on the international markets for Wigberto Ramos. Could draw as well, install 2. This is Narwan going in. That's Adel Al Faradi in the turquoise and blue colours. Loads up very calmly into the 1 stall. A mile for these fillies then, all looking to break the maiden. And there is number 9, Lara Alamira. Good to see the weather getting better as we get towards race time. It's a stark contrast to what it was a couple of hours ago. And sun's coming out as well as we tick past 3:35, towards 3:35 local time here at Riyadh. So there's number 18, Farah Al-Anaya, a popular choice, I'm sure. And the sun is now coming out for race number 1 as the 12 goes in. Altmar, the green and red colours, Tariq Al Mansour riding that filly. Only for the 17 here, Lai Ayun Boshra, Naif Al-Anazi, in the light blue and light green colours with the white cap. That's going to leave a couple to go. Darnat Basmar, the gold and blue. She goes in under Wigberto, and the grey Lazurdi, Louis Morales, on board. We'll complete the line for race number 1. Here we go. The Saturday card about to get underway here at Riyadh. Set. And they're off. Oh, one of them very slowly away, though. Looks like one stayed in the stalls there as they go through the first furlong or so. It could be Warda Al-Shamaya. It was, yes, number 5. Warda Al-Shamaya in the yellow blinker stayed in the stalls and gave them a 12-length start. Meanwhile, up front, it's Nawan who leads up the 1 on the inside to Darnat Basmar, the gold and blue, racing in second. The grey Lazurdi is up into a share of 3rd place. Advancing towards the outside is Kawasia, the blue sleeves with the red cap. The international favourite is prominent, Farah Al-Anaya, up on the outside in about 4th or 5th. Is racing in company with Altmar in the green and red silks as they cover the first 400 metres. They're trapping along the back straight here and being led by Nawan. Out in front for Adele, leads by a half length to Kawasia in second. Farah Al-Anaya has made stealthy headway to go to a share of 3rd place. With coming out underneath that runner is on the inside there. That's horse number 13, Ayadowar. The grey is poking into it too. Ayadowar with Farah Al-Anaya now coming to have a go at the early pace at Nawan as they come around the home turn. 400 metres to go. Still Nawan leading, but Farah Al-Anaya is moving stylishly alongside the yellow and black as they turn for the money. They're now 3 lengths clear of the pursuers, who are headed by Tusti now going off in chase. But up front, Farah Al-Anaya has now just brushed the front. Nawan is game though on the inside and fights back with a rail to help. Nawan is coming right back at Farah Al-Anaya. These two will have a set 2 up the home straight, and they're going hammer and tongs here. Nawan is digging deep. Farah Al-Anaya got alongside but couldn't get past, and Nawan, Adel Al Faradi, in no mood to be passed, still leads by a neck. It's Nawan just from Farah Al-Anaya. Nawan stuck the neck out to beat Farah Al-Anaya, and they were clear of Tusti, who was in behind them, and then came Rabab Al-Khair, who stayed on quite well. 1 is the winner, Nawan. That was so gutsy. Adel Al-Faradi starts the card in the best possible fashion. The main man has done it. 1 minute 41.53 seconds. I thought Farah Al-Anaya looked like she was going to go past at the top of the home run. They came a little bit close together as well in the final 200. Nawan, though, just seemed to want it a bit more. They were clear of... I thought Tusti ran quite well in behind. It's ahead, the winning margin. But Nawan just showed the greater resolve, I thought. Looks like Tusti for third. It was number 19. Tusti was third under Abdullah Al-Ordib. So it will be a 1:18.19 finish. They were clear of Rabab Al-Khair. 1 minute 41.53 ahead the winning margin. Nawan, very game. The 18 Farah Al-Anaya with number 19 Tusti back in third place.
Dan Al-Faradi then comes in for the ride aboard Nawan, and one of two of the race for Gaeth Al-Gaeth. The bigger price of the two on the international market at 33 to 1. This relative outsider and Fanton on the international market has seen off the market leader, who came in there with every chance. Farah Al-Anaya with that mark of 68, but couldn't get past this very game, and quite a switched on newcomer first time up.
Yeah, numerous things we can take out of that race. One, 33 to 1 on the international market was crazy. Said beforehand, this horse was the best of the firsters and the best of Gaeth Al-Gaeth's runners, so this horse was overlooked for no reason that I can see. Adel Al-Faradi is the best jockey here. Camilo Ospina maybe aside, it's between the two of who's the best, but when would you ever see Adele on a horse that big a price in the international markets? It's like Ryan Moore being that price on a horse, you just never get it.
I guess though, that he wasn't jogged up there. You look at most of the international sites, it's not jogged up, so people haven't known.
Exactly, I suppose that's why I asked as well before we saw the actual race. Like, it wasn't known, so maybe that's why. Second thing to take out of the race, Farah Al-Anaya had no excuses, was in a brilliant position, hit the front and couldn't go through with it.
If you were to script the race for Farah Al-Anaya, you'd have written exactly what happened.
Yeah, it was 3 or 4 wide around the bend, made the move turning for home, loomed up large, hit the front, There was no excuse to lose. So the horse has run well, probably run to a mark of 68, but she just hasn't gone through with winning. She doesn't like a battle. So that's pretty disappointing if you won the international market favourite. However, the alternative view there is to say that this first-time starter is very game and professional, showed early speed against the rail, battled back in the home straight. So there's a positive for that filly. Third thing to take out of the race, no closers got involved whatsoever. The kickback looks pretty fierce due to the rain, and basically the only two horses that ever looked like having a chance of winning were in the front 3 or 4 throughout the whole race. Maybe that's worth noting going forward too.
Well, even the eventual thirds come from the top sort of 6 or 7 in the field, so
exactly.
Nothing's come from that outside that first wave, effectively.
No, it seems to be a very much pace bias in the early part of the race. Obviously, they're going to harrow the track after every race, as they do here, so maybe that might not last for the whole 12-race card, but in the first few races, judged by the kickback and judged by how this race has panned out, I think you want to be near the speed.
Would you have any tiny question about the resolution of the second? She's got the cheek pieces on, every chance to go past, but just didn't manage to put her nose in front. That is now 0 from 7.
Yeah, and she's regularly placed, so I do have a little bit of a question. I don't think she's completely thrown it away because she was coming back again at the wire. She's not necessarily in front here, she's still behind after the line, but I don't know, she doesn't go through with it. She doesn't have that battling quality that makes her really want to win a race, so that does have to be a concern.
I think it's almost like she's got up size and I've done enough. I'm not going to just go through that extra sort of 10% to put my flared nostril in front.
Yeah, she doesn't push through the pain barrier in, obviously she's not feeling pain, but you know what I mean by that. She doesn't go through 100% and put herself in the red zone. She just kind of keeps going at the one speed, thinking she's alongside a horse and that's it. She does close up here again, you can see, just before the line. But even on the gallop out, she's not in front, so...
She's always a sort of short head behind.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning moving forward with the horse, but she has got talent. One of these races, she will just fall in. The horse that she's battling will find even less than her. But disappointing if you're on the international favourite. However, if you've got the 33 to 1 on the international market, it's about the winner, then very well done. There's the start. Horse number 5. Didn't want any part of that. Wardat Al Shamia, first time up, broke about 15 lengths slow and never raised a gallop.
Yeah, one of the newcomers, 6 debutants that were in the field, and one of those was the winner at a big price on the international markets. Do you think if the international markets were more aware of the jockey bookie, it wouldn't have been 33s?
Well, I see no reason why any horse that's got Adela Alfredi's on should be 33s. Look, he's the best rider here. Generally, he gets to choose which horse he rides.
And it's a point you were making watching the race. If you were to put a Ryan Moore, a James Stoyle, a Will Buick, a Frank Dettori...
Red Ortiz, all of these horses, all of these jockeys, they're never sent off this kind of price on a horse because
Christoph Simeon on a 33 to 1 newcomer?
No, that would never happen, ever. Especially for a trainer in Gaith Al Gaith. Like, he's one of the best. He's been in the top 5 in the leaderboard throughout the majority of the season. I know he's been out and in, 6th, 5th, etc. But he's one of the best. Imagine, I don't know, one of the leading trainers elsewhere with the leading jockey at a first-time starter that we know nothing about, from a good draw, going off at 33s. Crazy.
It was, and he's been absent the last couple of days, Adele. He's had a good couple of weeks. I think he had 6 winners here either last weekend or the weekend before, and despite not being here the last couple of days, he's made an immediate impact again today. Yeah,
and actually said on our way here to Shamila, Adel Alfredi is going to have a lot of winners today, so don't get ready to do lots of interviews. I wasn't anticipating that one because it wasn't down on the race card, but he's got plenty of chances throughout the rest of the afternoon as well. Najabat Al is being one. He's on Maytha Al Khaladia. He's on Mountain Top in race 3. I could keep going. There's a whole list of chances for Adele today.
Well, come on then. How many winners for Adele? Give us the spread of numbers.
I want to say 3, but I'm going to go for 4 because I wasn't anticipating that one. So I think he's got 2 great chances later, and he'll probably pick up another one on the way.
Okay, well, that's Adele, the man to follow maybe, as we move on to our second race of the day. This is a handicap for 4-year-olds and older. It's for local and imported horses over the 1800 metres, and full details of this back with Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, we're going to go through the runners and riders, as you've already mentioned. 1,800 metres, this handicap 0 to 80, 9 furlongs. And we'll go through the runners and the riders. We have 20 of them. Number 1 is one of the favourites on the international market, White Feathers Fall. It's got some good form around here. Ahmad Al-Azari. Number 2 is Prism, Mohammed Suleiman. Number 3 is Good Connection, Abdullah Al-Hussein. 4, Sultan Sense, Camillo Ospina, Rise the Son of Street Sense. Number 5 is Rubio Draco for Nawaf Al-Mudiani. Number 6 is Al Moataza for Abdullah Al Kradis. 7, Al Marin, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 8, Sugan, Abdullah Al Odib. Number 9 I'm Al Moasses for Ayed Al Tarisi. Number 10 is Summer on Seven Hills, Mohammed Al Sharima. 11 is Batista, Mohammed Al Yami. Number 12 is Bartua, Farhad Al Faradi. 13, the grey is High Accolade for Abdullah Al Saidi. 14 will be Run Teddy Run for Tariq Al Mansour. 15 is Rare Ninja, Falas Wanas. 16, Tayal Al Kir for Alex Moreno. 17 for the double seeking Adel Al Faradi, Forgivable. Number 18, Rosie's Return, Mohammed Aldaham. 19, 1M is Thurb Altamat. 20, Latin for Khalid Al Mamoni. Reserves don't get in. By the way, he's got stall 1 here again, Adele, with Forgivable. The draws come out in his favour on number 17. So runners are in the paddock then. For this 0-80 handicap, we go back to Martin and Tom.
Thank you, Anthony, the first of the runners and appearing into the paddock. I like this horse. This is White Feathers Fall. Just had a couple of runs here so far, finished third on both occasions.
Formerly trained in the UK by Mark Johnson. Travelled very well before, just getting a little bit tired last time up. Gets a drop-in trip today, which is crucial. Yeah,
back down to 1,800, having been over 16 and 2,000. Number 2 is Prism.
Hasn't replicated the UK form here. Was trained by Roger Varian over on those shores, but recent runs just haven't been good.
Not from 6 here so far this year. Number 3 is Good Connection.
Consistent all season long. Over shorter distances, though, this trip will stretch his stamina. Last time up, I thought he ran pretty well, went 5th just the other week, and he was coming off a pretty long layoff, so I anticipate this horse to play a part in the finish.
Number 4, Sultan Sense, big chance here, winner of a maiden last time up.
Completely agree. This is going to be my selection. The racehorse number 4, Sultan Sense, took 8 runs to win a race, but did so in very good fashion. Probably the most talented horse in the race, previously placed in a 0-90.
Number 5 is Rubio Draco, who was well beaten here first time up. Almotazer is number 6, ran over 1,600 metres in open company to finish 3rd last time.
Trending in the right direction, but far from prolific with a career record of 1 from 26.
And that win came back in 2020 as well. Number 7 is Matt Almarin.
The choice of Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 2 wins for Patrick Owen in the UK. 5th in this grade, 2 starts back. Not as good last time.
It wasn't behind Wait to Excel, so that form looking to be tested. And number 8 is Sukan.
Another ex-British horse in here. Gets a wide draw in stall 16, this son of Ifraj. Last time up finished 9th. It was a slight step forward on what he'd previously shown, but even that's not good enough.
We'll move on to number 9, who was a winner over 1,600 metres, 2 starts back, but went up in Trip Open Company last time.
Yeah, the victory came in a maiden, and as you say, went up in class and distance last time up. Had a wide draw that day. Gets another wide draw today in stall 19.
10 is Summer on Seven Hills. 3 starts here, but not been seen since meeting 27.
Way back in the middle part of the Thai season. That's a long time off. Sami Al-Harabi's got better horses in this race, most notably horse number 7, Almarin.
Batista, the 11, not too badly bred, being by New Bay out of Vuela, but held in 2 so far.
Formerly trained by John and Thady Gosden in the UK. Didn't show much for those trainers. Shaped nicely last time. Looked like he was going to get into the race, and then didn't muster any kind of challenge in the final 200 metres.
You can see in shot number 12, Batoa, who's 3 from 39, 40th career start today.
9-year-old seems to be going backwards.
OK, we'll come down to 13 High Accolade in a second after we've been out to Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. It's our second race of the day, and I've decided to go with horse number 4, Sultan Sense, and Camilo Ospina. And to be honest, I couldn't really see myself going for any other horse in this contest. No one sparked interest in me whatsoever. I could only look at Sultan Sense, so I'd be very disappointed if Sultan Sense doesn't win this race. And he's just coming up here beside me now. We'll be partnered with Camilo Ospina. First last time at a meeting 97, so off the back of a winner as well. And I think that he can definitely get the job done. A really nice looking horse, well put together as well. Near the top ratings in this handicap, but I just really like the look of him. He's a nice big horse. I like big horses like him. He's by Street Sense, and like I said, I didn't really fancy any other horses based on looks here in the parade ring, apart from horse number 14, if I was being really kind, with Run Teddy Run, just because I really like him. And just for you to know as well, the kickback looks really heavy here, so if you're stuck in the back and you don't manage to get yourself to the front in the early stages of these races, I think that you're going to really struggle struggle, especially if your horse does not do well with kickback. And I do have one negative. It's horse number 17, Forgivable. Just looked to be carrying a little bit too much condition. However, is partnered with Adel Al-Faredi, so I feel like I can't give Adel Al-Faredi's mounts any negatives today.
Yeah, Adele with some good chances still to come on the card, as we were touching on before. Let's continue our spin through the rest of the riders. 13 High Accolade, 3 from 19, well held in the last couple of runs.
Hasn't troubled the judge so far this season. Today's likely not going to be the day for him.
Give us the case then for Run Teddy Run, 0 from 12 this campaign.
Yeah, aside from Sultan Sense, I think this is one of the most interesting horses in the race. He was fairly talented in the UK, finished 5th in this grade 2 starts back, 8th in the grade last time up, has the ability to play a part. It's just all about what kind of trip he gets in the race. He's been wide, he's been in traffic, and hopefully today Tariq Al-Mansour, the 16-year-old jockey, can ride him well and get into a nice prominent position. Saying that, I do prefer Sultan Sense, but what is he, 12 to 1 on the international market, Run Teddy Run. There are far worse horses in this race than him.
And here we can have a look at White Feathers Fall, who's been ringing handicaps of late. 2 starts here, 3rd over 1600 and 3rd over 2000 last time up.
So I know you like this horse in this race. I have pros and cons for him. I watched this race at home. I liked the horse going into the race. He travelled beautifully, made a huge move into the lead that day, looked likely to win, and then faded late. Now, I know he's running over a slightly shorter trip today, but he doesn't switch leads, and I don't love this jockey. He's very agricultural in his style. He doesn't really get the horse down and dirty into business. So for an ex-Mark Johnson trainee who in the UK needed a lot of encouragement to go about winning, that's a little bit of a concern for me. Definitely has the talent though. Yeah,
I just thought that the case being he's been in this sort of grade. We know the handicap mark is about right. I thought the slightly shorter distance would suit, and the 4th we saw in that race was Milwaukee, has franked the form twice since. This is your horse though, Sultan Sense, who is the big player on the international markets, now the clear 3 to 1 favourite.
Yeah, this came in a maiden last time up. The favourite in that race was Murhi, trained by Lucas Gaitan. Looked like he was going to come and win the grey horse, but Sultan Sense battled back. Who was on board Sultan Sense that day? Adel Al-Faredi, of course he was. You can just see this was really game up the inside. I loved how he went about that victory, and he beat a nice firster from a good stable, Athbar Racing stable in second. Previous to this, when he finished 3rd, he was in a 0 to 90 handicap. So he's not just exiting a maiden and racing against winners. He's already tried against winners before in a better grade than this. He also gets Camilo Ospina today. So Sultan Sense, to me, is the horse to beat.
Switching from maiden to handicaps, a mark of 72 you feel looks about right?
Yeah, I think it's fair. As I say, he ran in 0 to 90 off a similar mark to this and was 3rd. So he faced better opposition. I know he would have been getting weight from that day. But in handicaps here, generally the horses towards the top of the weights come out on top. He's dropping down in class from that race, 2 starts back, and he's got a good draw as well. I think Camilo's going to be super aggressive on him. White Feathers Fall will be slightly further back in the run than Sultan Sense, I imagine.
And the form last time with Murray and Great Cat Mao does look pretty strong in the market. The international market saying Sultan Sense got a big chance here, been supported into 3 to 1 clear favourite. White Feathers Fall at 4 to 1, 5.5 to 1 for the 7. Al Marin, who, let's just touch on that one again, course of distance run in a race restricted to winners of 1 to 3 last time, and that form was franked yesterday.
Yeah, it gets the choice of Ricardo Souza Ferreira as well, the stable jockey for Sami El Harabi. He could have chosen 2 or 3 in this race, but he goes for Al Marin. I can see the case for sure. Both of the wins did come in the UK. He's yet to win here, but he's 3rd off the layoff. He's finished 5th in this grade before, so there are reasons to suggest he could be a player.
I just think you look at the top 2, the 1 and the 4, you can make a rock-solid case. You can pick holes in the 7 Al Marin, who's 3rd best in, and the international markets have got 10, some are on 7 Hills as the 4th best, despite being off the track for, 9 months?
Yeah, that's wrong. No way that horse should be 4th best. Long time off the track, not the first string for Al Harabi, not a good draw. I'm actually struggling to find a positive for that horse.
Well, they also like the 16 here, which is Tail Al-Kia. Alexis Marino on board, rather than open company over the 1600 last time out. That was the first run back, so it may have blown away the cobwebs, but it would need to, really.
Yeah, I prefer this one to the horse we've just talked about, Tail Al-Kir. At least he gets a good rider, good draw, trending the right way. And that run last time, he would have been pretty unfit, I imagine, judged by the performance and the layoff prior to that. He will come on plenty for it, but as I keep saying to you and to this broadcast, I like 3rd off the layoff, not 2nd off the layoff. So maybe he's still not 100% today.
And Forgivable as well, also the other one at single-figure prices. That's number 17, who's had 1 win from 11 starts this campaign. That did come over 2,400, was over 2,000 last time. Comes back in distance today. The general profile would suggest Forgivable's better over further.
Agreed, yeah. Best over 2,400 in my opinion. I know last time we ran over the 2,000, but he wants every part of the 2,400. Gets a good draw, gets a Del Alfaredi, so you can't write him off. And he will be staying on late. But if we've just seen the first race, no closer get involved, I struggle to make a case for him because drawn inside and his running style and his stamina for further, he's going to be getting all the kickback. Del Alfaredi is going to need to be at his very best to win on Forgivable.
Okay, so, I mean, at first glance, this was a competitive race, but the way we've talked about it, you can only really strongly fancy a handful.
Yeah, I think there's only 4 major contenders in here. Sultan Sense being my pick. Horse number 14, Run Teddy Run, is overpriced in the international market. I think the 16, Tail Al Care, if that horse is ready to go, could play a part. And obviously White Feathers Fall, depending on whether he gets a good trip or not and a good ride, which I'm still dubious about.
I'm hoping it does. Been framing on both of his starts so far. This looks a good opportunity down to the 1,800 metres. And as we said, Milwaukee franked that form, not just over 2,400, but over the 2,000 yesterday.
Yeah, it was very game both days, actually. And the stopper wasn't too far behind yesterday, finishing around 6th or 7th. Dramatic Device, who was also behind Milwaukee. Again, kind of collateral franking the form, was 3rd or 4th yesterday as well. So the form is there for White Feathers Fall. He deserves to be towards the top of the market, maybe favourite, maybe second favourite, but yeah, he comes with question marks, I think, regarding rider, trip, resolution.
Well, he is currently 4-1 on the international market. All the support really is for this Sultan Sense. We could call it the Dire Straits horse, could we?
We could. That's a little bit before my time, I have to say, but we could do.
Not the producers, though.
No, absolutely not.
He's probably got the vinyls and the cassettes and everything that don't even exist these days. He's just said something of mine that I don't even understand.
No, I have no idea what that is.
8-track?
Never heard of it. Honestly, I've actually never heard of it.
I haven't either.
No, okay.
8-track? And I'm sure Enzo as well. He's so youthful as well. 8-track Enzo, I'm sure that's a foreign substance to you as well.
Absolutely, I'm totally lost, Martin, not for the first time. Right, yes, runners are loading up here. Yeah, Sultan Sense, as you say, Tom's put a good word in for this horse. Strong, as you mentioned, on the international market. Got a lot in his favour, isn't he? He's got a decent draw in 6. Ospina on board. He'll be keen to strike back when he, after Adele's won the first. And yeah, strong favourite now in the international market. Over White Feathers Fall. They were joint favourites about an hour or so ago on the international market, but now very much Sultan Sense, clear market leader there as they load up. There's number 19 at 1M, Thurb Altamat brings this one into the stalls. So we've got quite a few in. They've loaded the outside and some in the middle, as you can see. Those inside stalls still to be filled for this race over 1,800 metres here. A handicap. They're going the 9 furlongs for these older horses. A mixture of colts, fillies and geldings. Being brought forward now is Al Marin into stall 3. Stripe colours there for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Son of Bilardo goes in. Yeah, Forgivable, you'd imagine he'll want a bit further than this trip ideally, so it'll be interesting to see what Adele does from the inside gate, but once again he's drawn stall 1. Line folded here is Latin. The blue with the white spots, the dark saddlecloth. About to go into gate 4. Getting through the loading up now, it'll be 3 to load, 14, 4 and 2 they are. Run Teddy Run, Sultan Sense. Tom Collins' strong pick here goes in, and that's going to leave Prism to complete the line. The Mohammed Suleiman, they will be set. We're going the 9 furlongs, 0 to 80 handicap. Race 2, here we go for our 4 o'clock, and they're off. A little bit slow to go as Al Motaza from stall 7 in yellow and blue, and also to the outside, not that quickly into stride as well. In the red was Rare Ninja. One that broke quite well though towards the centre of the pack is the grey as they sort themselves out, and that's High Accolade. High Accolade it is who goes on. Right up there too towards the inside is Prism towards the inside running rail. Handy 2 in the stripe colours Just off them is Al Marin as they sort themselves out. Looking towards the outside, number 18 is Rosie's Return in blue sleeves and cap up there as well. But it's High Accolade, red colours with a narrow lead at this stage. Up with the gallop 2 towards the inside is number 17, Forgivable from stall number 1. Right out the back is the slow starter at this point. That's Batua, and also just struggling a little bit is at the moment Sultan Sense is one from last, the international favourite. Down the back they go. Rosie's Return leads High Accolade. 1M is very much in the mix as well in the red colours, yellow sleeve jacket. But High Accolade on the inside, the grey, pressed now by Rosie's Return, who might just nose on. 1M is next. Sugan is getting into it as well. The black colours with a lighter coloured cap towards the outside, trying to get into it too. It's Al Moasses under Ayad Al Tarisi in the light blue. That's very much on the move as High Accolade now still leads them around the turn. High Accolade by a length and a half has found a bit more. Rosie's Return is now onto the pump in second. Into third place, the yellow sleeve jacket of 1M. And then around the outside, trying to get closer is Al Moasses. Looking for any closers. Rubio Draco is picking up. Orange, red and blue colours. Switches inside, but a lot to do to catch this grey leader. And that's High Accolade. White Feathers Fall starts to pick up the light coloured sleeves. And right down the outside, running onto is Batista in white and black. But the bird may have flown here. High Accolade out in front by 2 or 3 lengths. Still running on is Batista. Can High Accolade finish what he started? He's getting very leg weary in front. Batista is coming hard on the near side, and Batista has got up, I think. Batista has got up to tip out poor old High Accolade, who I think led everywhere bar the line in a dramatic finish. He just got leg weary in the final 100, and Batista has picked him up. Muhammad Al Yami, number 11 in the white and black, the son of New Bay, has beaten poor old High Accolade, did all the hard work. Just started to shift out. You can see there he's drifting right as he's getting tired. And he's been collared by Batista, the closer on the outside. 11 beats 13. Little glance across there. The winning rider, Muhammad Al Yami. Sure that won't go down too well with Abdullah Al Saidi. He must have been counting his percentage. Third will be number 18, Rosie's Return. Kept on for third after looking in trouble. And then came Good Connection in fourth. 1 minute 53.9. 11 Batista the winner. 13 High Accolade was second. Third number 18 Rosie's Return ahead the winning margin. Dramatic finish. It all changed in the final 50 metres.
race to unpick, and if you're looking at the international markets, big prices, 33s, 28 and 25 to 1 have filled the first 3 places. And the big grey out in front tried to make all. It does seem to be suiting those out on the front end today, but it was Batista who gets up in the end to beat into second place. High Accolade. Rose's Return, who was always handy as well, has gone on to take third place, with fourth going the way of a Good Connection, just denying White Feathers Fall for the miners back in fourth. Just see where your horse went at the early stages here, Tom. Sultan Sense was towards the rear early. How did it go from the stalls?
Camilo pulled the blind off just a second too late, which is something you don't really see from an experienced rider like him. So the horse, if you can pinpoint this, yellow saddle cloth, white silks, near the back of the pack.
Right size White Feathers Fall.
Yeah, exactly that. But White Feathers Fall, I was kind of anticipating that spot, but Sultan Sense is the front runner, so that was kind of game over from him. He never played a part. White Feathers Fall actually made a good run in the race, but yeah, no comment on what happened in the straight. Don't think it was a very good ride. Don't think the horse wants to win.
Well,
do you disagree? The horse we're talking about is in, well, you can't see from these shots right now, but
I'm not going to question his resolution after what we've just seen on very limited experience of 3 runs. He didn't look to have an attitude problem to me last time when he was third here.
Yeah, I disagree on that. I don't know. I think the horse is interesting because he doesn't show any early speed. He tanks in the middle part of the race and looks really good. It looks like he's going to make a huge run. And then the home straight, he just doesn't go through with any effort. I don't know whether it's the way he's been ridden or I don't know what it is, but he's not for me. At this point, you can just see him on the outside, lime green sleeves, just at the back of shot. He's moving into the race pretty nicely. He's a lot closer to the leaders than the eventual winner, Batista, who's actually just behind him in the white and the black. But he just doesn't continue the run. And he seems to do this every time. Like last time when he hit the front, it looked like he should have won and kind of threw it away.
But it is favouring those up on the speed. He's probably done the best of those coming from right out the back of the pack.
Apart from the eventual winner, for sure. Batista down the outside. But yes, you are correct. All the speed horses were there at the finish. High Accolade was definitely flattered by the way the races panned out. He ran very well in second, but
he's come from second last early on.
Batista.
No,
White Feathers Fall.
Yeah,
for sure. But at this stage, you can see he's ahead of Batista, who the eventual winner. On the outside, black stripe. White Feathers Fall just in front with the green and blue. So both of those two have run well. I'm not saying anything about that. I just don't think that White Feathers Fall really wants to go through with it. Talking about the winner, though, another ex-Brit in here, used to be trained by the Gosdens. 2 runs so far this season in Saudi Arabia. Last time up, I had the same doubts I've just said about White Feathers Fall about him, because he travelled well and didn't go through with the effort. Today, he really did and continued and sustained that run all the way down the home straight.
It's quite a hard race to unpick, really. He's only had those 2 runs. You say there was a little bit of promise from him last time out, but you say he was a UK import as well, was he?
Yeah, previously with the Gosdens. Let me just quickly have a look at his form. I can't remember him doing much on those shores, but I remember him running in the similar kind of silks in the UK. He had
a bit of all-weather form, didn't he?
Yeah, a record of 1 from 6. He won on the all-weather. He was 0 from 4 on turf. He was only rated 78 there, though, and he was running over 10 furlongs. You know, this is a horse that quite clearly didn't fulfil his potential for what can only be considered as one of the leading, if not the leading trainer in the UK on the flat, but seems to be doing a lot better now on these shores. Well, at least at this stage of the season, earlier in the campaign. Meeting 82, he needed to run. Last time up, he shaped okay before fading out of contention. Maybe fitness was just an issue that day.
And thoughts on High Accolade, who had come back from Taif with 3 runs and had only managed a best place 9th from those 3?
Yeah, he's run well today. He's a 7-year-old who I think is regressing. I don't want to take anything away from him because it's wrong to speak negative about a horse that's finished second and only been done in a photo. However, going forward, when you rewatch this race and you're looking at him for future events, it's worth noting that he's been flattered by the result. He was on the front end on a track that at the moment is very speed favouring with the heavy kickback. I don't think he'll be able to replicate this if he's running on a fast track against similar company.
What about if we put Adel Alfredo White Feathers Fall? Would you be less scathing about his attitude and his ability then?
Yes, I would be more interested in him. I still don't think the horse wants it, but again, I don't think the jockey Ali Al-Azhari is very good. So I think if you put Adel on, it would result in a different kind of style of race. I think he'd be ridden more forward. And when he tanks in the middle part of the race, Adele would go through with the run and really try to surge up the pack, whereas this jockey's a bit hold on to the reins and don't let him run, which allows him to then tire late in the day.
Well, those that are bigger prices on the international markets finish first, second and third. It's Batista who beats off the front-running High Accolade. Rosie's Return finished back in third place. That is a horse who has had best form over shorter, but runs well today over that 1800. Race 3 again over the 1800. This time, Enzo, we've got horses who've won between 1 and 3. Local breds here, 3-year-olds in action.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, this nominal is a 4 lifetime race coming up for colts and fillies. We've got 3 fillies and 3 colts because we only have 6 runners. There are lots of non-runners in this race as well, which we'll go through. Right, let's go through those that are not running. Scratch the 1, Minbaria. Scratch the 3, Zawoha. Scratch the 5, Macho Boy. Scratch the 8, Ramadan. And scratch the 10, Fart as well. They don't run. Number 2 is going to be the first one on the list that is running. Al Masiyah for Abdulaziz Al Musa. 4 is Jahana for Muhammad Al Hubail. Number 6 is the Mountain Top, Adel Al Faradi, looking for a double. Number 7 is Anzai for Rayan Al Tawash. And number 9 is Nafil for Louis Morales. And number 11 is Wafi Along for Naif Al Anazi. Just the 6 going. Scratch again. 1, 3, 5, 8, 10. The distance 1,800 metres, so 9 furlongs. 3 fillies up against 3 colts. International market favouring Nafil just over Mountain Top. Those 2 expected to be the dominant forces here for our third race. Let's go back to Martin Top.
Now, the first of the runs coming into the paddock then for the next post time for this, well, I'd say just less than 10 minutes away, so maybe just running slightly behind time for this. A smaller field here, just the 6 of them to go with a whole host of scratches. International favourite makes horse number 9, Nafil, as the international favourite. Very short price, close on even money. Can you see the case of why that is quite as popular?
Yes. I don't think he should be as short as he is. She should be as short as she is, largely due to the running style. Oh, we can see Louis Morales there. Looks a lot happier today, that's for sure.
He's worked his way into happiness over the last 3 days, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He wasn't very happy at all on Thursday, if you missed our coverage. A little bit happier yesterday, giving an interview, but today seems to be very pleased with how he's doing. But yeah, look, I can see the case for Nafil, but I think this is more of a 2-horse race rather than a 1-horse race.
Okay, the second best in the market is number 6, Top Mountain. But let's go through them. Runner by runner. Number 2 is Al Masiyah.
Won his maiden over 1,400 metres, so now steps up 400 metres to tackle this 1,800 metre trip. Finished 5th in this Grade 2 starts back. Last time was just 15th in a 0 to 75 handicap. Needs a lot of improvement to even play a part here. I wouldn't be looking at this horse in terms of those who could win.
Yeah, and that sole win in 7 came over 1,400 in a locally bred maiden. That's number 2, Al Masiyah. Next, we have a look at number 4, which is Jcsa, who's had 1 win from 9 starts. That came last time up at meeting 91.
She romped that day. It was in a 2,000 metre maiden. I think she won by 6 1/4 lengths. It might have been 8 1/4, but either of those.
8 1/4.
8 1/4, yeah. This trip is absolutely fine for her, despite the fact she's cutting back to 1,800. She stays well. I don't think she's got the quality to win this race, though. She's in good form, that's the pro, but there are 2 others in here that we're going to get to in a second that I think are better horses.
Yeah, she's only rated 62, that win coming last time out in a local bred fillies maiden. A rating of 77 puts Mountain Top in with a big chance here. Only had the 3 starts back, are the second top rated, been keeping good company as well.
Yeah, he's a big horse. I saw him on his debut at meeting 70 when he was second. I was on the track there. I was on the track at meeting 82 when he won, and he overcame a lot of difficulties that day. Last time up, he ran in the Grade 1 King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup, so he was way over his head that day and didn't run too badly.
Yeah, had been a winner in maiden company prior to that at meeting 82. The 3 runs have all been over 1,600. He comes up in distance today. We've missed out number 7 and number 9. We'll come back to them. Let's just stay with the pitches for a second and go with 11, Wafi Along.
Maiden winner here, lacks the ability of some of these, though.
Okay, small field here, Shamila, for you to give us your pick of the 6 here.
Yeah, only a very small field of 6 for this contest. I'm not sure why there's so many non-runners in this race, but You like to think it makes our job easier, but it genuinely doesn't. I'm going to go with this horse number 6, Mountain Top, who is partnered with Adel Alfaredi, who's already had a winner today, so he's definitely chasing that double. And Tom is very confident that he's going to get 4+ winners today, maybe. And the name suits him as well because he is the biggest horse in the field by far as well. A really nice, strapping, sort 3-year-old colt by Stratford Hill. Rated 77, so not the top rated in this race, probably not the most fancied because he was 8th last time out. However, I think that he looks really well and should be hard to beat. I haven't had the best of starts today, so hopefully I can improve from here. And I do have to say horse number 9, Nafil, who is with Louis Morales, does look really good as well. Obviously, only 6 runners in this race. I think that Adel Alfaredi can definitely take control if he jumps out well from the front and win the race pretty easily.
So another one then maybe for Adele with Mountain Top. Just to pick up on some of those that we missed as they were heading through them in the paddock there. Number 7, Anzai, who with a rating of 77 is in the mix here. 1 win from 8 starts and 2nd top rated.
She won on the last day of the Taif season. That was the sole victory. Last time up she was 6th in the King Fahd Cup. 2 starts back, sorry. And then last time she was 4th in anomalies of 3. She's a pretty good horse. She's probably the 3rd most likely to win this race.
Yeah, those 2 runs 1,600 metres, 2 starts back and over this 1,800 last time out. 9, we touched on a little bit earlier on. This is a horse who ran here last time out. The sole win for Nafiel came over the 1,400 metres, but has had better form, as you say, in better company last time up over the 600. The longer trip today, Tom, do you see that bit of positive?
Yeah, just look at the way that she finishes the race. You know, she's, maybe 8th at this stage, and she runs home into 3rd. She's a strong stayer. The horse on the inside, level with Nafael, blue and white silks, is Anzai, who we just talked about and reopposes today. There's no reason why that form should be reversed. Ayat Al Mohammedah, who runs later on, is also in this field. The winner, I think, is Hadaban, or something similar to that, Hadabar, who was a long-standing maiden and then won 3 straight races here, including that event. So, look, the form is good. The trip should suit. I certainly see the case for Nafael, the highest-rated horse. But the main concern I have is there's a small field. She's a deep closer. If they go slowish early on, she could get far back, and if it turns into a sprint, she's going to have to out-sprint the other horses. I don't know whether she has that turn of foot that will allow her to do that. She's a strong stayer rather than a quickener. I think that's the key here.
But she has got winning form over the 1,400, which may suggest she has got that turn of foot as part of her armoury.
Maybe, but that was in a weaker maiden against worse horses, and I think she was ridden more forward that day. But we'll find out. I'm not dead against her by any means. She deserves to be at the top of the market. I just prefer Mountain Top in this race because I think he's going to be ridden further forward. He gets Adel Alfaredi. He's a very big horse, and as I say, that maiden victory 2 starts back completely blew the start and got squeezed out. Then he made a big run and already made the front by the turn. That just shows the early pace this horse has got. I think Adele's going to be pretty aggressive with just 2 horses inside of him, one of which usually runs over further, and the other is going to be outclassed in this race. So he should be able to get across to the rail. And last time I'm willing to put a line straight through it because it was the Grade 1 King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup. Much better opposition on the whole than he's facing today. I get that Nafael has also been running in proper cup races, but yeah, generally I don't think there's much quality in here aside from the 6 and 9.
No, the top 2. I guess on the figures you can see why the international market's got Nafiel as the favourite, close on even money, just as a 2-1 for Mountain Top. But I think that the overall profile of Mountain Top is probably more appealing. Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm trying to get at here. I like the jockey, I like the profile. Horses, as I've said 3 times I think now, big horse. So when you're early in your career, especially a horse that's 2, now just turned 3 because we've passed into 2024, for a horse that's yet to grow into their size and scope, there's likely to be a lot of improvement. Nafael is a smaller filly who showed good form early in the Taif season where she won her maiden. She has managed to sustain that form and improve, obviously finishing 3rd in a Group 1 last time up, but there's probably less improvement there for her. If she runs to a mark of 85, she'll take a lot of beating, but I think Mountain Top has the ability and the potential to maybe even top 85 in this race.
And the only other one mentioned with a bit of a chance on the international markets is the 7, Anzahi, who was in the King Fahd Cup last 2 starts back, finishing in 6th place. But although rated 77, I just don't think has the scope to progress like the 2 main rivals.
I agree. And also, I don't see a reason why she should beat Nafael. We just saw the footage. Nafael readily disposed of her in the closing stages, and this longer trip is only going to suit Nafael a little bit more than it will Anze. So I see no reason why the 7 should reverse the form of the 9. It should be a match between Mountaintop and Nafael for me. I can understand going either way. I'll be with Mountaintop though.
Yeah, they were 9th and 6th respectively in that race, Nafiel and Anazi. And on the international markets, it's 14 to 1 and bigger. That brings in the 2. Al Masir. Jana is at 16 to 1. Wafi Along is around 18 to 1. And they are the only contenders. This field of 6 assembling down at the start for, I think for the 3 weeks I've been here, Tom, it's been the smallest field by some long way.
Yeah, it really is. We have another small field later on as well. The final race, there's been a lot of scratchings there. I kind of like the races where there's lots of runners, but then I also prefer these because they become a lot easier to work out who's really going to play a part in the finish.
So I think a straight shootout between 9 and 6 with 6 on top.
That's exactly how I'm seeing it. Hopefully the advantage in the race will be the key. If Nafael is last, Mountaintop could be first, 3 lengths minimum between them. That could be the difference in the race. If Nafael's a lot closer than I'm anticipating, she may outfinish Mountaintop. That's the disclaimer.
And there she is in shot. So Shamila was with Mountaintop as well?
Yes. Who are you with?
When I first looked through it this morning, Nafiel, but the more I've looked at it, I'm more Mountaintop.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's very much a 50-50 between the two. I really do think it's a match race. I'd be shocked if any of the others won. It's just about how the track's playing out and the level of potential.
I think it's more the latter, that Mountaintop's only had 3 starts, a couple of good runs, thrown into much better company last time.
Yeah.
It could be better than 77. You could be looking at 85, 90 horse in time. Whereas I think the second, or the international market favourite, has pretty much hit the ceiling.
Yeah, I agree. And if this was a beauty contest, I know it's not, but if it was, Mountaintop would win that as well. And we talked about yesterday with Weight to Excel. Sometimes when a horse just looks way, way superior to every other horse in the race, you do have to factor that in. Weight to Excel did yesterday, and he romped home, so maybe it will be the case today with Mountaintop.
Mountaintop there, the jockey back on board that Alfredi. Could it be a second win for him today? He scored aboard a now one in the opener. That horse ends a big price on the international markets. Not so Mountaintop, second best on the international markets, and a comprehensive back in here from all the team trackside.
Yeah, I'd have to add my vote as well to Mountaintop, just over Nafiel. But it's going to be an interesting race, isn't it? See what happens tactically. There's Al Masir going forward in the brown colours. On the outsiders here, Abdulaziz Al Musa. This is Wafi Along, about to go in. He's not the biggest of horses, this one. Naif Al-Anazi on board. He goes in. So we're going 1,800 metres for this nominal of 4 open race. 3 fillies, Johanna, Nafiel and Anze against the 3 boys. Al Masir, Mountaintop and Wafi Along. 9 furlongs, 1,800 metres for a fascinating race. Light grey colours of the international favourite. Nafael goes in. And the last one, a little bit restless in the gates, one of them. We're almost set though. Mountaintop a bit edgy, but we're set. And they're off. Mountaintop just sort of bunny hop coming out of the stalls there, but he's not lost too much ground as they race away for our third. One that broke well is the grey Johanna, one of the fillies to lead up here for Mohammed Al-Hubail, and leads a length clear. To the outside, that's Wafi Along, the red headgear, racing in third now. Mountaintop improving in the blue and yellow. Will sit ahead of Anze, who's in the blue and white colours. Towards the inside, the white and brown quarters of Al Masir, and the early back marker is the international favourite, kept wide as well by Luis Morales. Nafael in the grey colours with the dark stripes on the sleeves is racing very wide as well, out in the 5 or 6 path down the back straight, covering the extra ground. Nafael. Meanwhile, towards the inside, it's Wafi Along, who's worked his way to the inside and now leads by about 3 parts of a length to, in second place, Johanna in the blue and red. Out wide, the yellow bridle. Moving into it quite nicely is Mountain Top with the blue cap. Look, jockey just looking across there, Adele, to see where Morales is. He's right on his outside on Nafa Eel, but he is covering the extra ground. And then comes Anze, and shaken up is Al Massia. Now the pace is increasing, and they're really trapping along towards the home turn. Here comes Mountain Top now, the big horse, to join issue with Johanna. The filly, Nafa Eel, is poised towards the outside, but gets a shake of the reins, and Mountain Top has very much got first run here. Has had the run of the race as well. He's travelling well, Mountain Top, around the home turn. The lead stands at 3 lengths. Nafa Eel is going to have to raise her game if she's going to get to him. The front pair are clear of Anze, and then comes Wafi along, but Mountain Top is clear now and surely in no danger. He's still got 250 to go, but he's got an ever-increasing advantage as the jockey loses the cap on the second horse, Nafa Eel, but he's lost the battle as well, I'm afraid, because Mountain Top, always well placed, is well clear. And this is not much of a race, is it? Because Mountain Top is way too good. For Adel Alpha Radio notches an early double. Mountain Top, number 6, an impressive winner. Second, the filly Nafa Eel, but no match for the horse in front. And third was Anze, and they were clear of Al Massia, Johanna and Wafi along. Well, that was easy, wasn't it? We thought it'd be a big match, but we were all with it. Full team selection, Mountain Top for Adel Al-Faradi, who makes it a double. And he won't ride too many easier winners than this horse. See the tongue lolling out, but it's not stopped him. He's absolutely bolted up here. This was impressive, I thought, from Mountain Top. 8 3/4 lengths. 1 minute 55.30 seconds. Second, number 9, Nafa Eel, but she was no match. Not sure why she was so wide down the back, covered so much extra ground, but didn't matter anyway. Third, number 7, Anze, and they're ahead of the others.
Well, it worked out to script. The jockeys had all heard from Tom, exactly what was going to happen. It worked out perfectly as well. It was Mountain Top who's, I was going to say resumed his progressive profile, but he's not really put a step wrong. It was Group 1 company last time out, and he was on the uprise before that.
Yeah, it's the whole race went to plan, and this horse is looking pretty talented. He, again, kind of got bumped at the start. He hopped a little bit to the left, as Enzo said in the call, but it doesn't stop him. He did this on his penultimate outing when he won, made a bit of a hash at the start, then showed that early speed and went through the race. On his debut, again, he didn't break well. Today, it was more of a case of him taking a bump, but from this point onwards, Adele Alfredi finds himself in a nice spot. When the leader moves all the way across under Naif Alanazi, Adele just switches off the rail there. You can see 2 or 3 wide at this stage and gets into a really nice rhythm on Mountain Top. Nafael, as predicted, is around 2-3 lengths back at this stage, right on the outside in the grey silks. Looks kind of white with this drone footage, but could never really run down Mountain Top, who had plenty left in the tank for the home straight. The race went very much to plan. The result is kind of what it should have been. Mountain Top beating Nafael, beating Ansei. And what's key to note here is Adele Alfredi rode this horse on debut for a trainer that, I mean, I've only been here for a year, but I've never heard of this trainer before. When Adele chooses a first-time starter to ride for a trainer that's not very well known, that horse usually has a lot of potential, and this horse is now showing it in his races. 2-time winner, ran a good 8th last time in a Grade 1. Could be a nice horse moving forward.
And has Luis Morales lost anything by challenging quite so wide on the filly?
I don't think so. She was wide because he didn't want to take any kickback, and I think that's fair. He was only 2 lengths down at this stage, and when we watched him cross the line, Mountain Top has absolutely blitzed Nafael and won by a clear margin. So I don't think it's got anything to do with the track positioning around the turn.
And Mountain Top's been over 1600, but if anything, today's been strong again over the 1800.
Yeah, loves the trip. I think could easily step up to 2000 if Connections wanted to do so, but right now he's kind of making hay at this distance and looks just a really nice horse. He could easily win an open race for 3-year-olds over this trip. There's no doubt about it.
And the man on board, Adele Alfredi, that's 2 from 3 so far today. You were predicting a big day and it's gone his way so far.
Yeah, well, he's got Najrabat Alays coming up. He's got Treble Joy coming up. He's got several others. Maytha Al Khaladia. I said 4 earlier. I'm sticking by the 4 winners, but it's a good start to the day for him.
It is indeed, and this horse got it's got plenty of hope. It's got plenty of scope to progress as well. He's only a 3-year-old. So looking at the size of them, he's only going to strengthen up and mature, isn't he, as he goes into his 4-year-old season. Yeah,
and when he can start to break properly from the stalls, we're going to see an even better horse. Big animal, as everyone's already mentioned, and he's only going to grow and physically mature, mentally mature. I honestly think he's got the potential of being a 100-plus rated horse.
And well, I said before coming into this, he was 77. He had the potential, if he's gone on to beat Nafael, who was 85 rated, to already be on that sort of 90 cusp.
Yeah, I think that's very plausible. Nafael beat Anze by around 3 lengths, I think, at the line, which would suggest, maybe 2 lengths, which would suggest that Nafael could have run 82 in this race, Anze could have run 80, or around that, which suggests that Mountain Top's probably run 90. And then with further improvement, easily a 100-plus horse.
Another name for... Well, we've seen, again, yesterday, Wait to Excel, a horse for next year, and another one there as well. Names to keep in your mind for next season, given we're on meeting, what, today, 102 of 113?
Exactly. This is the first time we've had the English-speaking broadcast as well, so some people may not have watched Saudi racing for very long. So it's good to have these young horses that are really going places in the mental tracker or even a tracker or a notepad if you do it that kind of way. Just because when you get to watch race in the future, you get to become familiar with these really nice types.
Of which there are an ever-growing number here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So 3 of 12 races down so far. So if you weren't with us earlier, you may not see it from the pictures because it has dried up quite a lot and have swept quite a lot of the water away. It was a very wet morning, but still remains quite overcast as well. There's a tiny bit of blue sky knocking around, but again, you look out towards the, I guess the... trying to work out my bearings. Never reached Reading Wheat. If you look out towards our left, if Riyadh's that way, you're looking out towards our east, there still is quite a lot of dark clouds towards the east.
I'm glad you went with left there, because I would have no idea either. Yes, it's not looking great out here. Hopefully there's no more rain. There wasn't any forecast for this afternoon when I looked this morning, and Shamila says that as well. But who knows with Riyadh? You could get sudden rainstorms, hailstorms, etc. Hopefully it stays nice.
We'll see the drone shot later, in which case Riyadh's to my right, which is towards the east.
Yes.
Because the race course is towards the west of the city.
Correct. Got there in the end.
The murky skies are towards the east. Well, one man who has black clouds hanging around him is Anthony Ennis. He's got the details here for race 4.
Yeah, they seem to follow me around permanently, Martin, unfortunately. Right, we've got 12 runners here. We've got 2 fillies up against 10 colts and geldings. They're going 2,000 metres here, 10 furlongs this time. And this is a race for the apprentice riders, 3-year-olds and up. Right, let's have a look at the runners. Just 3-year-olds. Number 1 is out. Mostard doesn't go. So number 2 heads the list. Dara Zaidi, I think, is up there near the top of the international market for Tariq Al Mansur. Number 3 is Quantar for Ahmad Al Shra, son of Ulysses. Number 4, I think, was the international market favourite here, Al Abjar for Azuz Al Yayesh. Number 6 will be Tildar because number 5 is out. Number 6, Tildar, Thurb Altimat. 7, Hamoud Al Khair for Muhammad Al Yami, looking for a double. He won race 2. 8 is Behafsi Al Rahman, Tariq Al Hassam. 9 is Al Yabani, Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 10 is Al Shahim, Yasser Al Bakawi. Number 11 has been scratched, Take Out Harbour. 12, Al Kayed, Abdullah Al Hussein. 13, Hadlan, Abdullah Al Kradis. 14, Al Fuz for Ayad Al Tarisi. And 15 is Eklas for Mohammed Al Habayel. Just confirm those scratchings again. Take out 1, Mostahar. 5, Anar Al Sayef. And 11, Harbour. So 12 go. International market headed by Al Abjar and Darazini as we go back to Martin and Tom.
Well, Tom Collins is limbering up for a confident selection in our next race, and it is the international favourite. We'll come on to that in a second as we take in some of the key contenders. We've missed Darazini, who we'll come back to. Yeah. We've just seen Kontar in shot as well. After a quick word on that, who's been 11th on the last 2 starts.
Presume this horse is named after the British female tennis player, spelled differently. That was my poor anticipation of a joke. This horse finished 11th in a cup last time up. Prior to that was 11th in a similar race to this, so hard to make a case today.
Al-Bajar, number 4, who was 8th in the Saudi Derby qualifier last time.
Yeah, 3rd in an open race as well. Just has more talent than any other horse in this race. Was also 3rd in a 0 to 90 back at meeting 89.
Let's just try and keep it with the picture. We'll come back to 6 and 7. 8, we can have a look at stepping up in distance today. Very good connection. Salma Al-Dahani trains this horse, but he seems to be regressing this season. I know he ran okay last time up, but it wasn't much of a race. Al-Yabani is horse number 9, winless in 8 so far, but has kept quite a good company. Was 10th in the Saudi Broadcasting Cup. Really nice looking horse as well. Good physical specimen, the 9. However, he is drawn well. The runs recently haven't been good. He's by Yoshida, so I don't love the trip for him. Number 10 is Al Shahim, who was a winner in open company, but didn't back that up off a slower pace next time up. Could play a part in this race. I love the pedigree. One of the best bred horses in the race by Union Rags out of a Tappet mare. Interestingly named Lady Tappet. 12, Al Kayed. Just lacks acceleration and won't play a part here. 13, Hadlan. Another that's really hard to like. Unexposed, so there is potential for improvement, but will need to take a big step forward. Yeah, stepped up in triple last time and again today. 14 is Al Fuz. It was a decent performance last time up, and the extra distance helps. I don't think this filly should be written off. And finally, 15 is Eklas, who's 0 from 5 so far. Course and distance run last time. Yeah, another horse in here, despite the fact he obviously gets weight. He gets weight due to the fact that he is rated just 56. He's actually wrongly treated. He carries 54 kilos. That's what the weight of a horse rated 62 would carry. So he's £6 out of the weights in this race. And it's worth pointing out, Tom, in case you haven't looked at the race title fully, this is for apprentice jockeys. Apprentice jockeys, is that okay? Apprentice jockeys. Just in case you're unsure. Number 6 is Teldar. We missed that horse out as we spun through them. A horse has been running an open maiden company up in trip today. Yeah, she's been hitting the crossbar recently. She deserves a breakthrough. It may come in this race, but she's very much the bridesmaid rather than the bride recently. And Hamoud Al-Khair, number 7, 0 from 6. So far, run 4th over 1600. It was over 2,000 though, over in similar company last time. Bits and pieces of form, but last time up, really poor display and very hard to recommend on that basis. Well, Al-Bajar is the international favourite at 2 to 1, just under 3 to 1 for number 2, Darazini. 10 is a available Al Shahim at around 4.5 to 1, Al Kayed at 7s. And what is quite a quiet market so far, the international market, not really suggesting much here, but you're very much with the 4 here, Tom. Yeah, I really like Al Abjar in this race. I think he's
got a great chance of finally getting that elusive victory to his name. He's 0 from 9 so far, and when you have a record like that, you have to be treated with a little bit of caution. However, his form is just the best in this race. Back at meeting 89, he was third in a 0 to 90 handicap. This is a 0 to 80 against weaker opposition. He's only carrying 60 kgs, whereas the main market rival in the international market here, Darazini, carries 61.5 kgs due to the fact he's gone up in the weights for finishing second last week. However, that wasn't much of an event. It was a 0 to 80, and he deserves to play a big part in the race, but I think Al Abjar has a lot more potential than Darazini does.
Okay, you're Al Abjar, and Darazini, who I think does have more potential after just the 2 runs. So we've got the top 2 of the international market, Shamila, covered here. Are you with either of those or looking elsewhere?
You know what, Martin? I am going to be sticking with the international favourite, horse number 4 in this race, Al Abjar, who is partnered with Abdulaziz Al Yesh. And I feel like we don't see this apprentice much in the winner's enclosure, but he is on a very strong horse in this contest. I love the way he has been going around the parade ring. He is really nice to look at as well. Really well-defined hindquarters as well on him. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Just a really, really nice looking colt here, by Profitable and Irish bred as well. So one of the top rated horses in the race as well at 75. I think he has everything going for him, and he's definitely one to look out for who could win this contest. There are 2 other horses that I like the look of. Horse number 2, who will be partnered with Tariq Al Mansour, and any horse in an apprentice race with Tariq Al Mansour on board is a good one. And horse number 8 looks well as well, but I just can't differ from horse number 4, Al Abjar, for my selection.
So Shamila with Tom in the international market leader, just clipped in from 2 to 1, just slightly shorter now. Al Abjar, 8th in the Saudi Derby qualifier last time out, 3rd in open company over 1800 prior to that, and also 3rd over the course and distance in handicap company. A run similar to that at meeting 89's got to see Al Abjar bang there on the line.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. If he can replicate either of his, any of his last 3 runs, maybe the penultimate run when he was 8th, well, it was against broader opposition, but it's hard to say replicate that will win this. But either of the 3rd place finishes back at meeting 89 and then last time at meeting 98, he should go very close. The other pro for Al Abjar, 1, he's always ridden by Ali Al Yesh. So the fact this is an apprentice jockey's race, some of these apprentices have never ridden these horses before. So, the connection between jockey and horse is there. Secondly, and more important in my opinion, is that Al Abjar is a strong traveller that wants to be near the speed. Now, how often in races like this do you get horses come from miles out the back? Very, very rarely. So I think Al Abjar is going to be well positioned, especially from a good draw in 4. The only horse in this race that I think is capable of beating Al Abjar is Darazini. So the international market is right and gets the best apprentice rider on in Tariq Al Mansour. There's no doubt about that. It's just whether he can reproduce that run. He only ran last week. Quick turnaround for a young horse. Well, no, he is a young horse, but inexperienced is what I meant.
It might be a quick turnaround if you look at some of the other jurisdictions, but here they do seem to back up quite quickly.
But this is 3 quick runs since the debut is what I'm trying to get at here. Like, is he progressing enough to really take another step forward at this stage? Is he going to be slightly fatigued from that run last week? I think it's just a question. I'm not saying he's not going to progress, but it's something to think about.
I kind of just took it as a positive as well that Camilo Ospino rode last time out as well.
Yeah, for sure. For a trainer that we've already mentioned, doesn't really have too many well-known horses in these parts. He gets his fair share of winners, but doesn't have too many of the big guns. So, yeah.
He got beat last week by a horse called Indication Call, who I sat here with Rory. We looked at it. It was 3rd best on the international market. It was a sprinter in the UK. He was up to 1,600 metres here. We said, well, how on earth is that 3rd best on the market? Because it's first time up in the kingdom. He's over a trip far too far, when he made virtually all and won by 4.5.
Who was the trainer? Thum Al Dahani.
It was Thum, yeah, quite right, yeah.
That's my answer to that. The man can produce miracles. As I say, he's already got a horse rated 60 to win an open race here, so.
Don't worry, we will get you the signed picture for the wall before you go back. Before the end of the season. A few meetings left to do it. But second to Indication Call, I mean, that could work out to be quite a decent form line.
Yeah, I think the winner's pretty talented, as most of Thum's horses are. As I say, he's definitely got a chance. The negative that we haven't mentioned is that Darazini is out in 14, exactly. Quite a wide draw for an apprentice race. Tariq will know what to do from there, there's no doubt about it, but what will the horses inside Darazini do?
But effectively it's only really 11.
Yeah, yes, true, with the non-runners. Tariq will have to find a position, basically. He could definitely do it. He's not situated in the car park, but you don't want to get too far back on this track, judged by what we've seen so far.
In Tariq, I trust.
I think most people would. This guy, I reckon, is relatively unknown around the world. He's obviously not here, but around the world, I doubt many people would know the name Tariq Al-Mansour. Only 16, one of the best 16-year-old jockeys I've ever seen, I think. He's very tactically adept, strong in the saddle, rides more winners than most 16-year-olds ever have. He's very good.
Okay. Let's have a look at a bit of form. Al Abjar is Tom's selection, Samila's selection as well. Ran in the Saudi Derby qualifier last time out. A couple of placed efforts here previously as well brings him, as you said, Tom, a replication of either of those brings him right into the mix.
Yeah, hopefully we see the footage from the home turn where he's travelling super strongly. As we can see him going down to the start.
This is the run before the Saudi Derby qualifier, isn't it?
I think so.
Saudi Derby qualifier was 2 weeks ago, and he'd ran on a couple of occasions prior to that meetings, 95 and 89.
Here we go. We didn't take it slightly early enough where he was travelling really well, but he powered through this race. The front two were always first and second at this stage. They were always first and second in the race, and they set a scorching gallop. Al Abjar's on the wrong lead. This is the fault with the horse. He needs to switch leads because he would power past these if he did. However, he gets very close to winning and just doesn't go by at the line. He's eroding the deficit as we go through the race. Switches leads a little bit late. It was a decent heat. He's beaten the rest by a mile. This is a weaker contest. I think a repeat of that's probably good enough.
Yeah, third, 8 and third for those last three runs meetings, 89, 95 and 98 last week. So just to play that back at you, that if you're saying Darazini, who is much more lightly raced, is a quick turnaround. Well, similarly, Al Abjar's been meetings 89, 95 and 98.
Sure.
He could be even more tired than Darazini.
Yeah, but this horse is hardened. He ran 81, 87, 89, 95, 98. So
He's exhausted. He wants a break.
But we know that he can produce off a short turnaround. Like, he came off a week's turnaround last time and finished third. So we know that he can do it. Prior to that, he came off 6 days turnaround, also finished third. He's capable of running off a short break, whereas Darazini, we don't necessarily know that. There was 11 meetings between the two runs, which is almost a month.
We might know more in about 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, they are the top two picks in the international markets. Al Shahin goes out to 5-1. Al Kayed at 7s. Kontar, the tennis horse, at 11-1. It's 14-1 and bigger. On the international markets, Tom, anything else with the bigger prices you could throw into the mix?
What price is the Al Dahani horse? Just because I love the trainer, I think he's phenomenal at getting these horses ready. Bihafs Al Rahman in the yellow and black silks of Indication Cool.
14-1?
14-1. It's a fair price. If you're looking at something at bigger price in the international market, then maybe the 8. I don't think he'll win this race by any means, but he showed at least some form last time when he finished third. So he could play a part for a trainer that's just phenomenal with all of his horses.
I'd love to see you and the producer go head-to-head. If you had a field of horses made up of Lucas Gaitan and Tamer Al-Hattani, you both wouldn't know what to do.
Yes. The producer is asking me in my ear, and everyone else can't hear this, but they're asking me he's asking me what the difference is between Lucas Gaitan and Tamer Al-Hattani.
One's from Argentina and one's not.
It's true. One's from Kuwait.
About 20 years is probably the answer.
Well, I think Tamer will be happy with that, maybe more. Lucas is very good with Arabian horses. I'd say that's his speciality. He's also good with horses first time up for the Athbar Racing stable. Tamer Al-Dahani, I think his main angle, and the angle I like him, is that he improves horses off other trainers. That's the key. The majority of his success this year has come with horses that were previously based in the UK for owner Sheikh Abdullah Al Malak Al Safar.
2-year-olds that have been killed.
Yeah, 2-year-olds that have been with trainers
brought back from the dead.
that haven't necessarily done what the owner or Tamer thinks were right, and he's done very well with them. He picks up horses like Wait to Excel, who was super keen in the UK and is now running out of his skin over here. He just seems to be able to iron out quirks in horses, get young horses training properly and winning races. And Pretty Flag is the prime example. I know she got beaten yesterday.
It was a messy race there.
It was a messy race. Palermo was well beaten as well. But Pretty Flag came over here with no form after running twice for George Bowie in the UK. First up, didn't really perform here, was rated just 60, then won an open race, then won again, now rated 90. Like, he gets horses somehow firing at their best.
Okay, the first of them are going forward. I'm feeling quite lonely here, Enzo. Both Tom and Chamila have gone with this Al Abjar. Can you come in with me on Darazini?
Yes, okay. Darazini, I'm with you, Martin. I'll try and balance it up a bit. Al Abjar going forward there. It does look between those two, doesn't it? But yeah, Darazini, wide draw be a slight worry, but he is a talent, isn't he? You were discussing young Tariq Al Mansour. And the runners are loading up here. How far are we going here? We're going the 10 furlongs, 2,000 metres. Apprentice riders, this handicap, 0 to 80. And waiting for the Hafs Al Rahman, one of those that are bigger odds on the international market that Tom gave a mention to. This is ridden by Tariq Al Hassan. Goes in. And we're getting closer to a start. Al Fouz is in. This is Eklas who's about to load. Eklas going in now. Got a couple at the back. Black and white of Kontar. Still to load here. And light blue saddlecloth. That is 9. Al Yabani for Khalid Al Mamoni. And we're just about ready for a start. One or two of these a bit restless in the stalls there. Stalls getting a bit of a rattle. We are set. Couple of shouts from the riders. Going 2,000 metres here, 10 furlongs, and they're off. A little bit awkward leaving the stalls. One of those further back in the field, number 10, Al Shaheen, wasn't that well away as they break away. The apprentice riders here for our fourth race, going 2,000 metres. The Hafs Al Rahman got out well. Yellow colours is up there early on. Al Abjar, the market leader on the international market, is right up there too. Purple colours with a white cap is racing ahead of Al Qayed as they go through the first 400 metres. Racing out wider now, making up some ground after a slow start is Al Shaheen in light blue. That's definitely on the move. And then further back to find the red sleeves of Tealdar, who's next in the field. Wider out is Darazini in that wide draw, trying to get a bit closer. Then Al Fouz in the yellow and black as they make the run then towards the halfway point. And up front towards the inside, Al Abjar in purple has the advantage here. Al Abjar, but only leads by about a half length at this stage to try to get closer on the outside. Al Shaheen, who's definitely advancing the light blue and purple as they go towards the halfway point. Al Shaheen, Al Abjar, Darazani, Tealdar is right up there too in the red sleeves and cap with a blue headgear as they race down the far side. Just getting a bit of a squeeze on there is Al Yabani in blue and white. Then comes Hafs Al Rahman. One that's lost ground towards the back is Eklas as they make the turn. Eklas trails them. So round the crown of the bend they go. Al Abjar shaken up on the inside. Darazini is getting a bit closer now, moving well too in the blue cap. Jockey looks across. Tariq Al Mansour, he's confident as they come towards the home turn, and Al Abjar is just beginning to drop away on the inside. So Darazini goes on for Tariq, leads to Al Abjar on the inside in second. Moving around the outer is Kontar in the black and white, moving strongly too to challenge the leader, who is Darazini. So Darazini leads Kontar. These two go on. From the back in yellow, Hadlan, who was right out with a washing early on, is suddenly making ground towards the outside. And also Hamoud Al Khair from a long way back. Here comes the moving line. It's Hamoud Al Khair and the other closer, Hadlan, who now sweep on by. But it's Hamoud Al Khair who got the jump on Hadlan and leads by a length. Still with 150 to go. Hamoud Al Khair leads now by a length. The rail to help is asserting, and Hamoud Al Khair will be a double for Mohammed Al Yami on the day. Hamoud Al Khair beats Hadlan. Running on well for third was Al Yabani. All about the closers there as the pace collapsed. Those up there early on weakened, including Al Abjar. But the winner was number 7, Hamoud Al Khair. Mohammed Al Yami wins races 2 and 4. He matches Adel Al Faradi, 2 apiece, those two. The apprentice did well here. He was towards the back early on. The other deep closer in the yellow was Hadlan, who's covered in kickback. Finished second, number 13. And third, number 9, Al Yabani. So 3 of them that had nothing to do with the early pace to finish first, second and third. Kontar in fourth, 2 minutes 08.95, 3/4 of a length the winning margin. 7 Hamoud Al Khair, 13 Hadlan, 9 Al Yabani. The 1, 2, 3.
Second double on the card then for the winning jockey. Mohamed Al Yami comes home in front here aboard Hamoud Al Kia. A race that has proven a bit of a boil over once again. Mountain Top was a good winner in race 3, but finding winners today not been hard. Narwan, Batista and Hamoud Al Kia, Tom, all not where you'd first look on the page.
Yeah, it's been difficult aside from Mountain Top. You can just see there the horse is covered in kickback. So is Mohamed Al Yami. It's all in his moustache. That suggests that he was way out the back of the pack, and we'll see that in the drone footage from the start in the replay in a second. They just went too hard up front. Both the form players, Darazini and especially Al Abjar, were on the speed early, as was Behafs Al Rahman. Behafs Al Rahman beat 2 horses home. Al Abjar trailed in last. Darazini ran pretty well considering, but didn't factor in the finish because it was all about the closers.
It was off the top of the home stretch. You really fancy Darazini to be in the top 2.
Definitely. Travelled into the race really well. Tariq Al Mansour made his move at the right time, coming inside on the turn, just 3 wide around the bend, hitting the front, but then the closers loomed large and kicked on straight by. So it was a race where you didn't want to be on the speed. This was more what I was anticipating coming into the day, where the closers would dominate on this kind of track. But I don't know whether it was just because of the rain prior to the first few races, just making the playing field a bit different, but any horse on the speed in this event just had no chance.
Have they just maybe gone too hard in this race?
Well, I looked at the sectionals during the run and I was seeing blue, which suggests slow, so I thought maybe they weren't, but judging by the result, it would seem to suggest the pace horses did go too hard because they were all out the back of the shot.
Or maybe it was the case that Al Abjar, who has been busy, has just found it one race too many.
Or maybe
he was finally tired.
You're desperate to get that narrative. I don't think so, because the other pace horse here in the yellow silks, alongside Al Abjar at this stage, Behafs Al Rahman, they were both out the back in the latter stages. I think the horse that finished second last actually was the one in the blue with the white, just who's in 5th right now, which was
Al Yabani.
Oh no, it wasn't Al Yabani. I'm wrong. Apologies. It was another horse in blue, but. The 3 horses out the back in the latter stages as they crossed the line were 3 horses that were up at the speed. Darazini at this point, who we thought travelled the best through the race.
Mid-div on the outside?
Yeah, widest on the track, 5-6 wide. But we'll see, going into the bend, Tariq Al Mansour manages to get ahead of the horses just inside of him, join the front 2 horses in the race, and then look like he's going to win, turning for him.
And not just the way the horse travels, we're looking at the jockeys, apprentice jockeys. We're saying that Tariq's one of the better apprentices.
Definitely.
The body language of the jockey certainly suggested there was a lot more to come down the stretch.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, just at this point, he's moving up and about to cross over in the blue with the sash. In 3rd place right now. Looks like he's travelling well. But let's throw back in the pack to where the winner is. Red Silks, orange saddlecloth, horse number 7, making a big run at this stage from way out the back.
With Hadlan, the yellow colours on his outside, the second horse as well.
Exactly. Tell you what, watching this back, this is a good ride on the winner in the red. Just skimming the rail all the way throughout this part of the race. I don't know what happens in a minute because he does come wide. He's just basically gone the perfect route around. There was a bit of traffic there. Could have gone between horses, but...
He's not taken any chances when he's got into the stretch, has he?
You don't want to get blocked off, and it's a good ride by Mohamed Al Yami. Second winner of the day, obviously riding full of confidence. Could have got squeezed out there, but the horse had enough energy left and just really powered through.
It's been a strong finish at the back end of this 2,000 metres to beat into the second place Hadlan, who had stepped up to the 1,800 metres last time to run 6th in a maiden race, stepped up in trip again today over the 2,000. They seem to have found the right trip for Hadlan.
Yeah, I think I said one positive thing about this horse, which was that he was unexposed. On form, he was very hard to have, but he was unexposed and he's shown a good level of improvement today. The winner, on form, was very difficult to have. 2 starts back, finished 4th, and it was a reasonable run, but last time barely beat a rival. Today, completely different.
Could we maybe put the run of Darazini at this point goes so well into the turn? His 2 runs so far have been 1,800 and then 1,600. Has he maybe just not got home really of the 2,000? Could that be an excuse?
Maybe, or maybe they have...
At this stage, winner.
Yeah, exactly. Travelled through the race, definitely the best. Either he didn't get home or they've gone too hard. I think what we can say for sure is that he wasn't necessarily efficiently ridden in hindsight the way the race panned out. So going forward, you can mark up his performance. It was a race where the closers dominated and he was not a closer.
And that's not a sight you see here very often. Two horses coming home in front, covered in dirt here in Riyadh. It just shows you what a mucky morning we've had.
Yeah, exactly. The closers have really come out on top here. The horse in third, Al Yabani, ran a good race as well. He was near the speed in the early stages. He was in the top 5. So both him and Darazini, I think you can mark up. The other horses in the top 5 have all come from the back of the pack.
And if you're following the international markets, Mountain Top was quite well found as the second pick on the international markets. The prices of the winners so far, 33 to 1, 33 to 1 and 25 to 1. We sat down chatting before the start of the programme today thinking it was a day for short price favourites.
Yeah, there are a lot of short prices to come, especially from race 7 onwards. However, the start of the cards proved very tough, Mountain Top aside.
And he was well supported into second best in the international markets. Horses have won 0 to 1 next up. This is for 4-year-olds. It's race 5 once again over the 2,000 metres. Local breds here. We're talking about the short price favourites. Well, one of them comes up in the next Anthony, and this is our Tarzim number 11. Full details back with you.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. So you see once again how Mahmoud Al Khair came from off the pace to win that race. Yeah, I'm going to go through them. I'll tell you the non-runners first of all. These don't go. Take out 1 Akunuf. 17 Newport, reserve 23 Parno not required, but we've still got 20 runners. I'll go through them. As you say, nominals are 2 here, 10 furlongs, 2,000 metres for Colts and Fillies. Number 1 is out, Akko Noof, so we'll start with number 2, Faray for Khalid Al Mamoni. 3 is Al Frady for Salman Al Rashid. 4 is Al Nasser, who I think is second in line in the international market, Fawas Wanas riding. Number 5 is Nawa, Abdullah Al Kradis. 6 is Luffy, the grey, Nawaf Al Fayrouz. 7, Wakil Al Anaya, Alex Moreno. 8 is Jama Al Mohammedia for Adel Al Faradi, looking to try and get his 3rd winner of the day. Number 9 is Nabe Al Saad for Jose Rodriguez. 10 is Wad Al Bandari for Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 11 is the hot favourite on the international markets, Tarzim for Ahmad Al Shra. 12 is Nayazi for Thurb Al Tamat. 13, Awasha for Nayef Adanazi. 14, Damak, Mohammed Saeed. 15, I'm hearing, has been scratched, Nasli Amal Riyadh. That's just reaching me. Breaking news, 15 scratched. 16 is Karteb, Mohammed Al Yami. Can he make it 3 on the day? He and Adele have dominated the card so far between them. 18, Al Tamir, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 19, Rams Al Thakote for Louis Morales. 20 is Thud Al Sharaf, Abdullah Al Rashid. 21 is a runner, Skip Moon, Abdulaziz Al Musa. And 22 is going to run as well at stall 17, Jamei for Waqar Al Hazmi. So reserves 21 and 22 get in out of stalls 1 and 17 respectively. Take out 1, take out 15, take out 17 and 23. 19 runners then for this nominals of 2 races. We go back to Martin and Tom.
Anthony, as to which horse is actually scratched here, I've got in front of me 1, 16 and 17 scratched.
I can see the 15 in the paddocks right now, so 16 is the non, not the 15 here.
So the 15 has made it into the paddock, so do leave in your selections and considerations horse number 15. 16 is scratched, Karteb, as on the website here. So 23 the reserve, 1, 17 and 16 are all out of the race, as we've taken some of the key players for this. And we start by looking at horse number 9, Nabi Al Saad, who's 1 win from 23 career starts. That was a win in a maiden race at Taif over this distance.
Has been consistent in defeat recently as well, finishing in the top 10 in the last 5 runs. Seems just very hard to win with. That non-prolific strike rate would put me off.
We'll have a look at the form for the 10 Wood Al Bandari shortly and come back to that horse, but number 11 is Tarzim, the Red Hot International market leader.
Finished 10th in a local Group 1 just 2 weeks ago. 2nd in a course and distance open prior to that. Deserves to be favourite.
Nayazi is number 12, 1 win from 19, 4th last time out in open company.
Hasn't won for a long time, but creditable efforts recently, especially that last time out performance.
13's not totally exposed, just the 7th start so far for 1 win.
She just hasn't done enough, in my opinion, to win this race, though.
14 is Damakar, 0 from 7.
Can't win. Next.
Well, 15 can win, does not scratch, and there it is in paddock, with Jockey getting up looking for a second career success.
Yeah, overlooked recently on the form, but if you go back a little bit to last season especially, there are bits and pieces. And actually looks pretty nice there in the paddock.
That is Nassim Al Riyadh. As we pop back to Shabila then. Her thoughts here then on race 5.
Thank you very much, Martin. Hopefully I can find you a winner in this race. I really like the look of horse number 7, Wakil Alanea, who is just coming up behind me here now, the grey with the yellow and black silks. 4-year-old colt by Commend, a little smaller than a lot of the horses in the field, a little pocket rocket indeed, but a lot of power behind him. Was really nice, winner last seen at meeting 94, coming first. Alex Moreno is just about to get the leg up onto this horse now, but really ultra super consistent throughout the whole season, and he's just a really nice looker as well. I think he definitely deserves a place in this race. Only one more paddock positive for me. It's horse number 18, who will be with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. Really good looker again, and also really consistent. Drawn a little bit wide, but I think if Ricardo Sousa Ferreira can get out in front ahead of everyone else, because as we've seen, the kickback is truly awful, and if you cannot get through it, you won't get through it. So I will be sticking with horse number 7, Wakil Alanea, for my paddock selection for this race, and no negatives in this field.
Thank you, Shabila. Just confirming the 23.
23 doesn't run. 21 and 22 I can see right now in the paddock.
That's correct, yeah. So glad we've sorted that out. Right. Tarzim, international market leader, as the runners start to come out onto the track, goes here with a lightly raced profile, second a couple of runs back, 10th last time out in the custodian of the 2 holy mosques over the 1800. That was the local breds race last time.
Yeah, this horse definitely deserves to top the international market, there's no doubt about it. I have very little negative things to say about him, really. He's second in a course and distance race, in an open, which is better than this, represents leading connections. Yeah, I mean, he deserves to be favourite. I'm going to take him on, but if he wins, there is no way I'd be anything near surprised.
He takes a look at the horse who ran in that custodian of the 2 holy mosques race as well, a rating of 85. He's got the potential to be better than that.
Yeah, for sure. I think the reason for taking him on, and this is maybe just opinion, it's not based on any facts. I don't think this trainer does particularly well with the Red Stable horses. I could be very wrong about that. That's just my personal opinion. From what I've seen, I think Jimmy Jerkins does a lot better, and I tend to take on the Al-Qatani horses.
Okay, well, let's just go through his form. He was a winner on debut of a 1400 in a local bred maiden, was second over 2000 next up. The third Al Jamani's won, and the winner of that race went on to win the apprentice race of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques.
Yeah.
So they're all good before he then ran down the field in the custodian himself last time up.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I thought this was Tarzim, but it's not. It's another Red Stable horse. That second run for Tarzim, where he finished second, would be good enough to win this. This is Wadal Bandari, winning last time at meeting 94, second off the layoff. This was the maiden victory. The big pro for this horse is he has tactical speed. He can get into a prominent position. Whether that's a positive now on the track, I don't know. I thought it was earlier due to the kickback, but in the last race we saw the closers really come out on top. Is that Camilo? Camilo's on board. That's a jockey change. I've got Ali Al-Farouz on my race card, so Camilo's taking the ride on the 10 there, so interesting. Positive for the 10 with Camilo.
That is a jockey change on the 10. And there is the Red Stables horse, Tarzim, who we can have a look at in action as well. Tarzim got that lightly raced profile and comes down in grade after running in better company last time out. Best trip for Tarzim, do you think? This 2000, based on what we've seen?
Yeah, the course and distance second's the best piece of form that he's got. I know he ran in a better race last time 2 weeks ago, but his best effort was when second over this trip. So I think everything's in his favour. The only thing I don't like about him is the price, and I've told you the reason why I don't love the trainer with these horses. So I'm going to oppose, but as I say, not surprised if the 11 wins. I'll oppose with Wakil Alanaya, horse number 7, son of Commend, which owner Tariq Anaya does very well with the sons and progenies of Commend. This horse finally broke through in emphatic fashion last time at the 7th attempt of asking, after plenty of placed efforts as well. Second at meeting 6 in Taif, second meeting 58 here in Riyadh off the break, third at meeting 84, again off a break. Now, this is the only time in this horse's career that he's really stringing races together. He seems to have had breaks between every single runs. Now, it feels like his fitness is going to be ready. And on the back of an explosive maiden performance, with Alex Moreno surprisingly taking the ride, he doesn't ride too often for these connections, I think he's got a good chance. He's stretching out in distance. That win came over 1800. But the way he runs, to me, suggests he'll relish it. He is usually forwardly placed. He can take a more patient approach if he needs to, but Alex is a pretty aggressive rider in his own right. So I imagine he's going to be near the speed, and therefore he could be a danger to Tarzim. He's the only one in here, really, that I thought had a good chance of beating this international favourite.
Yeah, it's got a nice looking profile. Those runs in Taif were, and then here on earlier this season, over 1400. Stepped up to the 1800 last time out in the local bred maiden, won by 4 lengths that day. And the encouraging thing was the way he finished the race off. Alex on board that day. He rides again today, which I would think is a sign of encouragement if a jockey rides a horse and sticks with it.
Exactly, and this is the only horse from these connections that Alex has ridden this year. I had to go back through the horses he'd ridden, and it's only Alanaya. All of these Tariq Anaya owned horses have Alanaya on the end, which makes it very easy to find that stat. So the fact he stays on is key, as you've already mentioned. And I do like the stepping up in trip. It just depends where he's going to run in the race. I think Alex is going to be a little bit aggressive and try to be in the first flight of horses. But if they go too hard, I'm pretty sure he'd just sit into a stalking role.
The second pick on the international market also represents that form line at the international favourite Tarzim. There's 14th last time out to the custodian of the 2 holy mosques for local rated horses. Before that was the local breds open over the 1600. Did win back at meeting 81. That was over 1400 as well in handicap company. I think we just got a good idea where that horse sits really, and I wouldn't have that as second best on the international markets.
It feels like they've looked at the ratings and seen this horse is rated 80 and therefore has to be second in the market. It doesn't feel like an accurate
He's
piece
well
of placing.
exposed.
Yeah, very exposed. Finds winning difficult. Last time up was pretty weak in the finish. Not for me. Al Neza, horse number 4.
And I'd say the same for the 9 as well, who's third best at around 7-1.
Yeah, that horse is... I can see the reason why that horse is high up, but not from a winning perspective, more of a place perspective, because he is super consistent. He finds winning tough, but he is there or thereabouts in races like this.
Well, they are arriving down at the start. So we're with Wakil Alanaya, who has got to be there or thereabouts, surely.
Yeah, I struggle to see how he'll finish outside the top 3 unless there's a huge pace collapse like we just saw in the last race and he's ridden forward. That's the only way, because he is the only challenger from what I can see, or the main challenger to Tarzim on form, profile, jockey bookings, connections. He has the ticks in the boxes, whereas Tarzim does, whereas all the others don't. The only horse we haven't mentioned who I think deserves a mention, and I don't know what price he is on the international market, Al Hamir, horse number 18, for Sami Al-Harabi and Ricardo Souza Ferreira.
Been backed 16s into 12-1, so it's attracting support.
Yeah, see, that doesn't surprise me at all. I think he's the only other one in here with a similar kind of profile. Had the 8 runs, been very consistent recently. Last 4 runs, not been outside the top 4. Sami Al-Harabi's another good trainer with a good jockey on in Ricardo Souza Ferreira. And I think a mark of 66 probably fair enough for that horse. But he is drawn wide, which is a bit of a negative for me today anyway. So I think he's probably like 3rd or 4th most likely to win, but he deserves to be a little bit higher in the market.
Yeah, those all who are fancied in the international market do seem to be towards the low numbers 10, 3, 8, 6 and 1 as regards the stalled positions. The favourite Tarzim coming from stall 10. Tom's selection is 6-1 now from 7-1. There is money around for Wakil Alanaya, comes from stall 6. So loading up then for this, which is our 5th of the day. And we can see Wood Al-Bandari about to go forward. Good luck here then with the call. Anthony Dennis, let's see if Tarzim can come home in front.
Will do, Martin. Yeah, they're loading up then. As you say, big field of runners here. Camille speeding that late change for Wad Al-Bandari. And runners behind the stalls here. 2,000 metres, 10 furlongs. Nominals are 2, these are. So there are either maidens or horses who won a maiden. And one's just circling. There's one in the middle just having some last-minute adjustments. Which looks like Boud Al-Sharaf there in light blue. Number 4 also in the centre there is Al Nazer, confirming the 15 does run here, and that's Nassim Al Riyadh. 16 was the late scratch Karteb. The first of them being locked away then. So they start just down that little chute down the back straight before they'll join up with the main track here. And the runners are now loading up. That was Noah's gone in there. Number 5. 14, Damak going in. Red sleeves, Nayazi. Jamay in the red blinkers has gone forward. So we've got 19 participants now. International markets looking towards Tarzim here at the top of the bedding. Number 11 for Ahmad Al-Shra. Caught by Frozen Power. This is the grey we're looking at there, number 3, who's not yet in, Al-Fraini. Blindfold goes on, of course, we're looking at now, which is number 4. That's Alam Nazer. Alam Nazer goes in. Waiting for Thud Al Sharaf, waiting for Skip Moon. This is Abdulaziz Al Musa has got on this reserve. Number 21 going forward. They'll come out of the inside stall. Gate 1 for Skip Moon. Here is the international market leader, Tarzim, in the red. Waiting for he and also Al-Fraini, the grey, not yet in. For our 5th race here, Nominals are 2 lifetime. These going the 2,000 metres. Only 2,500 Saudi Riyal for first place for our race that's just a little bit late here, isn't it? Yeah, 5:15 this race was meant to be off, so we are a little bit late here. Such a big field to load. Took a while to get down there. Al-Fraini going in. We're just about ready now. Tarzim's in, we're set. 19 runners, ready to go. And they're off. There's one that's absolutely walked out of the stalls there. It was Jamay. Number 22, Jamay, the reserve, absolutely walked out. Gives them a 20-length start. The others, meanwhile, are making their journey down the far side with Luffy up there early on towards the end of the grey. Luffy it is who leads up with on the outside Wad Al Bandari and Camillo Ospina in the turquoise jacket, who's very handy. Tarzim's got a lovely slot in about 4th place at the moment in the red colours, with racing out a bit wider of those is Rams, Alpha Coke in the black, red and white colours. They settle down now for the first 350 and up there towards the inside in the gold colours, still with the overall lead. Wad Al Bandari in the light blue, but now being pressed on the inside by Luffy in the gold and blue. So Luffy in the hood is upsides Wad Al Bandari in the turquoise. To the outside is Rams Alpha Coke in the black colours. Tarzim has got to sit in about 4th place, well positioned, the international market leader. That's in about 3rd place or 4th place now on the outside from Nawa, who's trying to get a bit closer. Then comes Jamar Al Mohammedia, who's trying to get closer to the pace too. Further back to find Damak in the kind of maroon colours, racing wider out. And then behind those is Nassim Al Riyadh in the black and white. They make the run well down the far side. A few struggling here. Al-Fraini is right towards the back of grey. Also in rear is Nabay Al-Saad as they make the run around the crown of the bend. The leader here is now going forward. That's Rams Al Thakok to pick it up here. Rams Al Thakok has a narrow lead, but Tarzim is moving well in second on the outside. Looks poised. Tarzim. Ahmad Al-Shra full of confidence and now just bound to the front. He lets out an inch of rain on Tarzim and away he goes. Tarzim has quickly gone 3 or 4 lengths clear in the twinkling of an eye. Second place under pressure for Rams Al Thakok has not picked up. Staying on from the back of the field in the white and green colours, that's Jamar Al Mohammedia might get a place. And also picking up from the back in yellow is Wakil Al Anaya, who now goes second. But look at this. This is just bounding clear. Tarzim by about 12 lengths is going to be the most impressive winner of the day. It's Tarzim by an absolute street here. Tarzim, a class apart for Ahmad Al-Shra, has absolutely bolted up. Wakil Al-Anaya for second, and 3rd was Nawa, and they were clear of the others. That was impressive. Tarzim, the son of Frozen Power, is just different class to those. Had a gear change they couldn't match turning for home and was away and gone as bolted up. Second was number 7, Wakil Al-Anaya. 3rd, number 5, Nawa. Wow, 2 minutes 06.81. It could have been a lot quicker, but he was eased down in the final 50 metres. And he has destroyed that field. 11, Tarzim the winner. 2 minutes 06.81. It was 13 1/4 lengths back to Wakil Alanaya in second. That was number 7, and third, number 5, Nawa. And they were ahead of Faray, did keep on, but that was one-way traffic. Tarzim, it was a rout in the end in our 5th.
Well, very impressive at the end from Tarzim. Mountain Top was the name for the notebook early on today, and Tarzim may be similar as well. Boasted some good form coming into this. His second in open company, the form has worked out well. The third was a winner. The winner followed up in the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques for apprentice jockeys. And then this horse was second in a local bred open before running in the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques. For local horses last time out, dropped in grade. He's proved a class apart here.
Yeah, I think we got this race right by saying that this horse was the one to beat and the biggest danger was Wakil Alanaya. What I wasn't anticipating was 13 1/4 lengths between the two. Tarzim's run away with this. He's on the wrong lead as well. He's doing plenty wrong in his race, but he still managed to just romp home. He was way the best horse in this event. Maybe that was evident by the fact he ran in a Group 1 last time. They were showing some lofty ambitions and he's kind of proved that to be right. He broke very nicely, red right in the centre of shot, moves up into the best position. There were no excuses for him if he lost today, but obviously he didn't. He won decisively.
And this 2000, well, again, it's a bit like the horse we had yesterday, Wait to Excel,
Yeah.
a bit like Mountain Top early on today, a rating of 85. I think that's irrelevant really as regards his future. He's got to be a horse who's got to develop into an Open and Cup horse with no doubt next season.
Yeah, I think, well, he's already an Open horse, there's no doubt about that. He finished second in an Open already. Cup horse next season, probably. He looks really nice, doesn't he? I mean, he's got tactical speed, he's quite clearly got a good turn of foot. He's basically blitzed these rivals. he should have won based on official figures. He's rated 85. The majority of these are rated in the 70s. However, he had to go and prove today that he was capable because his only previous success came in a maiden, did run well in an open race, but that could have been a bit of a blip. So today he's really stamped his mark on proceedings and kind of proven that he is at least an 85 rated horse, maybe a 90 horse.
Yeah, at the very least, in this 2,000 metres to seem to bring out the best of him. He's latched on there towards the front of the field as they turn towards the home straight. And when he opens out, he really lengthens.
Yeah, it's game over basically when he hits the front. You can already see him in second right now. The biggest danger in the eventual runner-up is in the yellow and black silks. Alex Moreno was a bit further back than I was anticipating on Wakil Alanaya. Currently moving into 7th, about to go 6th. Big move, to be fair, at this part of the race, but he's just too far back from Tarzim, who nevertheless had loads left in the tank, so that was kind of irrelevant. Alex actually rode a good race for second.
And this is going to be interesting because he's made up good ground between the 5 or 6 around him, but it's at this point the winner starts to go clear.
Yeah, it's very much like Wakil Alanaya was asked for maximum effort early, made a big mid-race move. While he was doing that, Tarzim was in second gear, feeling like he wasn't in a race because he literally explodes, not literally, but he explodes in the straight. You can see there's no other horse in shot right now.
Yeah, he stormed clear in the end. Tarzim, this 4-year-old sort of frozen power, he takes his career record to 2 wins from 5 starts and has readily gone clear to beat Wakil Alanaya into second place, with Anar back in third place. A horse who ran over, well, it's been running over much shorter, 1,200 and 1,400 the last couple of starts, but he did have winning form over short, but he had one go over the 2,000 before, been well beaten in that run, but he showed a slightly new dynamic today.
Yeah, exactly. He was up near the speed throughout. It was really under pressure turning for home, but somehow continued to make his run and pass a couple of other beaten horses. I think the winner is obviously the best. The second is definitely the second best horse in the race. So at least we've had the 2 form horses go forward and dominate, because in 3 of our previous races today it's been pretty difficult.
It has, yes. Big price on international markets, but the international market very much had Tarzim as the number 1 pick, and he has come out on top. Mountain Top early on today was also well found in international markets, but it's been 25 and 33 to 1 winners on the international scene in the other 3 races, which brings us on towards race 6. I said there were some short prices to come through the back end of the card. The first one of those has gone in. Next up is race 6, this open race, 4-year-olds and older for local and imported horses. They're going to touch a class in this. 2 of these rated 95, 3 of them are rated 93, and full details of this big field back with Anthony.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, plenty going on in this race. We're scratching 16, 18 and 23 here. They don't go, so we're going to go through the ones that are running here. For this race, as you say, it's over the 10 furlongs, 2,000 metres for these colts and geldings in this one. And it is our 6th race on the card. So we'll start with number 1, Crossed Baton for Ahmed Al-Kredis. That's number 1. Number 2, Treble Joy for the treble-seeking Adel Al-Faradi. Number 3 is Kiloya for Ayad Al-Tarisi. 4, Premium Ticket, Thurb Altamat. 5, Astaroth, Asil Al-Sahani. 6, Swift Shore, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 7 is Luganini for Alex Moreno. 8, Al-Khatib, Victor Gutierrez. 9 is Anna Al-Maqsood, Eddie Castro. 10 is Mababa for Asa Al-Shamari. 11, Humour Maker, Tariq Al-Mansour. 12, Al-Wali for Louis Morales. 13, Royal Crusade for Azuz Al-Yayesh. 14, Persian Moon, Mohammed Saeed. 15, Calculation, Ahmad Al-Azari. 16 is out. So 17 is Homesick Boy for the informed Mohammed Al-Yami. And 18 is out, Sati. So 19, Year of the Dragon, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 20 is Bolt Away for Nawaf Al-Mudiani. And number 21 is a runner, Play Actor, comes out of stall 16, Yasser Al-Bakawi. And 22 also gets in, Mo Sort gets in now to stall 18 for Selman Al-Rashid. Scratch the 16, 18, the 23 not required. So a big field of runners here, and they're going 2,000 metres for our 6th race. Back to you, Martin and Tom.
Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, this is race 6 on the card. Open race over 2,000 metres. And I thought this was probably the deepest race of the day, Tom. You go through this and you could give chances to I guess half the field, good winning chances.
Yeah, it's a good race. I'm looking forward to it because it's featuring good horses, but yeah, predicting the winner is going to be pretty tough. There is a couple that I do like in here. I haven't even looked at the international market, so I have no idea who's at the top. But when we go through the runner by runner, hopefully we can pinpoint those with a good chance.
Well, before we do that, just give us your top two then.
I like Treble Joy, horse number 2. I like Boltaway, horse number 20. It'll be interesting to see where Year of the Dragon is as well in the market, for a reason I'll say in a second.
You got 3 of the top 4 of the international market.
Okay. No surprise there. Who's the other one? It's just
Luganini.
Luganini. Okay.
Okay, cross battle number 1, in shot there, jockey getting mounted. This is a horse who hasn't found winning here very easy and ran over the 2400 last time in quite a hot-looking race.
Yeah, he was a nice horse early in his career, came off a long layoff, was international favourite last time, didn't show much.
Treble Joy will come back to as we skip on to number 4, Premium Ticket, who was 4th and behind Milwaukee last time.
Admirable horse, always seems to find 1-2 good. He's 0 from 15 in his career, so to win a race like this, it'd be pretty tough.
Drops down in distance as well. Astaroth is number 5, had 12 runs so far this year without winning.
Another ex-Brit who's posted some good efforts here and at Taif, may find a couple too good again.
Number 6, Swift Sure, has been over 2400 for the last few runs. Not been seen since August, though.
Prolific for numerous connections early in his lifetime as a racehorse, but now a 10-year-old. Fitness is a worry since his layoffs since meeting 30.
Luganini brings some good form into the mix. There is Al Khatib, who's rated 93. But this is a deep race, Shamila. Unfortunately, we can't just hear from Shamila at this moment in time. We will go back to her very shortly. Let's just go back to Luganini. In fact, no, we have got Shamila. She's put some money in the meter and she's in the paddock.
Absolutely, and I couldn't look any further than horse number 2, Treble Joy, for this race. Now, we're halfway through the card. It's absolutely Baltic out here. It's so hard to find a winner today, but I think that Adolf Alfredi is on for a hat-trick on horse number 2, Treble Joy, a 5-year-old by Kitten's Joy. Second last time at a meeting 92, can definitely go a place better in this contest. It isn't super strong. There are a lot of nice horses in here, but I think that Adolf Alfredi is definitely on a roll and should get the job done in the 6th race of the day. I do have to say, though, horse number 10 is looking stunning as well for the White Stables team, but I just think that Treble Joy is the best looker in here, would definitely give him best turned out, and he should give Adel Alfredi another winner as well.
Adel Alfredi on board Treble Joy then for Shamila.
Adele Alfredi, was it?
Yeah, Adel, yeah. 19-year the Dragon, we can see in shot, 10th in the Neon Turf qualifier last time, having won an Open Company previously.
Who was this, sorry?
Year of the Dragon.
Oh, yes, interesting runner, because the turf run suggests he's well capable of running a race like this, but can he replicate that on the dirt? His actual best form in the UK was on dirt. Well, not dirt, but all weather. So it'd be interesting to see how he performs.
He has been on turf the last couple of starts. Boltaway, you touched on as well, has been over 2,000, then up to 24, back to 2,000 last time. Really
nice horse in the UK. He's by Dubawi out of Proviso. Juddmonte, ex-Juddmonte horse as well. Jimmy Jerkins picked this horse up. Coming off a bit of a break, he's well capable, but he's drawn wide, which is a negative.
And there in shot we can see Treble Joy, who is winless in 10 this campaign, but has been really consistent of late.
This is the horse I'm going to put up as my selection in here, Treble Joy. He deserves a victory. I know he's a maiden. In races like this, you want horses with winning experience. He doesn't have it. However, his best forms all come at this trip. He still finished second last time over 1,600, which wouldn't have been ideal for him. Adele gets on very well with Treble Joy, and I really like the draw. So, given he's a bit of a closer in the race, he can ride the rail throughout, hopefully come out on top.
And of those we didn't touch on that second page, there's no other real standouts, but let's have a little bit of form to bring you. And this in shot we can see Alcatab, horse number 8 on the race card, third last time out at Open Company over 1,600.
Bounced back this day from a couple of dire efforts, finished 15th at meeting 90, 12th at the end of the Taif season. This was a much better performance. He was wide on the track, the pace didn't hold up that day. He runs okay. I think that's Crafton Silk in the orange who eventually wins the race. That horse ran yesterday and didn't necessarily boost the form.
No, I didn't quite carry that through, but it was a particularly hot race. So Boltaway is a top pick, 3.5 to 1 on the international market. Luganini is 6 to 1. There's money for Year of the Dragon into 5 to 1. Can that horse repeat the form back on turf? The ultra consistent Treble Joy at 7.5 to 1. 8 to 1 Swift Cure. Al Khatib at 8 alongside number 12 Al Y, and it's 10 to 1 and bigger the remainder. Homesick Boy, any chance?
No, I don't think so. Not in this race. Better run last time, went 5th, and for a jockey who's already had 2 winners today. But the overall level of form for this 8-year-old isn't really there.
Homesick Boy in better order today?
He is, yeah, very much so.
Good to hear it. So, if we look at the international market, Tom, who would you pick out at the likely prices, given Boltaway is 3.5 to 1 market leader?
Well, I like Treble Joy. I think he's definitely the play in the international market and one of the most likely winners of the race. What I will say about him is he is almost certain to be in the first 4 or 5. Whether he wins, we'll find out, but he'll be there at the finish. Boltaway is probably the most talented horse in the race, but he's just got a post in 20, which is just never ideal. His recent form is trending in the right direction, and Jimmy does well with this type of horse. If he can get into a good spot early, he's a major player. Of the others, there's nothing really that's a big player in here. Luganini, I can understand it, but the 2 recent runs have been pretty weak. I think Alex Moreno's got better chances later.
And all 3 of that horse's wins have come over 2,400 as well.
Yeah, that's also got a bit of concern. The horses generally mix the 2,000 and the 2,400 here because there aren't that many 2,400 races for them, so they have to alternate. I think this is probably just a stepping stone for him to another trip over the 2,400. Just looking at the YouTube comments, well, I was until our monitor just crashed, but Shirley Jenkins was in the comments saying, good luck, Boltaway.
That's right, yeah. Julie with Shirley as well. Let's do it, Boltaway. David going with number 10. Marbaha, who's
Interesting
having his
runner.
first run since March 2023.
Yeah, interesting runner. White stable horses don't generally come back off long layoffs like this. They're usually pretty healthy and resolute, but this horse had a long time off, 11 months off. Also unproven at the trip. I can understand why someone might be drawn to Mahaba because of the connections, but I don't like him in this race.
Premium ticket, 25 to 1 on the international market. I know fans winning hard, but the Milwaukee form looks okay, and his overall handicap form is not too bad. Coming back in trip, given he was just worried out of the placings last time, he looked like he was going to really bustle up Milwaukee, but he just lost out to second and third place in the final 100 metres or so.
You love that Milwaukee form, don't you?
I do, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, this premium ticket is a bit of an admirable horse. He's very much similar to Treble Joy, I guess. Tends to find 1 or 2 too good, but he's pretty consistent in his races. I think Treble Joy has more talent if you prefer that kind of style and that kind of horse, but he's going to be forward premium ticket. He'll be up near with the speed. You'll see him early on, blue silks, yellow chevron, or gold chevron if you prefer. And you're going to be able to spot your horse. He'll have every chance of winning if he's capable. I think there's probably 1 or 2 better.
I'm not sure he'll win, but I think 25 to 1's big.
I agree. I don't disagree with that by any means. I think there are far worse horses around that kind of price in the international market. Calculation being one. We should talk about calculation. The reason for that is the pedigree. Dubarwi out of Estimate.
Yeah.
What a pedigree. This horse used to race for the Queen.
The late Her Majesty the Queen, yeah. Trained by Sir Michael Stout.
Exactly. Had a good level of form as well, but just
He's been here a couple of seasons now, not really kicked on, has he?
No. These connections, I did say this, I can't remember if I said this yesterday. It might have been yesterday or it might have been earlier when we were talking about White Feathers Fall. But they pick up a lot of these older horses from the UK who are generally quite regressive, and Calculation is one of them. There are some big names and big pedigrees that they own right now, though.
Okay, so Treble Joy.
Treble Joy for me, yeah.
Boltaway proving very popular on the international markets, but posted out wide alongside Year of the Dragon is also quite wide. Boltaway 3.5 to 1. Luganini just eases in the market. Year of the Dragon proving popular for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Treble Joy into 6 to 1 from 7s. Swift Cure at 8s. Bigger prices the remainder. Deep race this Enzo. Good luck. The call here on race 6 over the 2,000. Yeah.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, they're going in. Crossed bat on there to stall 1. Big field of runners. 2,000 metres, 10 furlongs. Again, they'll start in that stretch down the back. Still a few to go forward. Luganini still to go in the green colours there. Also, Treble Joy, also Shamila liked in the paddock. Tom was keen on as well. Adel Al Faradi. Still to go forward. There's the 4 Premium Ticket. Horse Martin was giving a very good mention to. Thurb Altamat riding. Son of Dawn Approach, Premium Ticket. He did run well in that race last time. Still a couple to go in. Year of the Dragon. He's got the blinkers on. Looking at the international market, Bolt Away. Horse going in now. Heads to the international betting. Favourite over Year of the Dragon. Those two. So 20 and 19 towards the top of the international market. Royal Crusade going forward. It's going to leave 5 more. Treble Joy, Luganini. Al Wali is still to go forward. Mara Baba as well. This is Al Khatib. The light cream and burgundy halves. That's Mar Babar in the white stable colours. This is Al Wali, number 12, Louis Morales, the black and red, to complete the line. We're just about ready. Starter has his finger on the button, flag up. 1 or 2 a bit restless, but they're off. They are racing, off to a pretty good line as well this time. It's a little bit slow, if anything, was Homesick Boy, the 17, but the one that broke well towards the inside, Premium Tickets up there, and also fairly handy too is Human Maker. Another one to the 4 early on is Mababa. Mababa in the white stable colours, the green cap in the middle, the grey, has just about overall command at this stage. Up there too is Persian Moon, wider out in the light orange colours. Also in that front group, in the dark colours there is Al Wali. That's number 12. So Al Wali is chasing the early leader, Mababa. Mababa, Al Wali and Human Maker. 10, 11 and 12, the early leaders, with Persian Moon right up there too as they go through the first 400. Just off the speed is Year of the Dragon, who's getting a bit closer now. The bright yellow sleeves in the blinkers, the white blinkers in about 4th place. Racing out a Human Maker, who's got a good position in the blue colours towards the inside. A few lengths then back to find the half colours of Al Khatib, who's next in the field. Towards the inside, that's Anna Al Maqsood in the white and light grey check colours. Looking for Treble Joy, well, right towards the back, and being ridden along as well at this early stage. But the leader is Al Wali in the black, goes on by a neck. Mababa on the inside, the grey. Persian Moon, Human Maker right there. Year of the Dragon going the long way round as they head towards the crown of the home turn. Making up some ground is Al Khatib out a little bit deeper out, a maroon cap as they make the turn. And also Anna Al Maqsood is creeping into it in the white towards the inside for Castro. But the leader with the white blaze is Al Wali, number 12. Al Wali is going on. Human Maker is moving well, though, in the slipstream in second. Around the outside goes Al Khatib. Those 3 press on from Anna Al Maqsood in the white as they turn for home. The new leader, Human Maker in the blue, has now got to the front. Premium Tickets running on well from out the back, and right down the outside, the grey coming home well too as they enter the final 200. But the leader has gone away, Human Maker, by about 4 lengths to Premium Ticket in second, and it's all Human Maker now. It's Tariq Al Mansour who's going to get his name up in lights here. Number 11, Human Maker wins. Second, Premium Ticket ran well. Tight third in the end. Towards the outside, Calculation was sticking on quite well, is involved there with Anna Al Maqsood. But the winner, Human Maker, the Tariq Al Mansour, confidently handled, wins at a time of 2 minutes 06.75 seconds. Second, number 4, Premium Ticket, has run another good race. Fills the runner-up berth, beaten by 2 lengths. Just confirmed the third horse, Calculation, was sticking on well and did get third, ahead of Anna Al Maqsood. So 11, Human Maker, 4, Premium Ticket, third, Calculation, number 15. Back in fourth, number 9, Anna Al Maqsood. 2 minutes 06.75, 2 lengths. Human Maker, quite a cosy winner, quite an impressive winner of that race.
Well, finding winners not been easy today. In our previous races, International Market had winners of 33, 33, 25 to 1 in 3 of our previous 5 races. And here in race 6, it's 25 to 1 in International Market, beats 25 to 1 and 20 to 1 with the first 3 home. And it's Humour Maker, Tariq Al Mansour, who had a fancied ride in the apprentice race a little bit earlier on. Didn't come good on that occasion, but Humour Maker's travelled awfully powerfully here and has got a way to beat the staying on premium ticket. It broke well from stall 4 towards the inside, but the pace was all outside early.
It was. It was a race that I wasn't anticipating would go to a horse on the speed at the halfway stage, I have to say. They looked to go pretty hard up front. They went 11.28 seconds through the first proper sectional, which isn't from the stalls, but the furlong after that. As you can just see the start there, one horse really badly missed it. That was a 17, Homesick Boy. He wasn't ready and better today, there's no doubt about that. But yeah, the pace was pretty hard up front, yet Spot the Winner in second place right now, blue with the white disc, was always prominent.
If you look through the numbers early, 12, 10, 14, 19, 11, those were the first 5 in that early part of the race.
Yeah, exactly. It was an interesting developing race, wasn't it? All the wide horses moved across, all the horses inside either missed it or they didn't show any early speed. And they were well strung out. At this stage, you can see there's only, half of the field above this bottom group where Boltaway and the Red Silks is. There are 10 lengths between just this group, and then you had the likes of Treble Joy who were miles back in the pack. And for that reason alone, I thought the pace was going to really fold. But Tariq Al Mansour knows better than I did during the run. Humour Maker always in a prominent position, currently in 5th alongside Year of the Dragon. Powers through to take the advantage and then wasn't to be caught. Second place, your selection, ran very nicely.
He did, and he's back in about 10th place at this stage, having broken well. He's come back into the pack. You expect him to go forward early.
Yeah, but that, again, kind of backs up the idea that I thought they were going too quick. He wasn't able to get that position that I thought he was able to get. Nevertheless, he ended up being in actually a very good position for the way the race panned out, and he ran pretty well to finish second. He kind of ran the race that we both insinuated he was capable of. You were spot on by saying 25 to 1 was too big in the international market. Wasn't able to erode the deficit to the eventual winner, but he's run yet again another consistent race in defeat.
He has indeed. Premium ticket once again. He's 0 from 16 now, but hits the form again. You know what continues to work out?
Go on.
The Milwaukee form.
I know you were going to say that. You love that piece of form. I wonder if we'll get any more mentions of that later today.
You might well do, yeah, who knows? But a nice winner here. The winner, Humour Maker, was he winning out a turn? He'd only had 7 previous starts. He'd won here at meeting 68.
He's a difficult one to assess because he was one of the most lightly raced horses in the race. There's no doubt about it, with just the 7 runs on these shores. His recent efforts just haven't been good enough, with a 5th place finish last time. Prior to that, he was 8th back at meeting 74. Yes, he did win if you go all the way back to meeting 68, but there wasn't a very high level there. What I will say about him, he was bred by Juddmonte on the Juddmonte farms. They went to sale in America, actually, in Keeneland. He was sold as a yearling in September 2020 for just 15,000. In this race alone, he's just won 47,000 Saudi Riyal, which equates to nearly £10,000. And they've virtually, just from this race alone, got their money back. This is a 5-year-old that's already won before. So he's proved to be a pretty prolific and profitable horse.
Yeah, Humour Maker getting the better of a premium ticket in race 6. So we're halfway through the proceedings here at King Abdulaziz. Race 7 is a Saudi prep. This is for the Arab races, Arab horses to come next up over the 1200. But last night, local time around 10 o'clock, the entries and the likely fields, we had the entries a few weeks ago, but the likely fields were released for the Saudi Cup, which takes 2 weeks today. We'll be halfway through the Saudi Cup card here 2 weeks today. And the Breeders' Cup Classic winner, White Abario, he's set to take on 4 of his rivals from Santa Anita, Tom, here, as 14 runners were put forward yesterday.
Yeah, it was an interesting field, wasn't it? I was surprised by the 14 runners. I know that's the given, and I know I shouldn't have been surprised, but wasn't known to me that all these races were going to be just 14 runners, 2 reserves. Good field though, full of top quality horses, Japanese, American, local horses as well, all coming to the fore.
Aidan O'Brien
and Luxembourg is an interesting field. I'm looking forward to it. White Abario's I want to beat.
He's the main pick, is he, from that British Cup race? I know you had Saudi Crown that day sat a bit more on the pace that he dropped away. White Barrier was in the perfect stalking position that night.
Yeah, I think he's going to be ridden in a very similar fashion when he comes here as well. I don't know if Irad's going to come across and ride him. I presume that's going to be the case, but he's going to have that stalking position wide on the track. And in a race like the Saudi Cup, where they go pretty hard in the early stages, over a pretty stamina-sapping trip, I think that's the spot you really want to be in. Unless they get an easy lead up front with Saudi Crown, he's going to find it hard to really reverse that form with White Barrier.
And Ushbar Tesoro, Dubai World Cup winner, he was staying on in the Breeders' Cup race. He just couldn't lay up early with that pace, but he came home well. The 9 furlongs here, though, or the 1,800 metres, I'm not sure that's going to be to his strength. So the long straight in Meydan really seemed to suit him. Yeah,
well, he was the only horse, aside from Arrogate, that's won the Dubai World Cup from miles out the back of the pack. It's usually for the front runners and the horses near the pace. So he likes that long straight. He likes to grind out success. He will need to be at his very best and maybe even a pace collapse to win. Derma Sotogake is another interesting runner for the Japanese. They've got plenty in there. Lemon Pop, is that another one?
Yeah, he won one of the qualifiers in Japan, so he guaranteed his slot there. Takes on Crown Pride as well. Who's another horse who's got winning form in this sort of jurisdiction, a former UAE Derby winner.
Yeah, it's just, this race is loaded, isn't it? You could look at every single horse in the field, Carmel Rhodes in there, look at every single horse in the field and say, you know what, this horse has a chance. This is why the Saudi Cup is such a good race. Super competitive. There's no no-hoper in there. Even the Derby back in the UK, a race that we all built up on in our homeland, we can kind of write off a few of the horses. They haven't got a chance. This race, 14 runners, 14 horses with a chance of winning. This is why it deserves to be one of the best prizes in the world.
And what about Luxembourg, first time on dirt? Tadassel's Gold Cup winner. He was thought of as a Derby winner through much of the winter a couple of seasons back, and he ran well in Hong Kong last time we saw him.
Who knows? Who knows? But why would I ever second guess Aidan O'Brien? This is a guy who knows how to win races all around the world. We've seen with Mendelssohn, for example, go to the US and win races on the dirt. So if Aidan thinks he handles it, he handles it.
Would you be more confident of him coming here onto the dirt surface in Riyadh than you would be, say, him going to a Breeders' Cup Classic in California?
Absolutely, because this surface, there isn't as much kickback as we see in the US. It also rides pretty fair. And for a horse like Luxembourg, who's not used to this kind of surface, I think it's more like the all-weather than dirt in the US is like the all-weather. And Luxembourg will be kind of more used to that kind of surface from working at home and also racing career.
And the white stables as well with power in numbers. It was really good in the trial here.
Yeah, good horse in the US for Chad Brown prior to coming here, and has just really developed into a nice type for the white stable. They'll be hopeful of winning the biggest prize.
And White Barrio sporting different colours. Prince Faisal bought a share, and he'll carry the familiar red colours here 2 weeks today. Yeah, he wants to win the big race, doesn't he? And I think it's C2 or CS Racing Stable in the US that sold part of the share. They'll be very much hoping that little partnership they've got going on now with White Barrio will prove to be lucrative. Yeah, the red stables represented with White Barrio, the Breeders' Cup winner, who heads a field of 14 for the Saudi Cup here 2 weeks today. Lots more. If you check out the Twitter feed for the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia and the Saudi Cup as well, you'll get details of all of the fields here on Saudi Cup night. Speaking of fields, runners and riders for race 7. We're over the 1,200 metres here for the Arab horses. This sprint prep. And the full details are back with Anthony.
Yeah, looking forward to this Arabian bred sprint prep, as you say. 4-year-olds and upwards. Mixed bag of runners going to 1,200, the sprint distance this time around, and all 15 runs. Let's go through them. Number 1 is Kati Al-Khaladia. Aysel Al-Sahani will be on board. Number 2 is Umran for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 3 is Tahamiat Al-Khaladia, Camillo Ospina. 4 is Iris de Violet for Abdulaziz Al-Faredi. 5, Kabara Al-Jazra, Abdullah Al-Rashid. 6 is Saif Al-Qusaya for Mohammed Al-Hubail, gets the call up for that one. 7 is Saab Al-Khaladia for Naif Al-Anazi. 8 is Fandim for Isa Al-Shamari. 9, Wathabat Al-Khaladia, Adel Al-Faredi on board. 10, Amir Al-Cham, Youssef Al-Hassin. 11 is Own for Eddie Castro. Number 12 is Faritz Al-Jazi for Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 13 is Kasibet El-Ease for Mohammed Al-Daham. 14, we saw the jockey Jimmy Carrion riding Maria. That's one of the greys in the race, filly. And number 15 is Hafid Al-Khaladia, ridden by Khalid Al-Mamoni. So 15 all go for the sprint prep, 1,200 metres, 6 furlongs on the main track. We go back to Martin and Tom.
Yeah, meeting the halfway points on the card then, and maybe this is where we see the short price international favourites coming good. We've had 2 winnings so far today. Tesam Mountain Top was well found as well, but Wathabat Al-Khaladia is a very strong international favourite. Katia Al-Khaladia, the main danger.
Can I stop
9
you
and
there?
1 dominate the market.
If I said to you, what did you think the market would be when you did study for this race without knowing the prices, would you have had Wathabat Al-Khaladia as short, question one, and secondly, above Katia Al-Khaladia?
No and no.
I agree. I think Katia Al-Khaladia should be favourite in here, which is interesting.
He'd been my pick. Beat a couple of
Yeah.
these last time. I can't see them reversing the form. He's rated of 110. Yeah. He's got the course and distance for, but I just find it very hard to get away from him.
I completely agree. I think Katia Al-Khaladia deserves to be favourite. This isn't to say that Wathabat Al-Khaladia can't win, because she absolutely can, but, you know, I don't see why, as a person who's creating a market, anyone would think the 9 has more of a chance than the 1. Katia Al-Khaladia is higher rated, granted. Katia Al-Khaladia's recent form's better. There's a recent win as well, which was a dominant display back at meeting 93. You go down to Wathabat Al-Khaladia, she has £5 to find on figures. Yes, she's proved prolific and she represents red-hot connections, the best connections with Arabian horses, but her recent form hasn't been anywhere near as good as, say, 2 years ago. So I think they should be the other way around in the market. They're definitely the two main players in this race.
And I've got a big question mark with Wathabat Al-Khaladia over the 1200.
Yeah, I do too. I've got written down here once a mile. It's pretty hard to read my handwriting, I have to say, but that's the one thing that's clear. So
I've had to buy reading glasses to read my writing, so you're not quite as bad as that. But let's go through the case for Katia Al-Khaladia. As you say, a course and distance winner a couple of starts back and ran second over the 1400 in the Gulf Cup for Arabian horses last time.
yeah, it was a good run as well. That second place finish, just a gallant performance. Wasn't the best horse that day, deserved to finish second, but was clear-cut second. Definite horse to beat in this kind of race. Loves the trip. And that, as I say, that race where Katia Al-Khaladia won in meeting 93, he was very impressive. There was 2 good horses in that race, both rated in the 110s. Can't remember the other one off the top of my head, but I went for the other horse. He proved me very much wrong. He was dominant.
Yeah, well, Katia Al-Khaladia, as we're talking, has gone from just above 2 to 1 to 2 to 1, and now under 2 to 1. So someone's listening to us somewhere.
I think this is just what it should have been in the first place, really. I wouldn't be surprised if they got near joint favourites by the off.
You can only really give a chance to a few of these unrated. Let's pick up those rated over 100. They include Saab Al-Khaladia, who's 1 from 6 for the year, but wasn't behind Katia Al-Khaladia when they ran against each other previously at meeting 95. They were 2nd and 10th.
Yeah, miles between them. I don't see any reason why that form should be reversed. One last point on Saab Al-Khaladia, horse 7. He wants 2,000 metres, so 1,200 is not ideal.
Yeah, OK, well, let's head out to Shamila. Do you agree, Shamila, that we'll believe this Katia Al-Khaladia should be the international favourite and should take the beating?
I'm not too sure of that, Martin, because I've decided to go with horse number 9, Wathabat Al-Khaladia, who is trained by Nasser bin Mutlik, the second highest rated horse in the race at 105, and partnered with Adel Al-Faredi. Now, Adel Al-Faredi did let me down on Treble Joy. However, I've put all my eggs in his basket once again for him to get this winner, because I'm fully with the Al-Khaladia stables in this race. He's by the wonderful Lathe Al-Khaladia, so is horse number 1 as well, so I can see where it is, and he is the highest rated horse in the race, Asil Al-Sahani on board, but I can't go against Adel Al-Faredi, can you? But horse number 1 was my second selection, but I think Wathabat Al-Khaladia is going to take the beating. One horse to mention as a bit of a negative is horse number 7, Saab Al-Khaladia, just being very coltish in the preliminary stages, ring on his hind legs pretty much the whole time in the parade ring. So definitely one to note down. Maybe not a negative because he wasn't getting sweaty, but I will be sticking with the other Al-Khaladia horse, Wathabat.
Well, controversial, Shamila. You're going against us, but you're with the international market. Wathabat Al-Khaladia heads the runners. We're talking about horses rated plus 100, so we've touched on the 1 and the 7. But let's have a look at Katia Al-Khaladia in action, a winner and a second on the last couple of starts.
Well, if we just watch this right now, you see him surge through the pack, and it's quite clearly the second best horse in this race on the day. Now, yes, he gets readily beaten, but who's the horse that beats him? That's the main question. You know, whenever anyone sees winning margins, they think, oh, that horse has been stuffed, so you can't take this horse literally. The winner that day was the one and only Asfan Al-Khaladia, the best Arabian in the country by a considerable margin. Yes, he won by 8.5 lengths, but Katia Al-Khaladia has beaten some good horses, the likes of Takdir, Kaswara Al-Khaladia, Fuda Pine. That's the best piece of form.
And here's the horse the international markets have made favourite, Wathba Al Khalidiyah, coming off third best at meeting 92 in a Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia Challenge event.
Well, she should have gone by and won this race. This is another negative I've got for her. I think she should be the winner. She turned in for home, looking the most likely horse to get on top, and she just couldn't go by. It was a fine effort. I don't want to take too much away from her, but she's even been run down for second late. She's 0 from 9 this year. She was previously at her best as a 6 and 7-year-old. I think she's past her best now. As I say, it's not to say she can't win. She's been prolific in the past with 12 victories. She gets the best rider. She represents connections that farm these races. I just think Katia Al Khalidiyah could still be improving, whereas Wathba Al Khalidiyah has just not been at her best.
Why isn't Katia Al Khalidiyah odds on? It's got the beating of Saab Al Khalidiyah, who's third best at 4.5 to 1. It's 10 to 1 and bigger the remainder on the international markets. It's rated clear of Wathba Al Khalidiyah. It's one of those races I can't explain it.
Yeah, no, I think he should be very much the favourite in this race. We could easily be proved to be wrong. Well, actually, no. No, we can't. We can say he deserves to be favourite. It doesn't matter if he wins. He does. On what we've seen so far, coming into the race today, Katia Al Khalidiyah is the horse to beat and deserves to be favourite in the race. Wathba Al Khalidiyah could bounce back to something like her best, but the word there is could. We don't know that for sure that she's going to do that, because based on this year's runs, where she's 0 from 9, she's been way below the 110 mark that she will need to run to even challenge Katia Al Khalidiyah.
She's rated inferior and she wants further. The recent form's not as good. Saab Al Khalidiyah has got lengths to make up with Khalidiyah Al Khalidiyah, and it's any price you want the rest.
Yeah.
Just don't run the race now. Just give the prize straight to Khalidiyah Al Khalidiyah.
Hopefully we're right on this one. There are no real negatives for the horse either. I mean, he'll come from slightly off the speed, but that's proved to be fine today. The inside stall should be fine. He shouldn't waste ground on the turns.
We could look very stupid in about 4 minutes' time.
We could, but I want to say that, I say this on any broadcast, like when we're talking about going into the race, we can't see what happens in the race. What we're saying is true. He deserves to be favourite. He is the horse to beat. He's got the best form. You said there he's clear on ratings. He is. We can't look stupid because they're all facts.
Just beaten by Asfan Al Khalidiyah, has got the course and distance winning form. There's nothing not to like. And, well, look at this. The market's kind of listening to what we're saying and reasoning with us. Closing on international favourite now into 6 to 4.
Right.
Wathba Al Khalidiyah out to 11 to 8. The rest of the market steady. All the support coming for Katia Al Khalidiyah.
Yeah, this makes sense. As I say, he could be beaten, but he deserves to be favourite. Should we talk about a couple of the others at who knows what price they are? But you know, the bigger
let's not. Let's just focus on. Let's just keep talking about Katia Al Khalidiyah. Go on, yeah. Mention somebody else that might have a chance.
Okay, so horse number 2, Umran, is a nice 7-year-old colt, a horse that I've followed since I've been here this season. He runs pretty well in behind generally. He doesn't tend to win races, but he could be a place candidate. Again, the trip's probably not ideal for him. Horse number 10, Amir Al Sham, rated 92, but still yet to break through. 0 from 21. That's not a record I really want to be looking at for a selection in this race. Horse number 11, Own, previously ran behind Asfan Al Khalidiyah in Taif, but was beaten a mile in a very uncompetitive race. He's only a 5-year-old though, so he could easily hit the frame. And this trainer had a winner earlier with Mountain Top. And the last one I'll mention is horse number 12, Faritz Al Jazi. Again, a place contender after some solid efforts recently, 4th on the last 2 occasions, but it's just hard to see her beating the likes of Katia Al Khalidiyah, who has £15 in hand on figures.
David, on the chat on the YouTube feed there, do give us your selections on there. He knows. He says number 1 for me in the next race.
Good. I'm glad you're teaming up with us, David. Hopefully we can have a winner.
I can't believe Shamila went against us. I mean, it's akin to treachery going with Wathba Al Khalidiyah.
She could be the one that's celebrating. Hopefully that's not the case. I'm sure that Enzo's going to be with us, though surely.
Enzo can throw in the odd sort of rundown again, you know. Come on, Enzo.
No, I'm gonna play to the script this time, Martin. I think the one horse is the right one to be with. I was surprised he wasn't favourite. Katia Al Khalidiyah for me as well. I love the drawn 1 here as well around this trip. So, yeah, I'm with the 1, and they are loading up. Third in the international market is number 7, Saab Al Khalidiyah. That one's yet to go forward, but very much it looks between Katia Al Khalidiyah and Wathba Al Khalidiyah, who Shamila was with. Trainer Nasser bin Mutlik, and the runners will be going the 1,200 metres here on the dirt at Riyadh. As you were saying, 2 weeks today, of course, the big night, World Cup day. Of course, got a break. No racing next week as we build up towards that. Still a few to go in here for the sprint prep. Here's the horse that we're hoping is going to come home in front. That's Katir Al Khaladir, the 8-year-old. Esel Al Sahani is the man that we're entrusting here. This is Tahamiat Al Khaladir. Camille Speed has been fairly quiet today, hasn't he? He goes forward now. Still waiting for number 4, Iris de Violette. This is the 2, Umran, in the orange and white colours, about to load. Umran. Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board the 7-year-old grey. Here's the well-fancied Wathabat Al Khaladir. They've got close together in the international market, the 1 and the 9 here. Wait for the last 2, Iris de Violette and Faritz Al Jazi. Completes the line. Here we go, race 7, sprint prep for the Arabian Breds. And they're off. Jumped away. Katir Al Khaladir got away okay towards the inside. Good start by Wathabat Al Khaladir, however. And that one has just got first run at this stage. Right there too is Tahamiat Al Khaladir in the red colours. And up there too is Saif Al Qusayr as they go through the first 400 metres. Off the pace a little bit at this stage is Fandine. That's the one who trails them. And second last is Umran, the orange colours, as they really hurtle around the turn here. Already heading towards the home turn. And up front in the black and white, Saif Al Qusayr has now come forward. Just touched the lead here from Tahamiat Al Khaladir, who's now racing in second. Third place for Wathabat Al Khaladir at this stage. Looking for Katir Al Khaladir quite far back, and he's working away to Aisal Al Sahani as they make the home turn. And making ground towards the outside now as well is number 15, Hafid Al Khaladir. So a few chances here, but it's Wathabat Al Khaladir who's got to the front, but it's been hard work. Trying to run on is Saab Al Khaladir, now making ground down the outside. Here comes Katir Al Khaladir, who's really rolling now in the red and black colours. Is coming to have a go at Wathabat Al Khaladir with 150 to go. Katir Al Khaladir ranged up and grabbed the lead. He's now putting in the giant strides. He's drawing away from his rival, and he looked in trouble at halfway, but he'll win going away. Katir Al Khaladir tight for second. Running on there was Kabara Al Jazra, involved with Wathabat Al Khaladir. Close second, 5 and 9, but the winner was number 1, who's heading to the winner's circle. Katir Al Khaladir. Asal Al Sahadi was just working away at halfway, but his persistence paid off. And he came with a centre field run to pick them all off, one by one. Little salute from the rider. Wins at a time of 1 minute 20.21. Wins by a length of 3/4. Second, number 5, Kabara Al Jazra. And that means 9 will be third. Wathabat Al Khaladir. It was only a nose between the second and third. A length of 3/4 the winning margin. Katir Al Khaladir is on top. 1 minute 20.21. Good shout from the team. Martin and Tom were confident, and he was the right one, wasn't he? Katir Al Khaladir.
Katia Al Khaladir, things may not have gone this horse's way. Got pushed back, had to switch wide, but has come home well clear. If there was even a toothpick Al Khaladir in the race, it would have come off second best, because Katia Al Khaladir was dominant today.
Yes, we were a little bit worried in the opening stages, but this horse was the best in the race. We were trying to tell you all that beforehand, and he proved it later in the day with a big late run. Key moves from the jockey. Gave him a great ride, Ali, I thought.
Well, off the bend, you said to Ali, go wide.
Go wide. You had to go wide, because he was tracking through Wathabat Al Khaladir. We'll see it in the full race replay. But then he moved 3, 4, 5 horses wide. Once he did that, Katia Al Khaladir found another gear, and it was game over from there.
You can see by the colour of him, he's got a fair bit of the kickback through the early part of the race. I was worried for the first 200 or 300 metres. He just didn't want to seem to grab hold of the bridle.
Yeah, I don't know whether they went a little bit hard from the outset, because just watch stall 1, right against the rail, bottom of the screen, broke like one of the best horses in the race. He broke out into third. Wathabat Al Khaladir broke the best in the white silks, big grey horse in the middle. But then, Katia Al Khaladir against the rail, the grey horse, red silks.
She starts to struggle here.
Yeah, seems to lose position. And number 4, Iris de Violette, does kind of force Ali Al-Sahani to really stamp on the brakes in a second. You'll just watch in the orange and black right at the bottom. See, look there, Katia Al Khaladir.
He's gone from being third to having only 3 behind him.
Yeah, he had to take a pull and lost the length in momentum and his position. Right now, he's got a wall of horses in front of him. The other market leader, Wathabat Al Khaladir, is in the prime spot. We're thinking, how's he going to find a run through? This is the first key move, pushing through that gap there into around 7th place, red silks. Now he has the option. Do I follow through the grey with the white colours, Wathabat Al Khaladir, which he looks to do? No, I'm going to go 6 or 7 wide and give this horse a free run, and that was the key move to winning this race, because once he got clear air, Katia Al Khaladir really flew down the centre of the track. He does hit the front in a second, and you'll see he idles a touch. Starts to hang a little bit to his right-hand side when the whip is brandished around now, but that makes no difference in the end.
No, it's come home a ready winner as well. As we said beforehand, he had the best form, he had the best recent form, he was the best horse over the distance, he was the best on the ratings, and he's proved it today.
Yeah, there was no reason why he shouldn't be favourite.
Well, because there was no toothpick Al Khaladir. That's why.
Imagine if he had a clear run. This horse would have won by a margin. He was way the best. He deserved to win this sprint prep. He's a 1200 metre specialist. And what we should say is that these Arabian horses, generally, because they're built for endurance, the majority of them don't want the distance. He is one that does. He's very much a sprinter. He's quick. And he's got the job done in emphatic style.
And we're not after timing, but we said the international market had this wrong.
Yeah, well, that did seem to correct itself nearer the off. Someone's definitely listening. It didn't correct themselves enough, though, because this horse should have been favourite. Still went off the second favourite behind Wathabat Al Khaladir, who had no excuse. She was in the perfect position. She struck for home first. Still finished third.
And been nutted by a 40 to 1 chance on the international market, who was rated just 86.
Kabara Al Jazra, yeah, who had 5 French wins coming into today. Finished 7th over 1600 on the debut last time in Saudi Arabia. A horse that I couldn't have had. Just the fact that Kabara Al Jazra beat Wathabat Al Khaladir, to me, just further signifies that that filly from Mutlaq's stable definitely isn't anywhere near a 105 filly anymore.
And Kathbar Al Jazza was in the same race as Wathabat Al Khaladir last time, but reverses the form.
Yeah, exactly. There's got to be a bit of a concern for connections of the 9 in here who did finish third. Maybe they'll opt for a couple more targets and retire her at the end of the season. She'll be a good broodmare for these Arabian horses, and she'll be worth a fair bit of money as well, given her 3-figure rating and 12 career successes.
Well, do we need to extend a warm hand to Shamila? She's out there in the cold. Enzo was with the winner. I was with the winner. You were with the winner.
Yeah, well, it's just a lesson. It's just a lesson for Shamila. It's not been Shamila's day today. I can feel that she's going to make amends in this next race, right?
Let's hope so. Cup races for the next 5 to close out the card. The final day of racing here in Riyadh before the Saudi Cup meeting gets underway a week on Friday the 23rd. 2 days, the 23rd and 24th. The entries, the likely fields, available through our social media platforms. Do check out the Saudi Cup media feeds. 14 likely runners declared there for yesterday, the Saudi Cup. As we just take in the closing stages once again. Of course, we were talking earlier on, Tom, about the Arabian races, the Abaya Classic and the Al Manifa Cup on Saudi Cup night. We've got the winners for both of the races last year, but they're both gone in contrasting races this time round. The winner of the Bayer goes for the Manifa and vice versa.
Yeah, Talal Al-Khaladiya looks to be given a pretty good shot at winning for the second year in a row on Saudi Cup night. Meanwhile, Asfan Al-Khaladiya's got a strength in depth and challenge for his event. So it'll be interesting to see how each race pans out. I think Talal will probably be a short price favourite on the international market on the day, but Asfan Al-Khaladiya is definitely the best Arabian in the country, and he'll be very hard to beat, no matter the fact that he's been drawn against several very good Arabian horses.
And we've got Bathrat Leon back to defend his crown in the 1351 turf sprint for Ishito Yahagi.
Yeah, the Japanese just do so well at any venue. It doesn't matter where it is. It could be Dubai, it could be obviously Japan. We've seen them have success in the Breeders' Cup. We've seen them with very few runners in the UK, but they've done well there. Look, every Japanese runner on Saudi Cup night has a great shot.
He's back again, taking on Casa Creed, who has twice been second in that race.
I love that horse.
Yeah.
Casa Creed, Bill Mott, 9-year-old I think he is now. He's in the veteran stages of his career. Always produces. It's weird, you don't see too many American horses be able to really replicate that form and in fact improve on it when they come to somewhere like Saudi Arabia, but he is one of them. Super consistent.
Well, he's been beaten a lip here, hasn't he, in that race the last 2 seasons?
Yeah,
Not been beaten far
he
at all.
deserves to win, he does.
And Cold Front goes in there as well, having won the trial, beating Honky Tonk Man.
Yes, that form did get a bit of a negative boost yesterday, Honky Tonk Man losing, but connections of Cold Front will be hopeful.
Yeah, Honky Tonk Man, maybe just not all that consistent. He can throw in a bad one.
Yeah, yesterday was the proof of that. He was a short price in the international market and just didn't really perform. So it'll be interesting to see how the turf races pan out. I'm still yet to see a turf race here. I'm gutted about it, but I will be watching this one, that's for sure.
And Art Power comes across for that race, and Matilda Picotti as well for Ireland, a horse who was tried in the Classics earlier last season, but dropped ever so slightly back to the 1400 last year, rounded off with wins at Doncaster and Newmarket.
Both proper speed horses, Art Power especially, just blast from the outset, and Matilda Picotti, another horse with a brazen speed. They're just going to be going hammer and tongs.
I think they've got to soften up for something for a closer.
Have to, absolutely have to.
Okay, well, they are both of that. We've got the Neom Turf Cup as well, newly elevated to Group 2 status for this season. Jack Darcy in there, Hearts Concerto for Japan, Studley, and Spirit Dancer, who won the qualifier over in Bahrain for Richard Fahey and Sir Alex Ferguson. Sir Alex, of all the great days he's had in his career with Manchester United and various things, was describing the win in Bahrain as one of the best days of his life. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it, for a guy like that who's been so successful in football, in the world of football, with obviously Rangers, I think it was to start with, and then going on to Man United and just dominating the Premier League for a long period of time. Aberdeen, I should correct myself there. With all that success in football, a sport that's very well known throughout the whole world, and everyone knows Alex for those exploits. To go and win a race in Bahrain and say it was the best moment of his life, or one of them, incredible. Oh, if he wins here, I wonder what he'll say then. The best moment maybe to come here in Riyadh. Exactly. Giavolito as well was a winner at York last season for Marco Botti. He comes over for the Red Sea Turf. Again, there's a strong field assembled for that, and that horse will eventually carry the name of Lucia Botti. Reports this week that Marco's got to set up a satellite yard in Dubai, and Giavolito will be the headline act there. I think Lucia Botti had a great win last week, was it? Yeah, a major win. A few runners so far. Giavolotti's a huge horse, massive horse. I don't know whether he'll be suited by this track, but as you say, one at York, that's very much a galloping track with a huge run in. So we'll see if he handles it here. I don't think so, but he's another interesting runner on what will be a phenomenal day. Tower of London, who was placed in the St Leger for Aidan O'Brien's, also in there as well. Japan with Breakup, Libyan Glass, Echt and Iron Barrows, and of course we've got the Riyadh Dirt Sprint as well. 14 in there, headed by the recent Dubai winner Tuz, the Bupat Seamar. Eastern World also in there for the UAE, and Japan with Remake, who was third in the race last year as well. That's all to look forward to in a couple of weeks' time. More imminently, and today we've got the first of our cup races to look forward to. This is the Al Juf Regional Governorate Cup. It's race 8. It's worth 150,000 rials. It's over 2,400 metres for the local horses, and the field headed by horse number 2, Najbat Al Ayaz.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, as you say, long distance, isn't it? 2,400 metres, a mile and a half this time for the Al Juf Region Governorate Cup for colts and fillies and geldings. And yeah, we'll go through the scratchings. Take out number 1, Ibn Hadban. Take out 6, Abu Shaker. Take out 9, Daklat Nura. Take out 20, Al Radia. Take out 24, Al Murat Al Faswa. And also 25, Kabar. They don't run. So let's go through the ones that do run and with the jockeys. Number 2, as you say, heads the list, Najabat Al Ayaz for Patrick Seeking, Adel Al Faradi. Number 3 is Had Al Gamam, ridden by Naif Adanazi. Number 4 is Tomahawk, Asil Al Sahari. He's looking for a double now, isn't he, after that last race? 5, Ujawanaya, Camille Ospina. 7 is Weshawala, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 8 is Ardal, Thurb Altamat. 10, Heshan, Eddie Castro. 11 is Al Samwal for Abdullah Al Mohammadi. 12, Saud Abdulaziz Al Musa. 13, Barak Alanea for Luis Morales. 14, Karihom for Nawaf Al Mudiani. 15, Ashkana, Fahad Al Faradi. 16, Arama, I think his favourite on the international markets, Ayad Al Tarisi. 17 is Modher for Mohammed Al Hubail. 18 is Hataf for the apprentice who's flying today, Mohammed Al Yami, looking for his 3rd score of the day. 19 is Moater, Ahmad Al Shra, scratch 20. 21 is Motor Seema, now ridden by Tariq Al Mansur, who won race 6. Number 22, Ackerman, Osama Al Sharani, and 23 is a runner, Raid Al Wasil, Hamza Saad. So those that run the reserves, 21 out of stall 1, 22 out of stall 6, 23 out of stall 9, scratching 1, 6, 9, 20, 24, 25. There's still plenty of runners for Martin and Tom to have a look at.
Yeah, lots of them, and we pick up in shot first off horse number 5, who has had good form this season. A win and a second. Steps up in trip today.
Yes, gets Camilo Ospina, which is definitely a positive. 3rd start for the new stable. The trip is a worry.
Juwania up from the 1800 metres. Weshawala is number 7, 4 wins from 55. Did finish second here, 2 back.
This isn't the right spot for him, though. He's only rated 76. I think he's going to be outclassed.
Ardal with a rating of 81 is a 3 times winner. Was a winner in open company over 2,000 last time out.
Yeah, 2 of those 3 victories come this year. He's the likely front runner in this race.
We do scratch horse number 9. So number 10 is Heshan, who was over this distance last time out.
Yeah, just looked a little bit unbalanced at a crucial stage in that race. It may have even bounced as well from his comeback run when 3rd, meeting 76, which was undoubtedly better than his recent effort.
Yeah, tailed off pretty much last time out. Number 11 is Assem Wal, 1 win from 8 starts, but down the field last time.
Another one that's outclassed and won't be winning this.
12, Saud.
Struggled last time since the, struggled since the sole success, really. 1 from 25, not a good strike rate.
No, very poor wins to runs ratio. Barak Alanaya is horse number 13, a recent winner over 2,000 metres. That was on the trials day here in the Howden Handicap.
I really liked him that day. I thought the race set up perfectly for the closer, and he was just that on the step up and trip. Today, he still has a good chance with his late kick. He's going to be pretty far back, so Louis Morales will have to try and find a clear run.
Kaariahom is number 14.
Doesn't win all that often and won't be doing it today.
And then we get down to 15, Ashkana.
He's at least pretty consistent. Look at the form figures the last 5 runs. Hasn't been outside the top 5. Can hit the frame in here if he runs his best race.
Yeah, was 3rd in that Lexus race a couple of starts back, and 3rd again in a decent race last time. 16, Arama.
Was a huge surprise last time when he won at meeting 99. She won last time at meeting 99. She overcame trouble in running, beat a horse from the White stable with a huge late burst. The biggest positive for her is that she stays the trip better than anything in this race.
She is joint top rated in the field. 17 is Modher, who was 8th last time in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques for apprentice jockeys.
It was a rare poor run for that horse last time, albeit in a better race than this.
And has got good form over the 2400 as well. So come on, Shamila, we've got to extend a hand to you here. You're probably feeling a bit down and depressed after the last race.
Well, Martin, Tom Collins said to me this morning, oh, I'd really like to see you have some winners today, Shamila. And then he was praying and applauding my downfall in that last race. So hopefully I can bring you a winner in this race anyway. I'm going to go with horse number 2, Najbat Al-Ez. And I'm putting all my faith once again in Adel Al-Faradi, who's broken my heart on multiple occasions today already. But I'm holding out hope for this horse in this race. Our first cup race of the day as well, with 150,000 Saudi Riyal, which is a whopping amount of money there for the prize pot. This horse was first last time out at meeting 98, so a good turnaround for him. Really consistent this season, a really nice trying horse as well. So hopefully she can get the job done for me in this contest. I also really like the look of horse number 13, Barak Alanea for Louis Morales. But I just think that Najbat Al-Ez, I think she's the best looker out of the bunch for sure, and the highest rated in the race. I think that she can definitely get the job done. Though I have said this, on multiple occasions today, and I have been wrong. So maybe don't listen to me until I start getting a few more winners today. And that was it for this race. Horse number 19, Moater, looks good as well. And the Connections are hoping to get a double on the day.
Well, don't worry, Shamil. As we found out with the producer yesterday, he threw in 2 winners. As we said, even a stopped clock is right twice a day, isn't it? So
it would have been good if he could hear that, but he's currently not in the producing chair. But you are right. You are right. It's all about consistency. And you're going to bounce back and get in the car today with a few winners, I'm sure about it.
Well, let's just have a look at some of the bigger numbered runners over the page. Barak Alenia, we touched on as well, that Howden race. Ashkana as well. We touched on that horse. Modher, it does stay well.
Yeah.
Moetta as well. That horse has been in good form, albeit over shorter for the Red Stable.
Yeah, I've got huge concerns about the distance for Moetta. What price is the 19? Sorry to ask as I'm talking about the horse, but 10 to 1. Yeah, I think that's probably about right. I was maybe anticipating a little bit shorter just due to Connections, but I think 10 to 1 is probably fair. Recent form, but over shorter distances, and there is no guarantee that he's going to stay this far.
By Connect and the run style of it, it just doesn't. Yeah. It does not appeal at 2400.
No, Connect. We've seen plenty of his progeny run today, and the majority have been running over trips shorter than 2000.
There is number 2 in shot then. This is the horse that we do like indeed. Adele Ferretti with 2 winners on the board so far today. Adele looking for a third. He thought he could have 4 today. Joint top rated this horse, who was a second last time out in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques for apprentice races and followed up in a cup race last time over the 2000. The first 2 here pulled nicely clear.
Yeah, I'm not going to go as far as to say this horse should be favourite and should be odds on like Katir Al-Khalidiyah should in the last race, but she should definitely be favourite in this race. Yeah, I mean, she should be favourite. She shouldn't be anywhere near odds on, but her and Aramar, the 2 at the top of the market, are the clear standouts. No doubt about it. And look at this performance. The key here, watch Adele Al-Ferretti uses the whip there. The horse is half length up. He uses it, pushes out, and she's extending the lead. That is crucial over the trip because we know that she's strong at the finish. The majority of these don't want 2400. She gets 2400. She gets the inside gate. She gets Adele Al-Ferretti. She gets Gaith Al-Gaith, who's already had a winner with Adele Al-Ferretti today in race 1. And most importantly, she knows how to win. She's had 11 victories in her career.
Well, here is the form then for the international favourite. There's not much between them, but this is Aramar last time out. Run a big figure this day, but the overall balance of form, has worked her way into form this season, but you look at Najbart, it's just got a much more consistent profile. That's what I take away from this performance.
Yeah, as I was saying about Aramar, the main pro for her is that she stays better than any other horse. You can see here, she's really, really strong late in the race, fending off a white stable horse and then miles clear of the rest. I can see why people may go for the 16. She is a likely winner in here, but Najbat Alays has more strength and depth to her form. She's more consistent. She's proven recently that she's in that top vein of form as well. She gets the better rider. She gets the inside gate. I think there are slightly more pros for the 2, though the 16 is the only major threat.
But you say that the 16 does stay well, but Najbat did win over this trip, didn't it, back in March?
Yes, yeah, it wasn't as strong at the finish, but stayed nice.
It stays, yeah.
Yeah, there's no doubt about the stamina. It's just, if they're in a... Well, actually, I don't know. I was going to say if they're in a battle, maybe I prefer Aramar, but I don't think I would. They both stay well. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
And that form of the Custodian Holy Mosque, the apprentice race, there's been a couple of winners come from that as well. Yeah. Not just this horse, the form of it looks rock solid.
Yeah, it does. There'll be quite a few races like that. You get the odd race where it's pretty bleak, and then you get a race like that where there's numerous subsequent winners, and hopefully we get another one here.
And there is His Highness Prince Bandar up in the Royal Box, one of the main architects behind the movement forward here of racing in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and one of the main supporters of the Saudi Cup, the world's richest race. 2 weeks today, the 14 likely runners that announced yesterday, and as we say, do check out the social media pages for that. So 16 and 2, now the only 2 really on the international market. It's double figures for the rest. That brings in the 5. Jawania, Ashkana is 12 to 1. Modher attracts a tiny bit of support, the 17 here. Modher, second twice at Open Company over 2,000 metres. As you say, disappointed in that custodian race, but I think if you're looking for a horse to give you a good run and be there or thereabouts to the finish, I think Modher would be that horse. Does stay particularly well. As I said, two recent goes over the 2400, finishing first and second.
I think both Modha and Barak Al-Anai, they've got very similar kind of profiles. Both going to stay well, both going to come from relatively far back in the race. They're two horses that I would maybe consider for like a place contender in this race, maybe top 3, top 4 finish. They're going to have to improve a great deal to beat either Najabat Al-Ayez and Aramar, who are rated 93, Modha's rated 82, Barak Al-Anai rated 78.
Aramar just under 2 to 1. It's bang on 2 to 1 from just slightly above 2 to 1 for Najabat Al-Ayez. As the runners arrive down at the start for race 8. Cup Company to take us through the back end of the card. We do stay on the dirt for the remainder here. The race over the 2400 for this race. We come back to the 1600 for race 9. The Ministry of Culture Cup for the 4-year-olds and older. And towards the back end of the card, the Prince Abdulaziz bin Jalawi Cup. That's for the Arab horses. That's over the 1600 metres. Now, 2 feature races, races 11 and 12 over the 1200 metres. And then over the 1400 for the final race, in which we will hopefully see Tafiq extend that winning run. Has won twice over the course and distance, 2 wins over the 1400, sandwiched in between a defeat over 1600. So a big field assembled down at the start. So Shamila was with, I've totally forgotten.
The same as us.
Same as us.
Horse number 2.
Oh, she's not a winner then, she's fine, okay. Don't worry, Shamila, you've got a winner picked out this time. Although by the looks of it, she's ran away.
Yeah, I can't see Shamila right now. Hopefully she'd be... Well, she's already celebrating, that's what it is.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
She's got to get herself a Diet Coke or something and just dancing around the insides of the grandstand. Aramar from stall 18, Najabat Al-Ayez from stall 2. Would you say the draw is particularly favourable for either one of those two? Does it suit one more than the other between the top 2 in the market?
I prefer the
16 and 2.
I always prefer the inside stall. You can win from outside. There's no huge bias to being drawn inside, but I always feel like if you're drawn inside, you can cover less ground, especially on a closer. Najabat Al-Ayez should be, I would guess, around 7th or 8th in the early part of this race, unless Adele tries to get a little bit aggressive from the inside post, which jockeys do tend to do, especially in America. But let's say she is in 7th or 8th early on, she'll be able to skim the rail. Aramar is going to be a little bit further back. I imagine maybe around 10th-ish at the midway part of the race. That means Iyad El Tarazi will need to go wide on the turn. So he'll be covering more ground on that filly. Adele will be saving ground on the inside. That all helps late in the day. If there's 100 metres left, I want the horses against the fence.
Well, Lewis, on our chat feed on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia YouTube channel, he knows he's gone with a 2 here. David was debating, should he go 15 or should he go 2? What do you reckon he went with?
I hope 2.
No, he went 15.
Ashkana.
Yeah.
I can see Ashkana, but mainly for a place rather than win. This is a horse that generally finds winning pretty tough.
Right, they're about to start loading forward then. Longest race of the evening. And I guess there's not too many opportunities, just very quickly, Tom, before we go back to Enzo, for the local breds over this sort of 2400. So you don't get that many opportunities for them to prove their worth over this longer trip.
No, exactly, but this would have been the target for many, I'm sure, with 150 Saudi Riyal up for grabs here. The proper 2400 metre specialists that are locally bred will have been aimed here, the likes of Najabat Al-Ayez, and I'm sure, as well, the 16 Aram.
Okay, we're all on the 2 here, Enzo. You with us or against us?
I'm with you again. This time, Martin. Yeah, Najabat Al-Ayez, I think the draw, as Tom was talking about, better than where Aramar is out in 16. We shall see. They're loading up steadily. They're the 2 main players in the international market. 19 runners going the 2,400 metres. There's number 23, Ride Al-Wasel. Hamza Saad in the black and white. Don't get too many. Number 23 is running, and 15 going in as well, Ashkana. I think it's just the one we like to go in the green, Adel Al-Faradi, Najabat Al-Ayez. Set. Starting the home straight, and they're off. And the starter caught them in a pretty good line towards the outside, missing it a fraction. Was Moater, and just towards the back is Ashkana early on as well. Breaking alertly towards the centre is Al Samwal. That's up there to have overall command. Number 11, Al Samwal it is, who goes on by about a neck, but there's plenty of pace pressure around. Saud is up there towards the outside in the orange and black colours. And it is now Soud who's going to pick it up as they pass the stands with a circuit to go. Soud in front in the orange and black, goes on by a length to Al Semwal, just takes back in the green sleeves, red cap. To race a share of second place now, with the horse improving around the outside, which is Kari Hom, who's getting into it. And also up with that front rank as well is Ardal, who now sits in third place. Fourth now for Al Semwal as they head around the turn into the back straight. Further back to spot the yellow cap, and that's Wesh Al Wala at this stage in the green and yellow colours, racing towards the outside. That is number 7, Wesh Al Wala, green and yellow. And then back towards the inside, we have Ackerman, who's trying to get into Ackerman in the red sleeves and cap. And then comes Najabat Alayez, who's crept a little bit closer in the green and yellow towards the inside, just covered in some kickback. And looking towards the back of the field, Had Al Gamam is towards the rear. Looking for a Rama at this stage. Number 16 is quite far back and caught very wide. You can see the dark sleeves and cap, but it's making ground, but it's right out on the top shelf as they make the run well past the halfway stage of the back straight here. And up front now, a new leader is Ardal, has got on. Number 8, Ardal, has a narrow lead to Soud on the inside, and the green and yellow of Weshawala is still quite handy. Making ground all the time, but doing it the hard way is Aramar towards the outside, but it's got significantly closer now into about 4th as they head around the crown of the turn. Coming off the rails is Najabat Alayez, the other big player, goes into 4th place but is on the move. Wesh Awala is in front by a length and a half. So on the outside giving chase, here comes the international favourite Aramar to go to a share of second. Also right there still is Hathaf in the bright green colours as they turn for home. Weshawala from Hathaf in second. The runner's flattened out a bit for Aramar now, looks tired having covered all that extra ground as they turn for home. Still in front, this Weshawala. To the outside, Aramar's got the second win now. In between them is Hathaf. And it's Hathaf now in the middle who's just got on. Can Aramar quicken for a third time down the outside? It's Hathaf in front. Aramar still trying with the noseband. Hathaf holding on though. It's Hathaf still by a neck. Number 18, Hathaf is going to win. It's a treble for Mohammed Al Yami. What a day for the youngster. Second place in the end will go to the well-fancied Aramar, who didn't quite get there. Moater stayed on in behind them. Good battle up the straight, but it was Hathaf who won it. Number 18, Mohammed Al Yami. 3 winners. He won race 2, race 4, and now race 8. Extraordinary. Second, number 16, Aramar, who did cover a lot of extra ground, was wide throughout. And third was number 19, Moater in the red with the white cap. They were clear of the rest. Half a length the winning margin. 2 minutes 37.55 for the mile and a half. Weshawala, the long-time leader, was back in 4th. Najabat Alayez never really got into it, was 5th. 18, 16, 19 the numbers. Hathaf, Aramar, Moater. What a day for the apprentice, though. It is Mohammed Al Yami with 3 on the day.
day 4, the jockey, Batista, a little bit earlier on, Hamoud Al-Kir, and now Hataf has taken out the first of our cup races. Another big price on the international markets, but it's one of those races you sit down to analyse, has been beaten the last couple of starts and has been tanked by the top 2 in the international market on both occasions.
Very impossible. Well,
Just how?
impossible. Impossible to pick. Beaten 12 lengths by Aramar last time up over this trip. Just somehow beat Aramar there today. Beaten 8 1/4 lengths by Najbat Al-Aiz prior to that over a shorter distance. The only reason I can see any sign of improvement was that this horse is only having the second run over the distance. But saying that, ran over the distance last time and was stuffed by Aramar. So very hard to pick in this race. What I will say is, any fans of Mohamed Al-Yami today, 25s, 16s, what was the other winner he had today? Well, it was something like 25s again. So that treble, those 3 horses.
33s, 25s and 16s.
Yeah, ludicrous prices. He's had a phenomenal day.
Batista in race 2 was 33s. Hamoud Al-Kir in race 4 was 25 to 1 in the international markets, and half here was 16 to 1. Things seem to go according to script though for Najbat for much of the race.
Yeah.
The nice pitch there towards the inside rail at about 6th position there.
Well, I mean, during the race, it went exactly how we said beforehand. Najbat Al-Aiz was in around 7th, 8th position. On the outside, the other market leader in the international market, Aramar, was also in a similar place but was wide on the track. So that's what we were expecting. Aramar ran the race I expected her to run in this race, but Najbat Al-Aiz was a little bit disappointing in the closing stages. Couldn't ever really make that move up to the leaders and get involved. I don't know whether she's just not performed on the reasonably quick turnaround, or I don't know what other reason there would be, because she was in a good spot, she seemed to be in good form, she travelled well, just didn't have the kick.
Well, if we're looking at the probability of things happening, just over 15,000 to 1 that the jockey would have had these 3 winners.
Crazy. Huge day for him though, an apprentice rider still. This would be by far the biggest day he's ever had as a jockey.
And 8 races so far, half of them won by apprentice jockeys.
Yeah, and all of them won by Saudi local jockeys. No Camilo Ospina, no Lou Morales, no Alex Moreno so far, among the others, Wigberto, etc. So it's been a day of tough picking, I would say.
Tariq Al Mansour with a win aboard Human Maker, and Ardel Al Faradi winning aboard Narwan and Mountain Top. And a couple of names maybe for the trackers and the notebooks for next season. Well, Mountain Top
Yes.
and Tarzim as well. Both have been really impressive. But we're into our cup racing here today. And, well, you wouldn't really fancy Hataf to have landed a cup race on this occasion based on what we'd seen so far.
Yeah, rated 81, had £12 to find on official figures, was carrying level weights with the 2 horses that actually was giving £2 to Najbat Al-Aiz, who was giving this horse weight and beat this horse by 8 1/4 lengths a couple of starts back. So virtually impossible. What the positive for the winner was always in a prominent position. Was always up with the speed and didn't have to make a vast amount of ground. Aramar made up the ground and couldn't go by. You can see on the outside there with the inverted chevron. Looks like kind of like a ladder on the silks. Just couldn't go by. Those 2 drew clear though. It was a fair run from both of them. The 3rd place finisher, Moetta, just at the bottom of the screen, red silks, white cap, came from nowhere.
But that's also another head scratcher. That was the one horse we couldn't have staying.
Yeah, a non-stayer was the best stayer in the race. Crazy. I couldn't have foreseen any of that happening. Aramar was the only horse in there that really ran to the figure expected.
And here are connections coming down then for the trophy presentation. It'll be a great moment for them and a wonderful moment for the jockey, Mohamed Al-Yami, who's had those 3 winners here today. Races numbers 2, 4 and 8. Ardel Al Faradi, you were banking on hoping on those 4 winners. You had 2 in the bag so far, and we have 4 more races still to go. But of those wins, by far and away for the jockey, this will be the most prestigious winning a cup race.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see he's very happy with his trophy there. He's only a young rider and he's doing very well early in his career. Tariq Al Mansour is the outstanding apprentice so far this season, but Mohamed Al-Yami is right up there in the next flight.
And again, the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques form, this time the apprentice race gets another boost.
Exactly, yeah, it does. He was beaten a fair way, this winner, but he was 8 1/4 behind Najbat Al-Aiz, who finished 2nd in that race. But again, another tick in the box for that event, and you've got to follow the horses coming out of it.
And it just really exemplifies how quickly and how often the horses run here. The custodian of the 200 Mosque qualifier, already 2 weeks gone today.
Yeah.
And already there's been about 3 winners come from the race.
Yeah, it's really panning out nicely. There have been a few races like that, as I say. Maybe this will be a race that pans out well. We don't really know. It's really, the horse I'm taking out of this is Moetta. Look at those red silks. Around mid-division, around 8th or 9th right now. White cap, really travelling into the race at this stage. The winner and second, the eventual winner and second, have already gone beyond recall. They're in this leading group of 3. Moetta had to wait for a gap. Just about to tip out to the outside in the red and the white silks. Eclipsed by a couple of other runners right now. Again, tightened for room there. Probably ran the best race, I think, and has finished third over a trip that wasn't sure to suit. If I was to run this race again in 2 weeks' time off the same weights, I'd have Moetta.
I'd almost want to see Moetta back it up over this kind of a trip. I think this is a strange race.
It certainly is. Maybe the trouble helped Moetta. Maybe he's a horse that likes to not get into full flight too soon because he doesn't sustain his run.
Well, he has run big. Actually run a massive race when you see the closing stages.
Yeah, he's run huge. He was the real closer in the race and didn't have an ideal trip either.
Well, the second of our cup races is race 9. This for 4-year-olds and older. Post time just under 20 minutes away for the Ministry of Culture Cup. This for local and imported horses. And again, a big field to go to post in this. And some of the qualifying form represented here. Uncle, who was 4th in the 13:51 sprint qualifier. In behind Cold Front, who was one of the 14 who's gone forward for that sprint race on Saudi Cup night. When he beat here 2 weeks ago.
Honky Tonk Man.
And that form represented also by a few of these Los Landis as well, was in the Turf Sprint qualifier, finished back in 10th place on that occasion. So the mile, the 1600 metres for race 9, it's the Ministry of Culture Cup. Full details with Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, take out the 18 here. Dahi doesn't go, and the reserve comes in. Number 21, Indemnify, and takes Dahi's stall 18. 20 runners then for the Ministry of Culture Cup, the 4-year-olds and upwards. Going the mile, 1600 metres. Number 1 is Los Andes for Youssef Al Hussein. 2 is the international favourite. Third Kingdom for Ahmed Al Shra, used to race over in Europe. Number 3 is Al Zaim, Eddie Castro for the Woodruff stable. 4 is Soros, Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 5 is Gambe Veloce, a grey son of Caravaggio for Abdullah Al Ajmi. 6 is Saudi Empire, Adel Al Faradi. He's been upstaged, hasn't he, with his double today with the exploits of young Mohammed Al Yami. Number 7 is Ardab, Camillo Ospina. 8 First Contact, Ali Al Mamoni. 9 La Barossa. Can he do it again, Mohammed Al Yami? He's already on this 15,027 to 1 treble. Number 10 is New Bolt for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 11 is Manciato Dioro. Fahad Al Faradi rides. 12 is Rajil for Abdullah Al Kradis. 13 Wakud Nawef Al Mudiani. 14 Time Najd Abdullah Al Hussein. 15 Single Minded Khalid Al Mamoni. 16 Al Wahis for Naif Al Anazi. 17 is Path of Thunder for Alex Moreno. Number 18 is out. So 19 is Bottle Rocket Man, Ahmed Al Azari. 20 is Uncle Mohammed Aldaham. And 21 that runs, comes out of stall 18, is Indemnify. Scratch the other reserves. 22, 23, 24, 25 don't get in. 18 is out. 21 is a runner. Third Kingdom is the international market's favourite at the moment over Los Andes, Path of Thunder and Uncle. But Third Kingdom is the one for Jimmy Jerkins and Ahmed Al Shra, Martin and Tom, who heads the international market. 20 runners for the Ministry of Culture Cup. We're going to go back to Martin in a moment. And as we look at number 17 there, that's Path of Thunder. Alex Moreno will be on board this sort of Night of Thunder. A few horses we know well from their time over in Europe in this one, including Third Kingdom, which is sort of make-believe now with Jimmy Jerkins. And he is the horse who heads the international market at the moment as we go back to Martin and Tom.
Always a pro, Anthony there with the runners and riders then for the next Hathar, beating RMR in the previous race. The international market favourite coming off second best. Third Kingdom, though, is the international favourite here for Jimmy Jerkins. It's not quite happened with Jimmy over the course of the last 3 days, has it?
He had some bad luck. Was it yesterday or Thursday? I think it was Thursday.
Thursday, yeah.
A couple of narrow defeats, horses that looked like they were going to win their races. They were both international market favourites, and they just got chinned near the wire. So it's been a bit of a frustrating week, I'd say, for Jimmy, but he'll be hopeful that Third Kingdom can go close in this.
Okay, it's a competitive race. Jockeys are out in the paddock. Let's go through the field. Number 1, Los Andes is coming back a big trip.
Interesting horse in this race. He was very impressive back at meeting 58 when he struck, albeit in a much weaker contest than this. Has struggled in cup races the last twice, finishing just 12th and then 10th last time up. Lou Morales usually rides him. He's not on board today.
Horse number 2, though, is the international market leader. This is Third Kingdom for Jimmy Jerkins, second top rated in the field of 101.
Nice horse for the Gosdens, won over 1400 in an open race back in November. Was outclassed last time at meeting 83, but has been given time to come over that effort and come back today fresh and hopeful of a big race success.
Number 3 is Al Zam, who is only had the 3 starts back in Riyadh this campaign, was over 2,000 metres last time out in open company.
Yet to go close so far this season. This is probably too tough an ask, but this horse is still pretty lightly raced and is by Distorted Humour, a sire that's already had a winner on the card today.
Number 4 is Soros, who's been racing over 1,600 metres in cup company.
Looks the stable second string in this race behind Los Andes. Struggled in the Golf Cup last time up, went just 15th.
Gamma Veloci is horse number 5. A little bit to find on the official figures.
Hasn't found his way so far this year, finishing 10th and 14th, and it's his third quickfire run off a long layoff.
I've got a question mark against Saudi Empire, a rating of just 79, but you get the feeling we haven't seen the best of this horse.
It was a good maiden win last season, and he finished 4th last time up when he was staying on late off a long break. Adel Al-Faradi's on board a lightly raced horse for the FMQ stables. Definitely give this one a second look.
That is Saudi Empire. Move down to Camila Ospina's mount, which is Al Dab, who was trained in the UK by Ed Dunlop, has been racing in Bahrain as well.
Yeah, exactly. There were wins in both the UK and in Bahrain. Forzinas brings them over here with Camila Ospina. A real good team, those two together. But I don't think today will be the day, first up in the country.
Which brings them down to First Contact as well. Now, this is an interesting horse, top rated in the field of 108, but we've not seen an awful lot of this horse. Been off the track for quite some time, from what I could see, but you go back, he's been second at a Zabeel Mile and 7th to the old Lord Glitters and a Jebel Hatter.
Yeah, listed win for Godolphin back in the day, but he's a 9-year-old now. This is a huge drop in class for him. If he retains anything like his old ability, he would be the winner here, but I don't think that's probably going to be the case. I think we've seen the best of First Contact, and now I want to be taking him on.
That's First Contact. Labarosa's number 9.
Labarosa is another ex-Godolphin, ex-Charlie Appleby horse in this race. Again, not the same horse he used to be. I always think this horse is a filly, but Labarosa, he's a gelding. His runs so far in Saudi Arabia have been pretty weak.
New Bolt, 1 start so far this campaign. That was over 1,400 in the King Khalid University Cup.
Another 100-plus rated horse that we just haven't seen the best of, or haven't seen anything like that kind of performance in Saudi Arabia. Was good in the UK for Rafe Beckett.
And I'm sure Shamili, you'll be familiar with First Contact from his time over in Dubai. He kept some pretty good company over there.
Oh, I feel like I'm cursed today, Martin, honestly. And Adel Al-Faradi has broken my heart one too many times, even though I really, really love the look of horse number 6, Saudi Empire. I think he is a stunning-looking individual. I'm going to go instead with horse number 20, Uncle, for Thamar Al-Dehani, one of Tom's favourite trainers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He's just getting a little bit worked up on his toes there, but other than that, he's been really good going around the parade ring and looks an absolute professional and ready to go, but he is just getting a little bit worked up. However, I will be sticking with him because I can't quite go with Adel Al-Faradi again. And he is a 4-year-old gelding by Harry Angel. Jumps out of one of the widest stalls out in the track, but Mohammed Al-Daham had a treble this weekend, so I think that he's pretty much in good form. So I'm going to stick with horse number 20 as my paddock selection for this 9th race of the evening. As I mentioned before, horse number 6, Saudi Empire, looking really good, and horse number 16 as well, Al-Wahiz for Naif Al-Anazi. I really hope one of my guys decides to have a winner today because I'm really lonely out here in the parade ring. I've had no interviews today whatsoever.
I wonder if she means by one of her guys, she means you, Tom.
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely think so. This is a good race. I think Shamina's going to get a winner here. Darmal Dahani. Why not?
I think this horse does bring a really good level of form into this. That the form with Honky Tonk Man from the sprint qualifier last time out, fourth in a cup race before that. Would it be a concern that the wins for Uncle have come back at Taif rather at this track?
Yes, very much so. I'd say it's also a bit of a concern. He always tends to find one too good. But the pro for him is that he's super consistent. He's rated up with the best of these if you get rid of the horses that have inflated ratings based on runs elsewhere. And he's got a good chance. The trainer and the jockey and the owner are extremely prolific, especially in these kind of cup races.
What about the horse we could see in shot there, number 9? That was Bottle Rocket Man. The horse I was going to bring attention to was Path of Thunder, the 17, who was second a few starts back and has been in cup races last time out over the course and distance.
So this is actually going to be my pick. I think Uncle will be in the top 5, maybe top 3. It all depends about the trip for him. But I like Path of Thunder in this race. I think he's the most likely winner. His recent runs have been pretty poor. He's not a horse that I would generally go for. Again, we've seen him in better light in recent years, not this season. He's a 7-year-old now. Maybe he's regressing slightly. However, if you go back to meeting 74, he was a very good second behind a nice horse. His last 2 runs have come against better opposition. I really like the wide draw for him because he's a mid-division kind of horse. He stalks. So Alex Moreno should get in a nice spot. And Alex, he hasn't had a winner so far today, but he's at his best on horses like this that need to just be coasted into the race without being asked for any effort and then really given a stern drive in the straight. So I'm hopeful that Path of Thunder can get the job done. But this is the best race of the day, in my opinion. Wide open, lots of good horses in it, mainly from the past, but there's still some life in the majority of them.
That's it, yeah. You're looking at former glories, really. Uncle is still 20, also a bit of a negative?
Yeah, I think the wide draw for Uncle is a negative because he wants to be with the speed. And there are plenty in here that want to be with the speed, so he's likely to be 4 or 5 wide. And that could be his downfall, saying that if he does get a good trip from the draw, then he's a major player. Path of Thunder, meanwhile, should be able to get across a little bit better than Uncle can because he's a mid-division horse.
Uncle just goes 4.5 to 1 from 5 on the international markets. Path of Thunder and Los Andes both at 5 to 1. Third Kingdom very, very short, just over 2 to 1, the top pick of the international market here for the Road Stable and Jimmy Jerkins. Back-to-back wins for this horse, over 1,600 and 1,400 metres in open company in a winners of 1 race at meetings 47 and 62. So the back end of tie for the early part of Riyadh as well. Was then 7th in the local Group 3 and 12th in an award race last year. But okay, he's rated 101, but I think he's tight enough, isn't he?
I think so.
His limitations have almost been exposed in those last couple of runs.
Yeah, agreed. He was outclassed last time. There was no other excuse aside from that. He was facing better horses, but this is still a good race. It's not like he's ended up in a really weak cup race. This is a good race, and his jockey will need to be at his very best to win this. He has at least shown some winning form this year, so we know that he's still well capable of being good enough to win races, whereas some of these with high marks. First Contacts is a complete unknown right now. New Bolt, again, unknown whether he can repeat what he did in the UK over here. They're both rated in the hundreds. There are plenty in this race with no chance of winning. So Third Kingdom, I get the case that he's up there in the market, but I don't think he deserves to be that short.
The more I look at it, the more I keep coming around to Los Andes from the Turf Sprint qualifier, back up in distance today. His previous form here was good. He was 3rd over the course and distance in Cup Company. He won an open race here back at the early part of the season as well. So his 1,600 metre form reads well.
Yeah, he's definitely a major player. My only negative was why Luis Morales wasn't on board. I don't know if there is a reason for that. He's ridden today, but he's not riding in this race, and he usually rides this horse. So that would be a slight concern. Also, he's drawn in stall 1, and he's a closer. Well, not necessarily a closer, but he's not a horse that wants to go straight forward. So he might get himself into a bit of a pickle. And when you've got more of an inexperienced rider on board rather than Luis Morales, that could become a problem.
Okay, he's just been attracting a bit of support on the international markets, Los Andes. But let's have a look at Uncle, who is pretty dependable. He is rock solid. This is the run on turf last time out, as Honky Tonk Man leads them into the straight.
Yeah, the pace really stays there, basically. The 2 horses at this stage finish 1st and 2nd in reverse order. Uncle makes up some ground from the back, rode the rail throughout. The temp rail was down this day, so the rail was supposed to be. He ran okay, but his dirt performances are better than this, so I wouldn't take this literally.
And we have seen this form boosted as well. Sunset and Vines run well, and the horse back in 5th place there in the red and white colours. Groom has franked the form, and we see him going later on tonight as well.
Yeah, again though, he's a dirt horse, Groom, so how well he ran in that race doesn't really reflect his true talent. He's running on dirt later and should have a great chance. The form's relatively strong, but Honky Tonk Man did disappoint last time.
And Los Andes in that race as well. He's also back on the dirt today from the turf.
Another horse that gets his favoured surface today. I think that was probably just a prep, either a prep or they were trying the turf. I don't really know why they were in there.
Well, he's the joint second best. Both Uncle and Los Andes both gone 4.5 to 1 from 5. Path of Thunder, the 17 Tom selection at 5 to 1. Third Kingdom though, just over 2 to 1 on the international markets. They're down at the start. Antione is standing by with a call on our 9th race. It's the Ministry of Culture Cup. 1,600 metres for these 4-year-olds and upwards. I say the one Los Andes, I think, is going to play a big part in the finish. And you've got the two coming from the turf sprint qualifier, split across the track. Los Andes in 1 and Uncle right out on the far side in 20.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be, the draw is going to be crucial here, depending on how the race is run. If Uncle can't get across into the 3 path, then his chance is greatly diminished because he's going to be going super wide on the bend. I do say the camber here helps the horses that are wide, but you still don't want to be there. I mean, you'd rather be 2 or 3 off the rail rather than 4, 5, etc. So he could be inconvenienced by the draw. Los Andes, meanwhile, will ride the rail and hope for a bit of luck. I'm going to stick with Path of Thunder. I think he's a good shot to run in the first 3. Maybe he's not good enough, but we'll find out.
There's a crumpled figure in the corner over there. It's Tama Al-Dahani crying she've deserted him.
The first, well, actually, no, I deserted him earlier as well. I know it's not like me, but
you've really hurt his feelings. He's got to be a broken
Uncle,
man.
If Uncle wins, I'll be sad. I will be sad.
All right, then the first of them going forward then for the second of our cup races, the Ministry of Culture Cup. This race over the 1,600 to be called by Anthony Ennis. You've got a particular horse on top here, Enzo?
I'm going to go with the 1 here, Los Andes here, Martin. I wasn't a fan of Third Kingdom. I must admit, I think he's short enough on the international market. I think there's plenty of question marks about him, but look, he's a popular choice. Uncle out in stall 20 for Tama Al-Dahani. Tom liking Path of Thunder. Just saw Alex Moreno there close up. Runners are loading up. This is the grey First Contact in the yellow and black. Son of Dark Angel going in. So as you say, 20 runners, 1,600 metres. We're going a mile for the Ministry of Culture Cup. Our 9th race of the day. Yeah, I'm going to go with Los Andes. I do like them drawn on the inside again, and it's got quite a good strike rate. 99 rating. He's not far behind Third Kingdom. I think he'll give us a good run, hopefully, here under Youssef Al Hussein. He's one of those yet to go in. Yeah, Third Kingdom, still the clear international market leader as the runners are going forward here. Los Andes is now second in, I think, on the international market, just ahead of Uncle and Path of Thunder. And then you're looking back at Adab and New Bolt, who are next in the market. New Bolt, a grey for Ricardo Souza Ferreira, son of Bated Breath. Here is the one I like, Los Andes. He looks very well indeed as the runners go forward here. So we're getting closer to a start for race number 9. And what about 4 or 5 to go in? 4 now. One or two a little bit restless, just keeping the grey Gambe Veloce ready there. Soros was next door to him. This is Third Kingdom going forward there in the red. And now Adab. Forzi Nas, based over in Bahrain, and Camille Spina riding. And we'll be just about ready for a start here, I think. 20 runners going the mile, 1,600 here on the dirt. Set for the Ministry of Culture Cup. And they're off. They break away, breaking well towards the inside. Soros got off to a decent start and is up there early on. Also showing speed is Third Kingdom as well in the red, right down the inside. Third Kingdom is leading Soros and Saudi Empire in the silver colours. Horse with the white face is fairly handy as well. Towards the centre of the pack then in the yellow colours is single-minded as they race well down the far side. Looking towards the back of the field, La Barossa is the early back marker. They're in a tight cluster here, racing up on the outside. Indemnify has come forward now to get a view of the front, the black and white. So Indemnify goes on for Asal Al-Sahani here to single-minded, one of the other greys giving chase towards the inside. Saudi Empire, Third Kingdom has got the rail slot, is moving well in the red colours. Uncle is up there as well, white jacket, the green sleeves and cap. The leader is Indemnify, kicking on here. He's by a couple of lengths. Uncle into second. Into third place, trying to get a bit closer, is Saudi Empire in the silver colours. Third Kingdom's under a ride back in fourth as they turn for home. The leader is still Indemnify, a length and a half clear. Saudi Empire moving well though for Adele in second, and Uncle on the outside for Mohammed Aldaham's got every chance. These three are now clear of the pack as they turn for home. In the centre, Saudi Empire ranged up and grabbed the lead. Uncle is the danger down the outside. These two will fight it out now with 200 to go. Saudi Empire ridden for all he's worth. He still leads. Uncle is still trying to catch him down the outside. From the back, staying on well his time, nudged into third, but up front it's Saudi Empire who will do enough. It's a treble for Adel Al Faradi. Saudi Empire. Second place running on well was in the light blue. Time nudged, got up for second in the end. And they were ahead of Uncle in third, who got tired. Saudi Empire, Adel Al Faradi, he matches Mohammed Al Yami with a treble of his own. He won race 1, he won race 3, he's now won race 9. Adel at the treble. 6, Saudi Empire, 1 minute 39.17. Second number 14, the big closer, was Time Nudged, who ran well. And third number 20, Uncle, who didn't quite get home after travelling well. Finished back in third place. A length and a half the winning margin. 1 minute 39.17. So 6:14:20 the numbers. Saudi Empire, Time Nudged, Uncle. And Los Andes, My Hope, was back in fourth. 9 races and 9 Saudi jockeys have won. A treble for Adel Al Faradi. He matches Mohammed Al Yami. It's 3 apiece between those two.
Well, the local jockeys cleaning up tonight. Mohammed Al Yami with a treble and Adel Al Faradi matches. Now won a massive prize on the international markets. The newcomer in race 1. He had Mountain Top, who was backed into 6-4 in race 3 and was the second top on the international market, and he's had a big price winner here as well on the international play. Saudi Empire at 20-1. Completes a 3-timer for Ardell. He takes out the win here aboard this horse, who was a course and distance maiden winner. Came back with a 4th at Open Company last time out, and has stepped up into Cup Company. He was unexposed coming into this, and he did bring that degree of unknown in as well, that the potential was there to be better than 79.
Yeah, it was a very big price considering his profile. We gave him a nice little shout out before the race, not as one of the horses that I thought was going to win, because he still had plenty to find on that mark that he's got, but he's only had 2 runs. He won a very nice maiden race, and then finished 4th after the layoff when stayed on nicely. So he had a good profile coming in for a leading team. Adel Al-Faredi is just unbelievable, isn't he? Such a good jockey. Just under 2,000-1 for the treble. And you can just watch him from the start in here. Breaking from stall 6.
Smart away.
Yeah, nice clean break, because the horse just drawn inside. Gambi Veloci completely missed it. So there was a lot of space for Adel to work with at this stage. And he's in front, but he does just take back a touch because he doesn't want to use too much energy in the early stages.
Well, as we go through the early part of the race, you can see Uncle up on the outside there from stall 20. I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's an 8-way go for the lead, and it's the outside that starts to win the pace battle.
Indemnify goes straight to the front, the reserve that gets in here under Ali Al-Sahani. He tries to make every pole a winning one, to coin a cliche. Uncle's in second, but as we kind of anticipated, was going to be wide on the track because this was a big field full of pace horses.
Has that compromised him?
I think so. I don't know whether that's cost him victory, but it's definitely not helped. He's 4th. The best he's ever got is 4 wide on a turn. So, yeah, I don't think it was the ideal trip. Thumb Al-Dahani will be pleased with how he performs, but he'll be gutted about the draw. The eventual winner's just making his move in between horses now. This is where Adel tries to win the race in second. Trying to surge through between Indemnify and Uncle. Mohammed Al-Dahan on Uncle's just sat there pretty. What he doesn't realise is Adel's got lots more energy in the tank under Saudi Empire, and he can never reel him back in.
I like a performance from a lightly raced horse who sees off one of the... I thought Uncle's a veteran. It's not. It's only a 4-year-old, but he feels like he's been around forever.
Runs all the time. Real consistent performer. Loves the track here. Finds winning tough, but he goes down on his sword every time. Just see the stayer here. Time Nudge down the outside, the son of Time Test. Much better run from him. He's now north from 12. He's still a maiden, Time Nudge, but he's definitely got a race in him at some point.
His time should come, and also pick it off the pace. He is a bit of a closer, Los Andes.
Yeah.
He starts to make a move, just hooks out towards the outside here off the bend. I thought he was going to come with a more persuasive run than he actually conjures in the end.
Yeah, he got a pretty good trip throughout the race. He had no excuses not to win. He ran fine back and forth, there's no doubt about that. But he kind of ran the same race to Path of Thunder, who was a couple of places behind and had a wider trip. They both tried to make their move at the same time. It was just a little bit after Uncle and Saudi Empire made their move, and they could never reel them in.
And again, we're talking about Tarzim and Mountain Top having big futures. I'm not suggesting he's going to be in that sort of bracket, but he's another horse who's got his best days ahead of him.
Yeah, he could easily get up to the 90s, I reckon.
And here are winning connections of Saudi Empire, this well-named horse, coming to collect the trophy for our Ministry of Culture Cup. Taking place on the main presentation stands, where the Saudi Cup presentations will take place 2 weeks today for the Saudi Cup. More details, do check out the online portals, both the Twitter feed of the Saudi Club, the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, and the Saudi Cup feed as well. But well done to connections of Saudi Empire. A treble for Adel Al-Faredi. That's Ministry of Culture Cup being handed over to Winning Connections. So we're 2 cup races down, still 3 more to come, including our feature races as 11 and 12 on the programme. The Prince Abdulaziz bin Jalawi Cup is the next race we'll have. This is race 10. There'll be another cup to be handed over to one of the collections of the winner of this 1,600 metre race for the Arabian horses. Got a field of 16 that will go to post for this. We had a Caladia winning a little bit earlier on today. And on the international markets, a Caladia is the top pick as well. Hamdani Khalid Al-Caladia is the favourite from Mayatha Al-Caladia. And Tawaka Al-Caladia as well. And Jamran Al-Caladia. So 4 Caladias 9, 10, 14 and 4 heading the market for our next race here. Over the mile, the 1600 metres. Adel Al-Faradi with the 3 so far. Mohamed Al-Yami as well with the 3. Tariq Al-Mansour, really the local jockey pool excelling tonight.
Very much so. We've seen the Saudis dominate. Adel Al-Faradi, I think, has been the highlight. I know Mohamed Al-Yami's also ridden 3. A few of those are very hard to work out how they managed to win on form, but Adel's ridden some good horses and he's ridden them very well, including this one, Mountaintop, another one as well. He's a guy that, if he ever gets the chance to ride in the Shergar Cup or something like that, I think he'd do very well against international jockeys. I don't know if he will ever get the chance, but something similar to that would see him on a bigger stage to great effect.
Well, he gets the chance a week on Friday again in the Jockeys Challenge against international jockeys, Damien Oliver, Ryan Moore and the likes.
Did he ride in that last year, can you remember? Or has he ridden in it before? I know Camilo was in it last year.
I think he did last year, yeah. Off the top of my head, I'd say yes.
Right.
But don't hold me to it. And of course, you can check out the 14 jockeys, the 7 male and 7 female, on the feeds as well. So we'll move on to the next race very shortly, less than 20 minutes to the off, but we can just see how this horse got a good pitch early towards the inside. Uncle's actually racing quite freely towards the outside.
Very free, and at this stage he's about 10 deep on the track. Mohamed Al-Dahan did manage to get across slightly, but only to 4 wide, which probably did cost him victory. He's a very good horse, Uncle. He's due a victory. He'll get it soon, hopefully by the end of this season, but if not, they'll go again with him next term because he's a likeable type. He is a proper 93, 94, 95 rated horse, and he's just overdue a win. He keeps placing without being victorious. Today wasn't to be the day due to the draw. I think if he was drawn in the middle of the pack, maybe 10-ish, he would have got a much better run. But yeah, he's gone down on his sword in third. The eventual winner's run a very nice race, made the move at the crucial stage. That's where Adel was good. Everyone always thinks about the final furlong, final 200 metres when we're talking about good ride, but the actual good ride from Adel in this race was turning the bend, surging up between Indemnify, keeping Uncle wide, using Saudi Empire early, and this horse digs in late. Look, he really wants it.
And Ardell will go up against, as we say, Damien Oliver, 3 times winner of the Melbourne Cup. Ryan Moore, again voted the Longines World Best jockey at the back end of last year. He's actually competing for the first time in the International Jockeys Challenge a week on Friday. Camilo Ospino in there. Ardell is the current title holder. He goes up against Marilyn Ion from France, who's been voted the country's top female rider. Lisa Allpress back from New Zealand. She was in the competition in 2020. And she became the first woman to win a flat race in Saudi Arabia. That's all a week on Friday. More imminently, though, we head to Shamila.
I'm joined by the racing manager of FMQ Stables, Abdulaziz. First of all, huge congratulations. I feel like this win is a long time coming for you guys.
Thank you very much, Shamila. It is a really great win at almost the end of the season. We have a really big hope for this horse. He came through a lot of circumstances since last season, so we had to bring him slowly. He just had one race this season, and this is his second. We came to the race knowing the horse will show us something, but he really showed great class and great potential. So let's hope the best for his future career, inshallah.
Were you confident coming into the race because you're up against the likes of Uncle, who you ultimately beat?
Of course, you never be like very 100% sure that your horse is going to win, but we came with the big hope that we know what caliber that we have, and we know the field. It's a really strong field. We were hoping to show similar to this performance, but he showed us even better than what we expected. Because considering the circumstances and the layoff he took since last season, it is really long time to bring your horse to his peak without giving him few races. So he just had one race. So he had all the excuse today to not win, but he overcome everything, which indicate the class of the horse.
And I have to ask you, because it's our last meeting before the Saudi Cup meeting, of course, and you're wearing the jacket of Saudi crowns, how excited are you to have a horse in the Saudi Cup?
Oh, Shamila, I can't tell you how excited the whole team, honestly, and the whole Saudi crowd as well, because this horse will represent not only FMQ stable, will represent the whole country. So everybody is waiting for this horse. We can't wait to have him. Let's hope that he come here safe and sound. And we have no doubt on his ability. We know the horse will give his heart out in the race. So he has a good potential, but again, he will be facing the best of the best. So, and he is one of them. He is one of the best. So we are very optimistic with Saudi Crown, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Aziz, and I know I'm going to be shouting for him in the Saudi Cup.
Thank you very much. Thank you. My pleasure.
That was our winning racing manager of the last race, but I'm going to give you back to Enzo to take you through the runners and riders of the next race.
Thank you, Shamila. Yeah, what a horse he is. Saudi Crown. Looked good at the fairgrounds when he won his prep race last time. On to the race coming up, race number 10 for the Arabian Breds. They're going a mile, 1,600 metres. It's the Prince Abdulaziz bin Musa bin Jalawi Cup. Another cup race on the way. And we'll go for the runners and riders. All go here, 16 of them. Number 1 is Preciosa Al-Ashai for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Number 2, Princess Muazzaz for Abdulaziz Al Musa. 3 is Jcsa, Alex Moreno. 4, Jamran Al Khaladia, Fahad Al Faradi. 5, Takdir, Mohammed Al Daham. 6, Gishamsham Al Jazra, Jimmy Carrion. 7, Al Qasa, Ali Al Mamoni. 8, Al Hareth, Abdullah Al Saidi. 9, who was the favourite on the international markets, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia, Naif Al Anazi. Number 10, Maitha Al Khaladia, Adel Al Faradi, who's notched that 1,962.5 to 1 treble. He rides number 10 here. Number 11 is Bayrak Al Hazam for Thurb Altamat. 12, Manab Camillo Ospina. 13 is Tari Baha, Tariq Al Mansur, who won our 6th race, looking for a double. 14, Tawak Al Khaladia for Khalid Al Mamoni. 15, Sa'ima Mohammed Al Hubail. And 16, Zalej Al Kam for Abdullah Al Kradis. So 16 all go. For our next cup race, let's go back to Martin and Tom once again.
And once again, we've got a feast of Al Khaladias. Kathir Al Khaladia was winner in race 7, and 4 of them here, Tom, top of the international market.
Yeah, no surprise either. They're all good horses, very good horses actually. Good horses kind of undersells them a little bit. Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia definitely deserves to be favourite in here. Really nice horse, one of the better Al Khaladia stables performers. Maitha Al Khaladia is the lightly raced filly that's coming in, or mare now that she's 5, coming in and tackling the boys. Jamran Al Khaladia has been very good over the last couple of years. Probably the 3rd string for the Al Khaladia stables in here. Who is the other one? Tawak Al Khaladia? Yeah, that horse finished 2nd last time. It was a perfectly fine run. I don't think he's on the same level as the other 3, but we'll find out.
Do you think Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia, who won the Ubaya qualifier last year and was 3rd of the main race on Saudi Cup night, do you think he's operating to the same level as last year? I
do, yeah. I think he is. He finished 2nd in the Ubaya qualifier last time up, meeting 96. It was a good run. Go back to meeting 75, and he was very game in the finish that day, beating a nice stable companion. I think he's firing around 110 every single race. I think he's rated 116, though it's hard to tell on this race card. Look, if he runs to around 110, between 110 and 115, he's got a winning chance in this race. The only other horse in here that can do that is Maitha Al Khaladia,
who is horse number 10. Let's take you through the field. Number 1 is Procosia Al Arsi, who was a winner last time out, but even with the revised ratings, got a bit to find.
Yeah, she's been in great form. An open win last time suggests that she's capable of stepping up to a cup race, but this is a tough cup race. It's not an easy one.
Princess Muazzaz was in behind that horse last time.
Some fair form in this filly's or mare's profile. The trip is ideal for her. Again, I just think she lacks that key bit of talent.
Number 3, Jcsa has won 2 of the last 3 and scored here last week at meeting 98.
Has shown lots of speed, seems to be at his best now as a 9-year-old. Gets Alex Moreno on board again. Won over 2,000 metres last time. The drop-in trip is absolutely fine. 5,
another one of the Khaladias. This one, Jamran Al Khaladia.
Won over the course and distance in an open race back in November. Beaten by horse 9, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia in the Ubaya qualifier last time.
Finished 5th on that occasion. The blue and white colours of Takdir's number 5.
1,400 metres seems to be the best trip for this mare, but she's very talented, rated 107 and could find a place.
They did hit the frame twice recently over the 1,600 metres. Gash Ham Sham Al Jcsa is number 6, has got form to turn around with Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya. Great
name on this colt. Gashamsham, I like this name. Below the level last time, but previously second and first, good performances.
Yeah, 2,000 metres, and the longer trips do seem to suit the 6. But Shamila, after that winning entry in the previous race, has got her thoughts here on number 10. Surely, I think we can guess you've got to go with an Al Khaladiya here, Shamila, but which one?
Yeah, I can't be mad that I didn't get the winner of the last race because I absolutely love FMQ stables. They are the stables of my heart. In this race, though, the stables of my heart in the Arabian Stakes is Al Khaladiya stables, and I'm definitely going to go with horse number 9, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya, who has to be the longest named horse in history. Second last time out at meeting 96 under Naif Al Nazi, highest rated horse in the race, and he genuinely does look stunning here in the parade ring for Nasser bin Mutlik, and he is by Layth Al Khaladiya as well. Al Khaladiya didn't have much luck in the last Arabian race. However, I think they have this race absolutely wrapped up. Definitely, I couldn't look past horse number 9, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya is my choice. Now, I do really like Jcsa. I don't think he would win this race. He is nicely rated, and Alex Moreno won on him last time out as well. But I don't think he's strong enough for this race. And same goes for horse number 2, Princess Muazzaz. I really like her in the parade ring, but definitely not strong enough, especially up against strong colts like horse number 9, who I'm sticking with, hopefully giving you that winner.
Well, that's the international market leader, currently at 5-4 as they make their way down to the start. Maybe we could throw the 8 in, Al Harith as a possible improver. Handicap wins on his 14 and 1,600.
Yeah, he always seems to find one or two too good, but he could definitely place in this race. Second and third has been his friend recently. I do think this is a match between the 9 and the 10. Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya, Maytha Al Khaladiya. It's just all about whether this mare, who's currently in shot, Maytha Al Khaladiya, will improve past Hamdani. That is the only question I have. Adel Al Faradi's already had 3 winners. I did say 4 at the top of the show, and this is his best remaining chance, so maybe this one does give him the 4-timer. However, I will be with the 9, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya. He's the proven horse. Maytha's the improver.
And the horse is looking for the 3-timer, the 10. Wins in open company and in a challenge race at meeting 78 and 92. Both wins over this 1,600. 5 wins from 8 starts as well. So it's on the up, whereas we know exactly where we are with Hamdani Al Khaladiya. I mean, if you were to put the 10 into the Abaya from last year, is she good enough to finish 3rd in that?
Probably not. But I don't know with these Al Khaladiya stables horses. It depends how they run the race, because they've got a good hand in here. I imagine Jamra and Al Khaladiya will go forward. Maybe, Jamra and Al Khaladiya will probably go forward and try to make the pace. I don't know who that will suit. It all depends about race position, because I think they're pretty similar, the 9 and the 10. It just depends who gets that edge in positioning in the race, which jockey rides the better race. I'm hoping for a stirring finish with the 9 coming out on top.
Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya, top rated off 160. We can have a look at the 2 horses we've been talking about in action as well. We've got a little bit of form for Hamdani Al Khaladiya and Mathaya Al Khaladiya as well, as we have a look at the trophy they're chasing for this race.
When I was here with Michael, I was saying that I love these trophies. What are your thoughts? He wasn't a fan.
They're quite imposing.
Yeah, they're unique.
Yeah.
They're all gold, they're all shiny. I like them.
You'd know you've got one anyway.
Yeah, exactly that, exactly.
Right, here is then the horse we've been talking about, Hamdani Al Khaladiya. This horse brings some very good form into the race. This was the second last time up.
Yes, it was a good run, a fair run. He battled all the way in this race, as you can see. He was on the front end from the inside stall. Naif Al Nazi had no other option but to go forward in this event. And he really wants to fight. He does drift a little bit across, but I think that's Naif just steering to try and get into a battle. He gets beaten by an Athbar racing horse in the closing stages, but he's a talented performer. I can't remember if that's Durgam Athbar or not. But it was a good run, nevertheless, as we now see Maytha Al Khaladiya, again, forwardly placed in her race, another one that wants a bit of a tussle, gets stuck into a battle up the inside. All these Al Khaladir horses just won a bit of a fight in their races, and the eventual runner-up on the outside in the blue silks is Takdir, who reopposes today. The third place finisher, I think we saw this footage earlier, the third place finisher might have run already today, but I cannot remember. But it's another good piece of form. These are the two to focus on.
And that key bit of form, I think, go back to Hamdani Al Khaladir. It was Durgam Athbar who beat it for the Gaitan team, and that horse got the qualification through to go to Saudi Cup night in a couple of weeks, probably with a very big chance as well. So that form line reads really well in here.
I think he's rated 116 as well, Durgam Athbar, or something very close to that. So he's a good horse. You know, he's well capable of performing with the likes of these. There was no negative for being outsped in the closing stages by him.
And just going back to the race that we saw, the mare winning last time out, beat Takdir and Wathabat Al Khaladir.
That's why we saw it earlier. Of course, Wathabat Al Khaladir ran earlier.
It got tanked by an 8-rated horse.
Yeah, didn't exactly frank the form. And that Takdir, who's second in that race and wasn't beaten too far by Maytha Al Khaladir. What price is Takdir today? Because runs in this race right now. Wasn't beaten far. You know, there's not much separating the pair. The third hasn't franked the form at all, and Takdir's a much bigger price than Maytha Al Khaladir.
33s.
Exactly. If you are to look at the international market and potentially have a wager, then Takdir would be more of a play than Maytha Al Khaladir. Saying that,
there's a big disparity in price between the two.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. Sorry, from a place perspective, saying that Maytha Al Khaladir is more likely to win than Takdir, but there's only a length or two between the pair on what we've just seen.
Well, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir is the international top pick, close on even money. Maytha Al Khaladir was just under 3-1, touched threes and has come back in. The one they're back in of the bigger prices, the certainly one that's been supported on the international markets, is the 8 here, who's 2 from 18 this season, 3rd and 6th the last couple of runs. So those have come in handicap company. Needs to step up again against this colour opposition in cup company, surely.
Yeah, he always finds one too good. I can understand if their support is there for a place, maybe in each way, look, but I'd be surprised if Al Hareth actually managed to win this. I mean, he's got £9 to find with Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir, for example.
Well, Al Hareth 10s, 9s, and now 8-1 as they are down at the start. Nothing else really attracting support on the international markets. Where are we expecting to see Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir through the race if you're getting involved with the horse who was second in the Abaya qualifier last time?
Right up with the speed. I'd be surprised if he was leading. I think they'll probably try and use the pace of Jamran Al Khaladir to set it up for their better horses. But if Nathan Anazi isn't in the first 3 or 4 on Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir, I'd be pretty shocked.
Right, let's go back to Anthony Ennis. He's got the call then on race 10, this cup event for the Arabians. You called on the right Khaladir for us early on today, Enzo, with Katia Al Khaladir. Let's hope you can do the same here with Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir.
Okay, Martin, I'll do my best. Yes, the runner's about to go in here. Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir, favourite on the international markets. Breaking from stall 9 here under Naif Al Anazi. First couple are in. We're going the mile here, 1,600 metres for the Arabian Breds, the Prince Abdulaziz bin Musad bin Jalawi Cup. Our big race for the Arabian Breds. The light blue and white, that's Takdir Mohammed Al Daham. Goes forward there. Bayrak Al Hazam is in. Red and white. And still a few left to load up here. Second favourite on the international market, still Maytha Al Khaladir. He's got the red cap. You may have seen that one on the way down for Adel El Faradi, looking for this 4-timer today. Having a wonderful afternoon. This is Al Qasa. He's got the front yellow bandages on here. The 10-year-old goes in. First colours worn by Ricardo Souza Ferreira here on Preciosa Al Ashai. Jessam's jockey's got the white cap on, Alex Moreno. He's about to come in now to 3. So we're getting through it. Last 3 to go in. You can see, oh dear, getting stirred up in stall 1, Preciosa Al Ashai. As soon as the other horse came alongside, she didn't like it, but she seems to be okay now. Just waiting for number 10. The well-fancied Maytha Al Khaladir. Those are the inside. We're getting a bit worked up there. 1, 2, and 3. Last one then. The Prince Abdulaziz bin Musad bin Jalawi Cup. The Arabian Breds, well, now getting a bit restless too, is Takdir in 5, but we're just about set. And they're off. Starter hits the button, and they're away and racing. A little bit slow to go there was Tari Baha. That one missed the break, and jockey looks like he's lost his irons. He's riding without the irons at the back of the field there. So number 13, Tari Baha, a very awkward start. Could be a painful ride for the jockey there. Meanwhile, up front towards the inside, the white cap of Jcsa has the early lead here. Jcsa it is, who goes on to racing up in second place. Number 9, Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidi is not far away. Racing up on the outer is Manab as they go through the first 300 metres or so. The red cap then of Maitha Al-Khalidi is not far away. Looking towards the white cap, though, right up there is the well-fancied Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidia. Towards the outside, orange colours on the move too. That's Zalel Al-Cham as they race towards the home turn. In the centre of the leading trio, Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidia just has the lead now. Back on the inside, the grey with the red cap is Maitha Al-Khalidia as they head around the home turn. The two-tone blue of Manab is racing in second place here as they head for the final 600 metres. So up front with the lead, Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidia. Naif Al-Anazi leads a length clear. Giving chase is Maitha Al-Khalidia now, the red cap into second. Also on the move is Preciosa Al-Ashai in the light green and brown colours. They turn for home. This grey has got the inside run here. The red cap is bursting through. Maitha Al-Khalidia. Adel Al-Faradi again has hit the front and goes on. Can Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidia respond? Look at the horse on the outside running on. That's Bayrak Al-Hazam, the red sleeves. And this one is going home best of all. It's Bayrak Al-Hazam. Third Altamat going on to Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidia, who's trying to respond, but Bayrak Al-Hazam for the upset. Bayrak Al-Hazam to Hamdani Al-Khalidia in second place. And third was Saima in the white and green. Got going late. Bit of a turn up then. Bayrak Al-Hazam has won. Number 11, 1 minute 49.51 seconds was the winning time here for this horse, who was a massive price on the international market. A huge price, around 50 to 1, I think. Bayrak Al-Hazam, number 11 for Thurb Altamat. Not sure where this form has come from, but he's won it. Jockey on the second horse looks surprised as anybody. Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidia in second. Naif Al-Anazi couldn't believe it. He got beat from there. Half a length the winning margin. 1 minute 49.51. 11 the winner. Bayrak Al-Hazam springs the upset. Second, number 9, Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidia. Third, number 15, Saima. It's 11, 9, 15. Fourth was number 1, Preciosa Al-Ashai. An upset in our 10.
Well, a huge upset on the international markets has been big prices winning all the way through the course of the day, and this has been the case once again with a horse who has been beaten over this trip in handicap company and in open company of late. Looked hopelessly outclassed in what we'd seen before, but has come through to beat the red-hot international favourite into second place. We've seen, if you look at the international markets, 25 to 1s, 33 to 1s, 16 to 1s going in today, but a 50 to 1 stunner here, and a horse who didn't have any appreciable form coming into this, and has taken out the win.
How?
Don't know.
4-year-old.
It's a question we asked from the previous race. How?
Yeah, I have no idea. He's only a 4-year-old, so I suppose that suggests he was open to improvement. He asked with hesitation in his voice. I mean, you look back at his previous runs. He's had 8 runs in Saudi Arabia on the main tracks. He did win at the Prince Sultan Arabian Horses track here, but we don't cover that, so I couldn't see the form. At the main venues, you go back to meeting 63. He finished 7th in an Arabian Horse Open. Meeting 69, 6th in an Arabian Horse Open. That day, he was beaten by horses like Shahena Al Rayla, Al Dayfa Jorda. They're all rated in the 90s. Then you go back to meeting 75, finished 5th over 2,000. Again, an Arabian Horse Open won by Vizier. Vizier's a very good horse, but again, beaten by Al Dayfa Jorda, Shahena Al Rayla, the same horses. 2 runs back, meeting 89, 11th in a handicap, 75 to 90. You just won a cup race.
Just looking back there to the jockey on Hamdani Al Qadir, does he lose his iron on the right-hand side in the closing? Just where the horse hangs away there. We can't see on that shot. I'm sure on the shot we saw a second ago, he loses his right iron.
I didn't see that shot. I was too busy looking at the form. What I do want to say is I love Nath. I think he's fantastic for the sport. He does. I think he's fantastic for the sport. He was all over the place there. He really was. I do love him, I have to say, and apologies, Nath, if you're watching, but you've got to ride your race. He was looking around at which horses were coming to challenge. Ride your race on Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah. This horse finds for pressure. You keep asking him for more, he's going to pick up. We saw that. He was under pressure before most of these turning in. Every time something came alongside, he picked up more. Nath was so busy going left and right, you didn't go in a straight line, and I think he would want to have this one back.
Albeit the horse who's won was getting a couple of kilos, but was rated 26 pounds inferior on the figures.
I think we can say for sure this winner was impossible to have on form. Impossible. As I was saying, got beaten in a handicap 2 starts back.
Yeah.
Second in an 80 to 95 handicap behind Jcsa last time, beaten 3/4 of a length. Jcsa was in this field in the green silks and was beaten a wide margin. Impossible to have the winner on form. No doubt about that. I think Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah was the best horse in the race, but just wasn't ridden to the best ability of Nath. At this stage, you're in front on the best horse. Go and win your race. Go and win. Don't worry about who's coming left, right and centre.
And the gap opens up on the rail for the main rival, according to the international markets, Mathia Al Khalidiyah.
Yeah.
Looks poised to mount a challenge, but I just thought from this stage the winner was going to kick on.
Yeah, Mathia Al Khalidiyah had every chance of winning. She just wasn't good enough. Adele gave her a good ride, went up the inside in the home straight, and there was nothing left. We're about to see the trophy presentation right now. I don't think anyone here, including Thurb Altimyat, who rode the winner, thought this horse was going to win.
Now the dignitaries then assembling on the podium to make the presentation for our 10th race of the evening. Just on the way is a bit of an upset in the closing stages. His Royal Highness Prince Bandar bin Khalid Al Faisal amongst the dignitaries on the stage there, handing over the trophy to the winning connections of Barak Al Hezam. Has won this Prince Abdulaziz bin Jalawi Cup. And there's the winning rider receiving his quite distinctive trophy and becomes the 10th local jockey to win. Ardel Al Faredi with 3 winners, Mohammed Al Yami with 3 winners as well, Tariq Al Mansour also amongst the winners as well. So well done to Connections. Applause all round following race 11. The Prince Fahd bin Jalawi Cup is next up. This is race 11. We're up to 300,000 Saudi riyals as prize money for this. We've got a couple of horses coming through from the dirt sprint qualifier. And a couple of horses from the other qualifiers as well a couple of weeks ago. They're racing here over the 1,200 metres, 4-year-olds and upwards, as we see the winning run coming once again from this big priced horse on the international market. So somebody was just commenting on the YouTube comment section. A quick check back on the results today. Favouritism has taken a back seat.
It has. Some of the races have been super hard to predict. Just looking at the drone shots now, the eventual winner, just trying to get it out. Red and white silks, bottom of the shot, widest on the track at this point. Looking for a clear run. I mean, it's a huge career best, massive. We're talking 2 stone career best. I do think that, watching this again, the leader, white colours, black chevron, Naif sees Maytha Al Kaladir, angles to the inside, knows that horse is beat, then angles to the outside to try and shove the other horses out slightly. Then dishes out a couple of reminders, which is fine. The horse is still picking up. Then he changes whip again, goes back towards the inside. At this point, the horse is actually finding the gap is not getting any bigger between him and Hamdani Khalid Al Kaladir. It's not like he wasn't cooperating. It was more he just wasn't ridden to win. He was ridden to challenge the horses that were upside him at that point in the race. I hope that makes sense, what I'm trying to say there. I feel like Naif should go and win the race from here. Kick on. The horse is going to find for pressure. You don't need to give him something to look at. You can just go and win the race.
The guys, maybe just go back to the original question, actually, is this horse operating at the same level as last year? Maybe just isn't quite at the same peak of powers as 12 months ago?
Maybe, but I don't think he was way below. I think he's burned energy going left and right rather than in a straight line. I don't know. Maytha Al Kaladir is rated 112. She probably hasn't performed to her best. Who's that? Is that Jcsa?
Yeah.
Jessa's 106, is it? Or something like that? One in the low 100s? Yeah, 102. So that horse has been beaten maybe 4 or 5 lengths by Hamdani Khalid Al Kaladir. Al Hareth is on the outside. He's rated 107. Maybe Hamdani Khalid Al Kaladir's performed to 110. It's not too far below.
No,
the
not
best.
too far off the very best. No.
Should have won the race, in my opinion. But take nothing away from the winner. Huge career best, and only a 4-year-old, so on the up.
Yeah, whether it replicates the form next time,
That's to be seen.
I wouldn't be overly confident. Still 2 more races to come. And Groom, who was in the turf sprint qualifier last time out, is going to be a warm order in the next. He goes up against Sunset and Vine, who was in the same race last time. They were 3rd and 5th. But let's get the full details on the next. Back with Anthony.
Thank you, Martin. You're looking forward to race 11, the Prince Fahad bin Jalawi Cup for fillies, colts and geldings. We're going the 1,200 metres here, so it's a 6-furlong race. Scratch the 5. Mahalik take out the 9 as well. And the 11, Bakil, is also out. That would have been a big fancy. So let's go for the runners. Number 1 is Najm Al-Medmar for Khalid Al-Mimoni. 2, Sir Titus, written by Fahad Al-Faradi. 3, Bravado, Mohammed Al-Hubail. 4 is Jcsa for Naif Al-Anazi. 5 has been scratched, take out Mahalik. 6, Lama Al-Zulfi, Mohammed Saeed. 7, Vasari, Tariq Al-Mansur, who had a winner earlier on, didn't he? Yes, he won race number 6. Number 8, Tabarat Al-Khalek for Abdullah Al-Hussein. Scratched the 9 here, Sayadad is out. 10, Al-Washmi for Abdullah Al-Kradis. 11, Bakil has been scratched. So we go to 12, Groom, the international favourite who won that cosy win last time out. Abdullah Al-Ajmi on board. Groom, number 12. 13, Dureya Al-Fard for Adel Al-Faradi, looking for this 4-timer. Also seeking a 4-timer is Mohammed Al-Yami, who rides number 14, Line of Departure. 15 is Rustam Basha for Rayan Altoesh. And 16, who I think was the second favourite on the international market, Sunset and Vine, Ahmed Al-Azari on board. So scratch 5, 9 and 11. We're going 1,200 metres for the Prince Fahad bin Jalawi Cup. Back to you, Martin and Tom.
Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, run us then into the paddock for this. This looks to be on the international market between the 12, 16 and the 8. They are the 3 main players. Jockey change news coming through. Number 7, Vasari, another man of Alex Moreno. Tariq Al-Mansour been replaced here. We saw him having issues with his equipment in the previous race, whether that's left him a little bit
Sore.
tender.
Yeah, I think that could be the case because it looked a bit like a rough ride.
So Alex comes in on board the 7, which we could see actually in shot there. Vasari, who's making his first run since March 2023. He's been off in Dubai with Mustafa Al-Mahari and started off in the UK with Sir Michael Stout.
I think he ran here at meeting 87 or went into the stalls. I can't remember if he was withdrawn or if he unseated the rider in the first step. But he was intended to run a full race that day and it just didn't go to plan. But as you say, his past form is pretty good.
In shots we can see 16 jumping around the paddock ever so slightly. This is also I think has got a big chance here. Sunset and Vine, 3rd in the turf sprint qualifier and 2nd in handicap company last time. I wasn't convinced about the drop back in trip last time, but I thought he'd cope well.
Yeah, he ran pretty well. He's drawn widest today. Any concerns about that?
No, not really.
The connections aren't used to having too many winners. You were on the connections earlier, White Feathers Fall. Ran okay, but...
Any confidence hasn't anything strained away today, given what we've had.
No, okay, I'll give you some confidence back. He's one of the leading players on form. There's no doubt about it. You've just said there the recent form is strong. He's in that race that you liked, that we've seen the footage of numerous times so far today. We're going to see it again, I imagine.
But just the way he finished last time, there's no way that Rustam Basha can return that form.
No.
Jcsa was back in 5th as well. And
Yeah.
as you say, we'll see the form back. But he got beat by Jcsa last time. Okay, got tanked 5.5, but Jcsa could be really special next year.
Yeah, I see it for sure. The form is there, and with Bakil out of this race, one of the scratch-ins, he's got a good chance of winning.
Okay, we saw Shamila making her way across the paddock in that overhead shot a second ago. Let's see which is unearthed for us here for race 11.
Well, Martin, if you know anything at all about me, you know I absolutely love this horse. It's horse number 12, Groom, who is partnered with Abdullah Al-Ajmi. Abdullah, please just win today. That's my instructions for you. But he was an impressive winner last time out. It was a little bit of a confusing race, but Abdullah's brother Muhammad was actually riding him at meeting 97 the last time he was seen out. And he's a really nice horse, really genuine, really cute face as well. So I've just fallen in love with him here. During the season. He is a 5-year-old by Acclaim, jumps out of stall number 12, and I really hope the best for them. I really, really hope Groom wins. If I had any winner today or any highlight, it would be Groom. So I really hope they definitely get the job done. That being said, horse number 3, Bravado, who will be ridden by Mohammed Al Hubail, also looks stunning in the parade ring, but I could not go with Groom. Honestly, I absolutely love this horse. But the connections of Bravado, Rashid Daban, have already had a winner today, so those are they are chasing a double on the day, and no paddock negatives. Oh, I'm lying. Horse number 1 is a paddock negative for me, just looking to carry not enough condition for my liking.
Well, there's 1 or 2 members of the team here. We certainly couldn't say that about, could we? myself included.
That wasn't who you were aiming that at. No comment to who you were.
Myself, talking about myself, that's all.
Okay.
So paddock negative for number 1. It was 9th in the dirt sprint qualifier last time out. But had been in pretty good form prior to that in handicap company with a win in the 3rd.
Yeah, exactly. There's been some decent form there for Najm Al-Mada. Drawn inside. Maybe a negative, maybe not. Depends how much early speed this colt shows.
He's only got a mark of 82, which leaves him with something to find. But on the international markets, if you take away the run last time out,
yeah,
is 40 to 1 a big price?
Maybe, yeah. It's a race where I think there's only 2 standouts. Well, maybe 3. So I haven't seen the market, so I'm just going to play a guessing game. I presume Groom is favourite. Yep. Sunset and Vine definitely second favourite,
yep.
And then Tabarak Al-Khalik?
Yeah, 3.5.
Yeah, so I think they're the 3. They're the 3 form horses. After that, you could definitely make a case for the 1.
Okay, well, there's the 3 coming out onto the track. Bravado, 0 from 7 for the year, but has framed in handicaps over this trip and has got winning form over the 1200.
This trainer's already had a winner today. So's his owner in these silks. Well, his trainer owner, so you'd imagine if one of them won, then both going to win. He has an each way place chance, but he's very inconsistent.
In shot there is the 12. This is the international favourite. This is Groom, who is the 2nd top rated, has got winning form over the 1200 metres going back to 2022. But arguably his best form of late has been over 1400.
He's a very nice looking horse. Very nice looking horse. Yes, agreed about the trip. He's been consistent all year. He needs everything to go right to win his races. Last time that didn't happen, but he was just way the best, so you can be excused that. Let's have a look at some footage. Sunset and Vine is first up, then we'll get to Groom after.
Sunset and Vine then has been third and second in the last 3 runs, was third in the turf sprint qualifier, but this was the run against Jcsa last time. Jcsa streaks away. He could be a horse who's going to be really top end on the grass here next year. Sunset and Vine runs through the line strongly to see off Bustam Basher into second.
Yeah, it's
third, sorry.
A fair performance from Sunset and Vine. He was wide on the track, so you could maybe mark him up for that. The only thing he's going turf to dirt, which is interesting. I know he's got form on dirt. I don't like his displayed action. That's my one negative, but doesn't stop him from running. This is Groom. Everyone's got to watch this clip. This is the best piece of footage we're going to show today.
It's the most extraordinary race you'll watch all year.
Yeah, just sitting there with the tag. In my opinion, this is a terrible winning ride. I know some people don't think that's a possibility, but I promise you this is not a good ride. He may have thought he was going to get up, but there's 100 metres left here. He's firmly on the bridle. He's still a length and a half down. Somehow Groom wins this race without being asked for any effort whatsoever. It's a short head, and he's got the job done. Miles the best horse in the race. Who knows how far he would have won if he was asked for any kind of effort there. He's a horse that I've said needs a lot to go his way. Largely due to the running style. I think he's going to get the right setup here.
Could that have even been a prep race for this?
Well, it's barely a race, was it? The jockey didn't ask for anything. It was just a gallop. It could be. This is a bigger prize, isn't it?
Well, they're arriving down at the start. Groom is the international favourite. Just give us a word on the third in the market. We've touched on Groom and Sunset Vine, the top 2. Bring into the mix horse number 8 as well, Tabarak Al-Khalaq, who was third at meeting 95. That was in the dirt sprint qualifier, was down the field in open company prior to that. Has got bits and pieces to fall, but the third of the dirt sprint qualifier in behind Rebellious Stage does look good. Okay, he was tagged by the winner, but the winner looked exceptional. Yeah,
the winner's very good. It was different quality. Rebellious Stage is different quality to any other horse in that race. But he was still third. He wasn't beaten far by the other horses that he should be racing around. Prior to that was disappointing, yes, but you go back to meeting 78, he won. 66, he won. Represents Badan Al-Sabai, who's a trainer with a lot of good horses, some bad horses too, but he seems to get wins out of those. This horse is also rated 94, the same as Groom, £1 below Sunset and Vine. So on figures, he should be there at the finish, and at least he's got winning form to his name.
Okay, selection time, Tom.
Groom for me. I know he's the obvious one. He's a short price in the international market, but he wasn't asked for anything like maximum effort last time. He's the nicest looking horse we'll see today. I hope he wins, and I hope he's asked for some kind of effort in the straight. That would be nice.
Yeah, that was an extraordinary run last time out. Looking to give a boost to that Neon Turf qualifying form. I wouldn't be surprised to see a big run from the 1 here as well.
Yeah, big price as well. For sure, if he gets a nice trip from the inside, that would be an interesting performer, Najm Al-Medha.
So we're down at the start, penultimate race of the day, the penultimate race before the Saudi Cup meeting, a 2-week pause, and we're going to do a week on Friday. All kicks off with that specially framed fillies race as well. So we're loading up here. Enzo, you've got a selection here. Are you grooming, or are you with Sunset and Vine?
I've got to be unoriginal, stick with Groom. I called that race that he won incredibly last time out. I couldn't work out what the game plan was, as Tom was saying. It was really confusing, whether it was just great confidence or I'm not sure what it was. But yeah, I think he's got a bit in hand, isn't he? Should be too good for these. I think his cruising speed at this level is exceptional. I think he'll get the better of Sunset and Vine, who's not come out too well on the draw. Going in them, 13 of them, 1,200 metres, 6 furlongs. The Prince Fahad bin Jalabi Cup, our penultimate race of the day. Here on our final meet before the break, before the big Saudi Cup, at least in a couple of weeks. One to go forward there in the noseband is number 1, Najm Al-Medha. A well put together individual. Khalid Al-Mamoni on board him, and the 12, that's Groom in the white and red going in. It's going to leave Al-Washmi to complete the line, I think, the 10. And then we'll be set. Race 11. Just about ready. And the starter hits the button and they race away. Jumped away there with Titus, one off the rails for Fahad Al Faradi. The green colours up there. Also handy towards the centre is Vasari. Right on the inside is Najam Al Midmar in the red and maroon colours. Wider out the pale colours, Rustam Basha is up there as well. Looking for Groom. He's held up a bit worse than mid-pack at this stage. The back marker is Lama Al Zulfi. They're hurtling around the first couple of bends here with Vasari in front against the running rail, and now Titus going forward to lead. Titus picks it up to Rustam Basha in second. Al Washmi is a bit wider out. Then comes Bravado in blue colours, and then they're followed further back by horse number 8, Tabarak Al Khalek. Around the turn they go. Groom, as he normally is, still quite far back, but not really been asked yet. Turning into the straight, Rustam Basha has the lead here. Noseband, grey sleeves, being pressurised by Sunset and Vine, though, on the outside. Groom's got a lot to do from there. Sunset and Vine is the challenger to Rustam Basha. Rustam Basha is game. Sunset and Vine, though, draws alongside, and there's every chance now. Sunset and Vine and Rustam Basha. Not today for Groom. Up front, Sunset and Vine. Can he get past? Rustam Basha will not give in. Rustam Basha, relentless, got back up. Rustam Basha on the inside, I think, has just got there from Sunset and Vine. The stirring duel. How game was Rustam Basha for Riyadh Altour? Sunset and Vine on the near side. It's got very close, and it will go to the judge to sort it out. Far side, right there, Rustam Basha. Near side, Sunset and Vine in a thriller here. Very close as they hit the wire. Groom just didn't fire, did he? In the end. Jockey looking across on Rustam Basha there. Rayhan Altoesh. Sunset and Vine I thought was sure to go past 150 metres out. Here's the line. Rustam Basha's in front here. Sunset and Vine, those come back. I think Rustam Basha on that evidence. I was pretty convinced real time that Rustam Basha had held on. I don't want to change my mind. Third place was equally tight. Oh, Tabarak Al Khalek or Groom. 15's been called the winner. That's my relief. Rustam Basha, it was a short head in the end. 15, Rustam Basha the winner. Short head. Second, number 16, Sunset and Vine with every chance, with Groom underperforming. 1 minute 12.34. 15 the winner, Rustam Basha for Rayhan Altoesh. It was just so tough on the inside. I thought that Sunset and Vine was going to go past today, but Rustam Basha was having none of it. I think Sunset and Vine might just have brushed the front on that evidence. Third was number 8, Tabarak Al Khalek, and the maroon did get third. So it's 15, 16, 8. 1 minute 12.34 ahead. Sorry, short ahead the winning margin. Rustam Basha turns back Sunset and Vine in the thriller.
Well, Sunset and Vine, he was just in front of Rustam Basha last time out. They clashed at meter 98, finishing second and fourth. Well, they've finished first and second today, but the form is reversed, and Rustam Basha has now won 2 of his last 3 starts. Scored an open company on the turf. Just got picked up last time out by Sunset and Vine. Sunset and Vine was the stronger closer that day, but they've had a good tussle here back on the dirt, and it was Rustam Basha who comes out in front.
Another form reversal that wasn't likely. Yeah, it was a good battle though. We got a good race there between 2 horses that are closely matched. I think the better rider has won. Riyadh Jcsa up the inside. Look at that, really good ride in the closing stages. Looks super professional and neat.
We didn't expect the form to be reversed. Did the winning owner? Let's find out with Shamila.
I am with Saad Abdul Wahad. Congratulations, Rustam Basha has proven himself on the turf and the dirt. He's an absolute superstar.
Thank you, thank you. I told you when he won last time, he's back to form, and thank God he did it today.
And were you expecting this win? It was a tough race.
It was a tough race. We were a little bit doubtful because his stall is 15, but thank God Ryan brought him a step by step, and he came good.
And what's your plans for Rustam Basha next?
We'll see now. It's like at the end of the season, so we'll see how it goes.
I'm so happy for you. Go and collect your trophy, Saad. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, Saad's in great form. He had a winner a couple of weeks ago, and he's had 2 over the course of this meeting as well. Taking it back from the stall, Sunset and Vine towards the outside, as we see early pace here coming from, well, Rustam Basha's been up there all the way, basically, hasn't he?
They went not straight to the front from the stalls, got past up the inside. I think that's Sir Titus who made the speed.
Yeah, on the inside with the green.
Yeah, but always prominent, Rustam Basha. 4 wide on the track here, but didn't seem to cause any discontent for the horse. He was happy to be out there. Sunset and Vine pushed 5 wide on the track, and those 2 were the 2 that fought out the finish.
And back on the rail, we can just see, struggling at one stage there, Grooms dropped back through the field.
He's given a weird ride again, nowhere near as weird as last time. He was just weaving in, just watch him at the bottom, white and red silks. Again, that was a drastic move to the left, like the handbrake was firmly down there. Prior to that on the turn, he moved drastically to the right. Look, the horse didn't produce that run that we saw last time. He didn't produce his A game today. Has been a bit inconsistent. He's never backed up a victory. Maybe I should have thought about that prior to the race.
Especially given the ludicrous nature of the run last time.
Yeah, I guess. He just wasn't trying last time and still won. It was crazy.
But you watch that and you expect him to go from not trying and winning to come out today, the throttle opens and he wins by half the track.
I was anticipating him to win quite nicely, but I mean, he did get a troubled run. It was just no excuse for why he was beaten so far. He still finished 4th. I don't know
Is
what
he a
to
bit
make
cute,
of.
maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he's a tough horse to ride. When I saw him in Taif, I can't remember what meeting it was, but it was 30-something. And he was ridden against the fence, ridden for turn of foot, and he exploded that day. Next time he came out in Taif, I selected him to win, and there was nothing. He's very inconsistent. He's hard to work out. He could be cute.
5-1, 7-5-1, nowhere.
4, yeah. Disappointing today from Groom.
Sunset and Vine, though, you've got to admire his consistency.
Yeah, he's run well. Another decent performance. What's that, second? 2 seconds in a row before that 2/3. Desperate for a win, but other than that, he's running well.
And he's probably the one horse who's come out of that Neon Turf qualifier and been running consistently well. We've had Honky Tonk Man disappointed.
Yeah.
Groom's gone back and forward. He's showing a good, solid level of form.
Yeah, he is. He'll get that overdue victory at some point. He just needs to be drawn a little bit better. It's a bit like White Feathers Fall. They need to click. They need everything to go right. Sunset and Vine less so, but yeah, these connections will get a win out of him, I'm sure.
Once again, His Royal Highness Prince Bandar bin Khalid Al Faisal, chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, makes his way with the dignitaries to make the presentation for the Prince Fahad bin Jawi Cup. And again, one of those distinctive trophies handed over. Prince Bandar, who will be on similar duties here in 2 weeks' time for the Saudi Cup meeting. One of the big prizes handed out here, the winner there receiving 150,000 Saudi riyals. So the form reversed from last time out. Sunset and Vine getting the better of Rustam Basha. It was only a 4-year-old. I suppose we could If you look at the overall profile of Rustam Basha, that's now 5 wins from 10 starts. If he had a horse that's won 50% of his races, you'd be quite happy.
He wasn't impossible in the race. I think we should say that. There have been a fair few major shocks. This one was a little bit of a shock, but he wasn't impossible. He has been relatively prolific so far in his career. He had run close to Sunset and Vine before, and albeit the form has been reversed, there wasn't much separating them at the line. I think the better jockey has won. As we see the close-up here, you can see Riyadh Al-Tuwaish. He doesn't get too many opportunities on horses with winning chances. He does ride the occasional horse for the white stable, and there is a reason why they use him, because he's very neat in the saddle, powerful. You can see in the proper battle here, look at the jockey on the inside, head down, really pumping with that right arm, using the crop very timely as well when the horse needs an extra reminder. He just fended off his rival compatriot on the outside. I think he was the difference in this race.
It's Sunset and Vine has got his nostril in front on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, definitely. But Riyadh Al-Tuwaish has fought back at the inside on Rustam Basha, and I definitely think he was the difference. There's only a narrow margin, but if you go past the line, Rustam Basha is going further ahead.
He is, yeah. Okay, one more race to come then, the final race before Saudi Cup weekends here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We are just under 15 minutes to post for the Prince Abdullah bin Jalai Cup. This a race for 3-year-old fillies over the 1400 metres. Quite a few scratchings here, so let's get the details on this. Quite a small field to round out the day, but they're chasing a big purse here, Enzo.
They are, Martin, and there's 8 of them left. 8. I'll tell you who's not running first of all. Scratch 2, 3, 6 and 9. 8 run for this race. 7 furlongs, 1400 metres for this 300,000 purse. 150,000 is the winner for the Prince Abdullah bin Jalai Cup. So let's go through the ones that are running. Number 1, Rocket Money for the Wigman, Rigberto Ramos. Take out 2, that's been scratched. Safar, and also 3 is out, Larine. 4 is a runner. Mumayaza, Fawas Wanas on board the filly. 5 is Takfik, will be favourite on the international market, and by some way, Camille Ospina for the white stable. Number 6 has been scratched, so take out Mostak Mila. 7 is Al Dafla for Alex Moreno. 8 is Ayat Al Muhammadia for the 4-timer seeking Adel Al Faradi and the double seeking trainer. Number 9 is out. Scratch Tasfahil, doesn't go. 10 is Bidawa, Salman Al Rashid. 11 is Halar, Fahad Al Faradi. And number 12, Judea for Naif Al Anazi. So all fillies here for this race for the 3-year-olds. It's the Prince Abdullah bin Jalai Cup. Scratch 2, 3, 6, 9. 8 runners to go to post, Martin.
And a very warm international favourite. As someone said earlier on today, the favourites have taken a back seat. We've had 33s a couple of times, 50s, 16s, 25s coming out on top. Rustam Basha in the previous race would have been a half-decent price as well. Yeah, 25 to 1. That's arguably the wrong price, 25 to 1, given the form line with Sunset and Vine. There wasn't much between them last time.
Definitely, yeah, that is the wrong price in hindsight. But he should never have been that price. Maybe 12 to 1 would have been more accurate for him.
As they say, if my granny had wheels, she'd be a bus. So
exactly.
We can't all be clever after the event. Taufik, though, is going to be a warm water here, number 5 on the international markets. As the runners spin through for the final race, there is number 8 in shot, Ayat Al Muhammadia. The horse who put together 3 wins over 14 and 1600 in Open and Maiden Company before running in the King Fahad Cup last time out.
Yeah, those victories were pretty impressive. Won an auction race at one point. Was quite clearly the horse to beat that day on figures, but did it really handily for a big prize. I think it was 250 Saudi Riyal for that race, and looks like Connections have targeted this event as well. I think this is a 3-runner race, to be honest. I know it's a small field anyway, but only 3, in my opinion, have plausible chances. Ayat Al Muhammadia definitely does. The 8. Taufik, the 5, and the 11, Hala. They're the 3 in here. Hala just took a full step there as we saw her on the walkway. Hopefully she's okay.
Well, the jockey's making the way out, so we can see in shot number 12 here, which is Judea. Just had the 4 starts so far, has won 2 races, but they were both in Taif early on.
Yes, they came right at the start of the season, meeting 25 and meeting 37. This FMQ stables, they've already had a winner today, so they'll be hoping for another. Naif Al Anazi will be looking to get a bit of redemption after losing on Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidia. This filly kind of struggled in the 2 runs here, so I don't anticipate her playing a part in the finish.
She's a 12-1 chance on the international market. In fact, as Tom dismisses her chances in a generous manner, goes out to 14-1. Judea. Tafiq is the long odds-on favourite. There has been a bit of support though for Ayat Al Muhammadiyah into 3-1 from 3.5-1. Al Daflar goes out to 8s from 7s, and Halar goes 10s into 8s as well.
Halar was 10-1.
Yeah, no 8s.
That 10-1 was way wrong, way wrong. We'll get to her after we go to Shamila.
You can maybe try and contract the price as we talk a bit more. But Shamila, Tom thinks that Halar may be able to give Tafiq a bit of a run for the money here. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm slowly but surely losing the will to live out here in the parade ring. It is so cold, and especially colder with 0 winners. I think, no, that's a lie. I've had 1 winner today. But I am keeping optimistic, and I'm going with horse number 8 in this race, Ayat Al Muhammadiyah for Adel Al Faradia. I'm putting all my faith in him once again, and hopefully he can deliver for me. A really nice looking filly by Taprit, and already has 3 wins to her name, so hopefully she can add a 4th. But this is a really tough contest. Only 8 runners in this. We've had a few scratches, like a lot of the other races. We've had a lot of scratchings today, but that has not made it any easier. The track is riding differently, and it is throwing up some really strange winners, but hopefully Ayat Al Muhammadiyah can get the job done for me in the last race, and hopefully I'm saving the best until last. Horse number 7 though for Alex Moreno, also looking really nice, and for FMQ Stables, horse number 12, they've already had a winner today with Saudi Empire, but hopefully they can keep the faith and keep the wins going.
Well, it has been difficult for the top picks on the international market. Mountain Top was second top pick, nearly was top pick, got the job done in race 3. Tarzim got the job done in race 5. As we can see, one bolting down to the start, number 10, Bidawar. Jockey not really in control of Bidawar, who was with the last time out in a race over 1,200 metres for apprentice races. Does have an entry at one of the big mile races on Saudi Cup weekend as well, but Bidawar not doing its chances any favours on the way down to the start.
No, it was definitely bolting, as you suggested there. That will be a major negative for me. A couple of the other horses are being ponied down. The 12 Judea is being ponied down, as is the 4 Mumayaza. But this is a 2 or 3 horse race, as I was saying. Tafiq definitely the one to beat, deserves to be market leader. I think she'll probably win. She was very strong late in the day 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago when she last ran. She got the perfect trip that day, but you know, it doesn't always work for closers, and she really produced her A game. We get to see it now, actually.
She's a stunning-looking individual.
She is. Quite a few of these white stable horses are. They have the best-looking horses, there's no doubt about it.
And we can have a look at the form as well then for Tafiq, who has had just 3 starts here, 2 wins. Both those wins have come over the 1,400 metres. The form did dip over a little bit further as well. Does have an entry in a cup race on Saudi Cup weekend, but we can see the horse winning here. Did it change stables after this, or change colours?
No. Well, yeah, this was in the second string, so with the red cap. Camilo chose the horse in the green cap, the other white stable horse, and yeah, he must have been regretting it, because Tafiq just loomed large on the outside and powered clear. She's a really nice horse, and you can just see how she stretches in the closing stages. She finishes real strong. Yeah, she does, and that's over this distance as well. She is a classy individual. Only had 3 outings and seems to be improving right now.
The better days of her could well be ahead of her as well. Got a rating of 96. That's fair, is it? Do you think she could go on and better that?
I think she's a 100-plus horse, that's for sure. This is Halar in shot right now. I cannot believe this filly was 10-1. It's the first time I've...
Well, she was 10s, 8s, 7s now.
Yeah, much more accurate. Getting to 5s, that would be more likely for this filly. You know, she showed loads of ability. She was actually... There are 2 horses that ran in this Taif season, the first 52 meetings of the year, that really caught my eye. One was Al Mottahed, who subsequently went on to win 3 races and placed in a cup race the other day. And Halal was the other one. She won her first 2 races in Taif. Now, she has wayward tendencies. She can hang out to her right in her races. She doesn't want to be out in front by herself, but she's very talented. I do think she's the main danger to Tafiq. I don't think she'll beat her, but I think she's going to be second in this race.
Okay, that was 1,600 metres on her most recent start, but her best form is over this 1,400.
Yeah, it is, exactly. This is, as you saw there, she was weak in the closing stages over the mile. I actually spoke to the owner, Ahmed Fustok. I was fortunate enough to be in the same room as him a few weeks ago, and he was very keen that this filly could be a future champion. So hopefully she can go some way to justify that by at least pushing Takfik, because we know that Takfik's well capable of winning a race like this.
Actually, is it not just a case of Takfik is by far the best and she wins by a good margin?
Could be. It could be. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. She deserves to be odds-on favourite or whatever she is right now in the international market. But I don't think this is a complete one-horse race. I don't think you can just rule everything else out. I think Hala and Al Mohammeda at least have some kind of winning claims. They might be small compared to Takfik, but you know, we've seen more than one shock today.
And you'd be looking for maybe Adel Al-Faredi to land that fourth winner. He's had 3 so far. You thought he'd have 4 today. Could this be the 4th?
It could be. I don't think it will be on the 8th. I thought he had a good chance earlier on Treble Joy that didn't pan out. So that was the one I was hoping for. But nevertheless, he could still win this race on Al Mohammedia. I think she'll finish in the frame. I think Hala will finish in the frame. We're both hoping, though, that Takfik, strong late in the day, wins this cut race for the White Stable. It's not been the best week for Camilo Ospina. He needs to add another win to his tally.
Yeah, it's been a difficult day to find winners. The international market throwing up 1 or 2, or in fact 4 or 5 surprises through the course of the day. Mountain Top and Tarzim, they're 2 for the note, because we'll come to as we review the day on the back end of this. It is, of course, Tom, the final race before Saudi Cup weekend.
Yes, it is indeed. It's been a long season so far, but a good season. I learned so much about the racing here, and I imagine everyone else who's been tuning into our broadcast will have as well.
Have you enjoyed it?
Very much so, yeah. The racing's fantastic. It might be overlooked in some other jurisdictions because it's not, you know, well known on the international stage, but aside from Saudi Cup Day, it's been really good. Great jockeys here, good horses, ex-Brits, ex-Europeans, but you've also got the ex-Americans and the local breds, Arabian horses. It's been fantastic.
I mean, could you see this developing into the sort of context where you've almost got like a Dubai racing carnival through, say, November through to February ahead of the Saudi Cup?
Yeah.
If the quality keeps on improving, we're not going to be far off that.
No, absolutely. And it's only going to get better, that's for sure. They're investing in the sport. This track is very good. It's A+, I'd say. The actually being on the track. The facilities around here, the jockeys are only going to get better as well. And I see the sky as the future for Saudi racing.
And if you look at how long it's taken other jurisdictions to gain group status for their races, Saudi Cup within a couple of years, Group 1. This year
Absolutely.
You've got 2 of the Group 3s upgraded to Group 2. So
yeah.
On Saudi Cup night, 1 Group 1 for the thoroughbreds, 2 Group 1s for the Arabians, and 2 Group 2s for the thoroughbreds as well. Like, the rating classifications are pushing those races right up there very quickly.
And you get the likes of the Japanese contingent coming over. Aidan O'Brien's now sending horses over. This is going to become a place where trainers and connections worldwide will want to come and win these big prizes. Huge money up for grabs. Big, prestigious award as well in the Saudi Cup, so why wouldn't you?
Well, the Breeders' Cup Classic winner there, taken on 4 from the race at Santa Anita. But when I was looking through it, okay, Japan's there well represented as well. Dubai World Cup winners in there. But Luxembourg for Aidan O'Brien, I think, is fascinating.
It is. He's one of the main, if not the main storyline, just because it's such an unknown about how well he's going to perform. And the fact that Aidan is bringing him over, because Aidan's known worldwide. He's like the Cristiano Ronaldo of horse racing, I think it's fair to say.
And that horse has got it in him to run big. I mean, he was disappointing on his comeback last year, but a bit like his horses in the Guineas, they come back off the canvas and they can come out and throw big heavyweight punches.
And he always performs as well, Luxembourg. Always performs. It'll be great to see how well he goes in the race. This is a good way to end before we get into the Saudi Cup meeting. I'm going to be with Takfik. I hope Hala runs well, though.
Takfik wins.
Wins.
It wins, Enzo.
I'll take your word for it, Martin. Yeah, Takfik, the hot favourite, Camilo Ospina on board. As you say, the final race before we have the week's break, and then, of course, the big one in a couple of weeks' time here at Riyadh. Can't wait for that. Here goes Ayat Al Mohammedia. Adel Al-Faredi, can he sign off on a winning note with a 4-timer this Saturday meet? This is a good race. The Prince Abdullah bin Jaloi Cup is over the 1,400 metres, the 7-furlong stretch. The long sprint, 8 runners. And again, 150,000 Saudi Riyal to the winning connections. Just waiting for Rocket Money there. And there is Takfik, warm favourite on the international market. Still to go into in the blue is Al Daflar under Alexis Moreno. Still waiting for those to go in then for this our 12th and final race today over the long sprint, the 1,400 metres. Here comes Rocket Money for the Wigman. Goes into stall number 1. The grey Al Daflar goes in, and Takfik will complete the lineup for our 12th and final here on the Saturday evening. Ready, and they're off. He's let them go. Bit of scrimmaging leaving the stalls there. Al Daflar was a bit of a sufferer, and Judea wasn't that well into stride from the outside stall. One that broke well towards the inner is Rocket Money for this Prince Abdullah bin Jaloi Cup. Right up there is the favourite Takfik, the green cap. The green and red of Halar is prominent too towards the outside. Plenty of speed on here. Silver colours, Judea is 5 deep. Off the pace, Mamayaza in behind runners is Ayat Al Mohammedia, and also off the pace is Bidawa. The one that's outpaced is number 7 Al Daflar, who trails them as they race towards the crown of the bend. So heading towards the final 550 metres, and up front with the lead in the centre is Takfik, although Halar is moving well to the outside, the green and red colours, and looks a danger as they head towards the home turn. Halar just running slightly wide of Takfik, these two pressing on, and Takfik gets a reminder, and Halar is moving much better as they come around the turn, and Halar has waved goodbye to Takfik there, has gone on by 3 lengths. 4 more back to Judea, who goes into 3rd place. And then behind those we have Ayat Al Mohammedia. This is one-way traffic. This is Halar, who's absolutely flying clear. She's gone on by 8 lengths. The race is for placings. Second now on the outside, Al Daflar from well off the speed is chasing hard, but chasing in vain because Halar is a class act and she'll win the Prince Abdullah bin Jaloi Cup. It's a rout. Halar is different class for Fahad Al Faradi. Very impressive. Gets a good round of applause as well, well deserved. Al Daflar was second, and then came Judea in behind. Takfik, I'm afraid, weakened rather badly in the home straight. This was impressive. Halar, another horse that Tom gave a good word to, and she is really beginning to fulfil that potential that she showed in her first couple of races. Well done to our VT department as well, pinpointing Halar's chances. And she brushed aside Takfik like she was a selling plater turning for home. It was that impressive. 1 minute 25.99 seconds, 7 lengths. I think we've saved the best to last there. 11 Halar, the winner. 7 Al Daflar was second, and 12 Judea was third. 11, 7, 12, 125.99. 7 lengths, Halar, different class.
Well, the favourite, Takfik, certainly underperforms, but Tom, you were quite hot on the chances of the eventual winner as being the main danger, Halar. It was 10 to 1 on the international markets, kept shortening, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 in the end that has put them to the sword.
I promise you, that was a crazy price, that 10 to 1. I know I'm now saying it in hindsight, but I did say it before the race. Whoever's putting that price up there, I'm coming for your job. No, I'm not. But that is terrible. 10 to 1. Quite clearly the main danger to this Takfik. Or even on, blatantly obvious on the paper. I mean, Halar's rated 89, Takfik's rated 96. Even if you're just looking on the paper and never seen this horse run before.
Second top rated.
Yeah, she should be second favourite in the race. Now, you add to that the fact that she was considered to be very good in Taif in both of those 2 runs that she won. Okay, things haven't gone right in the 2 Riyadh starts, but she was running over an adequate trip last time. Well, too far, 1,600 metres, and I just don't think we've seen this filly to her best before today, and wow, she's romp time.
She has, but the international favourites checked out quite early.
Sure, okay, Takfik definitely hasn't performed. Let's say Takfik did perform to a mark of 96, or at least replicate what she did last time. It would have been a good race between the 2, because I think that's kind of the level that these horses are running at, maybe around 100. But I don't know what happened with Takfik. She did bomb out very soon in the race. Didn't even take second in the end.
It's not like it was a quick turnaround. I mean, she's had a good spell 3 weeks since she last ran.
It's just not been Camilo Ospina's week. There are no obvious excuses here. She went to the front alongside Halar. They were in the perfect position and she had nothing left in the straight. Meanwhile, Halar really flew. It would be a big question mark for next time with Takfik, I think.
That's a question we've had for a few of these runners tonight. There's been some strange results have come around.
They have indeed. I'm sure that'll be Shamila's excuse when she tells us about her winners, or lack of.
Well, there's some of the results you just can't explain away.
No, that's very true.
You're left as an analyst, you just look at that and say, how on earth did that happen?
Yeah, it's been tough, hasn't it?
It's not been my day for sure. I was really struggling out there. I mean, the 12th race couldn't come any sooner. However, there were a lot of good races, that has to be said. But yeah, definitely a lot of strange results. I wonder if that was because of the condition of the track after the rain.
I don't know why necessarily, because it seemed to play pretty fair out there. And there wasn't like a dramatic bias to closers or dramatic bias to front runners. We had a mixture of results, but some strange ones there.
And the local jockeys really sort of shining again tonight. Maybe not some of the bigger names. I know we had Ardal Al-Faradi shining, but
Mohammed Al-Yami.
I mean, with the treble as well.
Treble for him, that's brilliant for him, isn't it?
I don't think he's ever ridden a treble before. Well, not when I've been here anyway.
No, absolutely not. I think that's his first treble.
And he's still an apprentice, right?
Yep.
So's Thurb Altamyat, so it's been a big day for and Tariq Al-Mansour.
Yeah.
They've all had winners today. Crazy.
They have indeed. Well, one of those winners for one of the jockeys came in race 5. And if we're looking at the international market favourites who've gone on and done the business tonight, Tarzim was one of those. He opened up by the best part of 13 lengths in our 5th race today. This is horses who've won 0-1 for the local breds. And this was really impressive, Tom.
So impressive. He was my performance of the day, my highlight, if you will. I didn't like him pre-race necessarily. I thought he was too short in the international market. And he came into the race on the back of a bit of a question after finishing just 10th, albeit in a local Grade 1 or Group 1. But today he proved that he really is the real deal. He's on the wrong lead, as you can see. Front right leg coming down in front. You want the front left to be coming down in front to make sure that you're really engaging top gear. He wasn't doing that, still unexposed and inexperienced. But it proved no matter with him. He won by 13.25 lengths from a good horse, actually, in second, in Wakil Al-Anaya. I think Tarzim's going to be rated 100 very soon.
Yeah, and although he was beaten last time in the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques, his back form before that in the local bred maidens over the 2000, especially that race had worked out well with Al-Marji and the winner going on to win again as well. Like the form was there from his earlier performances.
Yeah, some of these horses from the Al-Qatani stable don't always back up their previous runs, or they don't go on to improve to how you may anticipate the horse to improve to. But this horse seemingly is finding his stride right now. Very unexposed after just the 5 outings, and he looked pretty good today.
And what kind of hopes would you have for him next season?
It's got to be cup races in the long term. I imagine open race next time just to prove that he really can perform, and it wasn't a bit of a blip, but I think cup races for sure.
So that was your highlight, Tarzim. Shamila, what was yours on top today?
Oh, it has to be a toss-up between Saudi Empire, because FMQ Stables, I feel like it's been ages since they've had a winner. I don't think they've had a winner in the Riyadh season.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure their last winner was in the Taif season, so huge win for them. And Rustam Basha was fantastic as well, I thought.
Great ride on Rustam Basha as well.
Brilliant from Rayan, yeah.
Yeah, Sunset and Vine, of course, they had that great duel towards the line. They both had form from previously, Rustam Basha reversing it. And on the international markets, he was a huge price. He was 25-1.
That's massive.
We were kind of saying that, but in hindsight, unfortunately, we should have said it pre-race. But yeah, it was massive. That was the best actual race we had today, Martin, wasn't it? Like between two horses up front, head and head, proper hammer and tongs battle. That was the best one we had. We didn't have either of the horses in the fight, but it didn't matter.
Now, again, another one I was disappointed. Groom was back in the field that day. And we did see that rain falling this morning. It was quite heavy and persistent. There were lots of standing water puddles around the track and around Riyadh City itself. I mean, do we think that's had an effect on the results today, Tom?
I'm going to give that as my excuse, yeah. I don't know whether it is necessarily, but rain can affect the track and can affect results. Usually when it goes from a fast track to a sloppy track, that's not the case. But there are far too many results that are kind of, why has that happened in here? It's not just like one race of the 12 was very questionable. Quite a few of them were pretty tough.
And the kickback was awful.
Yeah,
like a lot of the jockeys were complaining about how heavy it was, and it was actually painful for them and the horses. So,
which a lot of the horses here wouldn't be used to kickback, either, would they?
No, exactly, or a very light kickback. Because on a good day, I'm pretty sure there's no kickback at all here on this track.
Yeah, the kickback kind of comes to the knee level of the horse, doesn't it, rather than the chest or the face. Yeah. So today was pretty violent, especially in the early races when just after the rain came. That was pretty dramatic.
And once again, trophy being presented for our final event of the night. And once again, Chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, His Highness Prince Bandar bin Khalid Al Faisal makes his way onto the podium on that main presentation stand, which we'll see Shamila in use in 2 weeks' time for the Neom Turf Cup and the Red Sea Turf Handicap.
Absolutely. I can't believe how fast this season has gone. I mean, it only felt like yesterday we were starting off in the Taif season, and now it's nearly Saudi Cup.
Yeah, it's come around very quick indeed, and the interest here in Saudi Arabia will really mount up ahead of the World's richest race. Just a quick word as well, Shamila. We all liked Mountaintop in race 3. I thought of the 2 horses that we can take away from tonight for the future, he'd be the other one.
Absolutely, I was really impressed by his performance. I mean, Adil Al-Faredi, I think, plays a big part in all of his winners today for sure, for the horses. But Mountaintop, I mean, he's absolutely huge.
Massive horse.
Isn't he?
Yeah.
That's why I chose him as my paddock selection as well. He's just a big present horse.
Yeah. So we've seen 2 horses, Tom, who are going to probably go on and progress over 2,000 metres next season.
Yeah, exactly. I think most trainers are looking for those longer distances with all of their horses. That's the kind of stock we've got here in Saudi Arabia. Maybe sprints will become more popular in the future, but right now it's 1,800, 2,000 plus.
Well, thanks to Tom and to Shamila for their efforts. Tom, you're back later in the season, aren't you, I think?
I am, in around 3 weeks.
Push you home for the Saudi Cup and we'll let you back for the back of the season. Shamila's going to be here as well, so that's all to look forward to. Thanks for your company over the last few days. We're going to take a short pause next week, regroup, and we're back here for the Saudi Cup meeting on the 23rd and 24th of February.